of the dark of night, from the shadows of the senses comes this, the fantasy of fear, Nightmare, starring as your exciting guide to terror, Peter Lorre.
Oh, you don't believe in ghosts? Careful now. Don't be so sure of yourself because I know the story of a woman who didn't believe in ghosts either. And she made a business of it. Until one day, terror struck from behind the dark veil.
You are listening to Peter Lorre tell you of The Chance of a Ghost.
Now, about this woman, Sonia Gale. Sonia was a medium. She made her living out of death. You know what a medium is. They hold seances, they lift tables and chairs. They make weird voices come out of nowhere. They say they are in touch with the dead. You don't believe it? Oh, you don't believe in ghosts, huh? Well, neither do I, most of the time. And neither did Sonia, at first.
Stephen, can you hear me, Stephen? Stephen, where is it? Stephen, tell me.
Oh, come on, Myra, let's get out of here.
Ben, please.
I say this is ridiculous. Come on, let's go.
Oh, yes, little one, yes, little one.
Stay seated, Mr. Jones. Don't move. She's contacted her control.
Baloney.
Ben, please don't move. Keep your hands on the table, Ben, or you'll break the trance. Can't you see she's in the trance?
She's been in a trance all her life.
Benny, please.
Every time we come here, she goes into one of those phony trances. And we still haven't seen her spoken to Stephen. Quiet, Mr. Jones. You'll destroy the seance. You asked me. We're in a trance for coming here, paying good money for this foolishness.
Oh, little one, I hear. See, she hears.
I didn't hear a thing myself.
Stephen, we want to talk to Stephen Jones. Ask him where the money is.
Be quiet, please, Mrs. Jones. One thing at a time. She has to talk to the control first.
The money, Stephen. Tell me where it is. Little one, ask him where the money is. The money.
Oh, nuts.
There.
Jones, you destroyed it. I'm going home. Get the lights on, Charlie. Yeah.
What happened?
He broke the spell.
You shouldn't have moved then. You shouldn't have taken your hand off the table.
Oh, baloney. Come on, Myra. Let's go.
Mr. Jones, I don't know why you come here if you don't intend to cooperate.
My wife wants to come, that's why.
But I must speak to Stephen.
We'll let you know, Mrs. Jones. We'll let you know if Madame Gale will let you have another appointment now. We'll call you.
Oh, all right. Come, Ben.
I've been ready for an hour and a half.
It's all your fault.
My fault.
You hadn't been so impatient. Taking your hands off the table.
Oh, Myra.
They gone?
Yeah. They're gone.
Boy, I need a drink, will you, Charlie?
Sure. Hey, you, Lionel?
I'm always ready for a drink after one of these sessions.
Oh, Lionel, now don't start up again.
I haven't said a word.
I can see it coming.
Bottoms up.
Thanks, Charlie.
Luck, Lionel.
Something I can always use.
Oh, well, how'd I do?
Hey, you were wonderful, Sonia, as usual.
I haven't lost my acting ability.
I only wish you'd put it where it belongs. On the stage.
Oh, Lionel, I thought you said you were going to be nice.
Never said any such thing.
Well, I'm tired. I can't stand another argument.
As usual. Charlie?
Huh?
Charlie, I'm ashamed. Both for myself and Sonia.
Now, look, old boy, there's no need to...
No, I really am. And I just had to say it.
Oh, shut up.
One of these days I will.
Hey, I seem to be in the way around here, and anyway, I've got a dinner engagement.
Don't be silly, Charlie. Fix us another drink. Another chop, Charlie.
Huh? Oh, no, thanks.
So you're going to give them another appointment?
Well, why not?
Sonia, those people aren't made of money, you know.
Well, they've got more than we've got. Rob the rich to feed the poor, that's what I say. Pass the string beans, Charlie. String beans.
Oh,
Sonia, where's your conscience?
Oh, Lionel, stop.
Sonia, I
don't have any conscience.
You used to have one. When we were married, you had a...
When we were married, you had a job.
Well, because I haven't had a stroke of bad luck doesn't mean that you have to indulge in a dishonest, unscrupulous racket.
Stroke of bad luck. 5 years now. Some stroke. Now what's the matter?
Sonia, I'm not going to play the part of your stooge any longer.
Now, just a minute.
You can get somebody else to help you with your hypocrisy. You can get another assistant to rig the wires that make the hands float and the table rise. I'm getting out.
Oh, you're going to look for a job?
I didn't say that.
Of course you didn't.
I'm going out for a walk. I'll see you, Charlie. Oh, yeah.
Got a cigarette, Charlie?
Sure.
Thanks. Well, I guess this evening hasn't been exactly enjoyable for you.
Look, Sonia, maybe I should mind my own business, but...
But what? Go ahead, say it.
Well, every time I come over here lately, you two are up and at it, always about the same thing, this seance business of yours.
So?
Well, suppose you did give it up. Suppose you...
Don't be silly.
But it might make things better, Sonia, for you and Lionel.
Never in a million years. Come on, Charlie, out with it. It's not just your interest in Lionel's and my welfare. You're against it, too.
Well, not exactly.
Look, my brother was a spiritualist.
There's a difference, Sonia. Martin was admired when he was alive because he was sincere. He believed in what he was doing.
And I don't.
Admittedly.
All right, so I'm in it for the money. That's the difference. And a good, sound, sensible difference it is, too. If other people believe in ghosts, why shouldn't I take advantage of it? Why shouldn't I? Stephen, is that Stephen I hear a little while? She hears him.
Careful now. This is a dangerous moment. Don't move.
Ask him where it is. Ask him where the money is. Stephen Jones. Look, Ben. A hand floating in space. Stephen Jones, your sister wants to know. Where the money is. Where's the money, Stephen? Where did you hide the money?
Under the third floorboard. My room.
Get the lights, Mr. Jones. Sonia, you all right?
What happened? Come on, Ben. Let's get out of here. The attic, he said, under the third floorboard.
What are you so quiet about, staring into space like that?
I'm all right.
Sonia, what's the matter?
Lionel, it wasn't me.
What? What wasn't you?
That voice, it wasn't me, Lionel. I didn't fake Stephen's voice.
Oh, Sonia, come off it. Now, don't tell me it was a ghost.
But it wasn't me.
Phone.
Hello? Oh, yes. Oh, I see. Yes, I will, yes. The bill? Yes, I'll send it. Yes. Goodbye.
Well, who was that?
Mrs. Jones. She said they found the money under the third floorboard in the attic. Oh, Lionel.
Of course not, Sonia. You know better than that. You who have made a business of this sacred for so many years. You who know all the tricks. There's no such thing as a real ghost, is there? Is there, Sonia? Sonia doesn't seem to be so sure anymore. Because she's trapped in a living nightmare. Real ghost. Is that what I said before? Well, can there be such a thing as a real ghost? Of course not. Because ghosts are not real, are they? You can put your hand right through them. That is, if you have the nerve. If fear doesn't freeze every muscle in your body and even stifle the terrified scream that begs exit from your throat. Well, but now let's get back to Sonia. Poor soul. She's been living with ghosts so long, she's beginning to act like one. She's withdrawing from reality.
I tell you, you've got to give it up.
I won't. Now stop harping at me.
Harping at you? You ought to be glad I'm harping at you. It shows I'm interested in your welfare, right, Charlie? Now, look, don't drag me into this.
Leave him alone, Lionel, and leave me alone.
You've been at this so long, you're beginning to believe in your own fakery.
That's not true.
Now, wait a minute, Sonia. You said only...
I didn't say I believed in my own fakery.
All right, argue over exact words if you want to, but when you told us about that
I
voice...
only said I didn't fake it.
Which means that you believe it came out of the air.
Well, what else am I to think?
There, you see? You do believe it was a ghost.
I didn't say that.
Then what are you saying?
I'm saying I can't find any answer, that's what. I'm saying that so far there isn't any explanation. I'm saying I gotta find out.
Find out what, Sonia?
Oh, I don't know, Charlie. I don't know anymore.
Well, that's why I want you to give this up, Sonia. Because you're so confused. Because it's not good for your mind. This kind of way.
Oh, leave me alone.
Sonia, I'm warning you.
Well, stop warning me.
That if you don't give up this ridiculous
How
business...
can I give it up now?
What?
I said, how can I give it up now when there's no explanation? I know there aren't anything like ghosts. I've known that all my life, and I still know it. But this is something different, don't you see? I didn't fake that voice. I know I didn't, and I've got to find out how it happened.
All of which means, in other words, that you're not so sure anymore, Sonia. That you do believe it was a ghost.
Oh, don't be silly.
All right, then you're going on. You're going to continue the seances.
Yes, I have to. Stephen Jones, little one. Can you let us speak with Stephen Jones? Ask him where the rest of the money is. Your sister wants to know. Stephen, there's the rest of the money.
Come on, Steve, old boy. Come on, boy.
Stephen, we found part of it, but there was more. There was more, Stephen.
Come on, Steve. Don't be an old skinflint. Where's the rest of the dough? You can't use it where you are. Jones, please.
Hurry up. Stephen. Stephen, it's me, Myra. No. Please.
I'll get them.
Oh, goodness. I can't. Well, what happened?
Sick? Sonia, what happened, my dear?
It just won't work. I guess something's wrong today. I don't know. I couldn't hold the little one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Jones, but Madam had some trouble during the trance. We'll have to make it another time.
But the rest of the money.
Steve must know where it is. I'm afraid we can't continue today. Perhaps next week. Oh, all right. Come on, Ben.
Oh, just when it was getting good.
You all right?
Sure, I'm fine. You got a cigarette?
Uh-huh.
Thanks. Well, I guess I was wrong.
About what?
That last seance. I didn't hear a thing today. No voices, thank goodness.
When did he leave?
Yesterday.
Aren't you worried?
Don't be silly. He'll be back. He always comes back. If he doesn't come back, you'll have to find a job, and you can bet your bottom dollar he won't do that.
Look, Sonia, why don't you meet him halfway?
Oh?
Give up this medium business. If you do that, maybe Lionel will go out and get a
Why
job.
should I give it up? It brings in money. Lots of money. Plenty of suckers around who believe in ghosts. If people are going to spend money anyway, why shouldn't I collect it?
A certain amount of truth in that. But, Sonia, speaking of people who believe in ghosts, you did just the other day.
Who, me?
That voice.
My imagination, a trick of the mind.
But you weren't so sure the other day.
Well, I am now. Nothing happened in yesterday's seance.
True, but you still haven't found that explanation you were looking for that voice.
I don't need it. I tell you, it was my imagination. I thought I didn't fake that voice, but I must have. Simple.
You weren't so sure about it the other day.
You keep saying that.
You weren't sure, Sonia.
But I am now.
Are you, Sonia?
Of course. What makes you think I'm not? Keep your hand on the table, Ben. Stop fidgeting.
I'm not fidgeting. The table's moving.
Yes, little one, I hear you. Yes, I hear you, little one. She's got little one.
Be quiet.
Ben, look.
Huh?
Look, Ben, a light.
A shape in the light.
You can see right through it. It's a ghost.
It's Steve. It must be Steve.
Stephen! run.
Where's the dough, Steve, old boy? Where's the rest of the dough?
Look, it's coming closer. Is that you, Stephen? Is that you?
Sonia, you're frightened. Don't be frightened. It's only a ghost, and ghosts can't hurt you. They're only made of nothing. Poor Sonia. She's been selling nightmares for so long, and now her own life has changed into one. Yes, Sonia's trapped in a living nightmare. Now, let's see, where were we? Oh, yes. Poor Sonia is seeing things, and things she didn't make with paper mache and string. Things she cannot explain. Oh, but Sonia, there must be some explanation. There's an explanation for everything. All you have to do is look for it. Hey, what are these things you're seeing and hearing, Sonia? Why, figments of your imagination, of course. Just a bunch of figments. But you know, if that's true, I think Sonia is worse off. Her mind is going. What's worse? A bunch of figments or a true ghost? Well, me, I'd rather face the ghost any day, wouldn't you?
How is she?
Resting.
Mind if I talk to her?
I guess so.
Sonia?
Hmm?
It's me.
It's Charlie, Sonia.
Oh, Charlie.
I'll see you later, Charlie.
Yeah, sure. Feel like talking?
Sure, Charlie. Sit down.
I hear you had a bad shock.
Charlie, I'm frightened.
Sonia.
I'm so frightened, Charlie.
Sonia, I want to...
Martin came back.
Oh, now, Sonia.
Yes, it was Martin. After 10 years, he came back from the dead.
Now, hold on.
I'm so frightened, Charlie. What'll I do? What can I do?
But this is nonsense, Sonia. You know it, I know it. There's no such thing as ghosts.
But I saw him, Charlie. I saw him and I heard him.
Now, listen, Sonia.
He had a message for me.
It was just in your head, your
A
imagination.
message? But what message, Charlie? Oh, I'm so frightened, and I acted so badly. I screamed. I screamed and swore at him. He'll be mad, Charlie. He'll be mad, and then...
Now, stop it, Sonia. You know it wasn't Martin. Dead people can't come back. It was your imagination.
No, because Mrs. Jones saw and heard him, too. And Ben Jones, he was there, and he saw Martin and heard him.
Sonia...
It was Martin, Charlie. My dead brother Martin, dead for 10 years, and he came back.
Now, why in the world...
I don't know. I don't know why he did. But he wanted to tell me something. What, Charlie? Oh, I'm so frightened. I'm so frightened, Charlie.
Sonia, you got to pull yourself out of this.
He's mad, Charlie. He's mad with me for behaving the way I did, for screaming at him. That's why I'm frightened, because Martin was always so spiteful, because
Sonia...
He'll kill me.
Sonia, stop it. Now, stop it, Sonia. There wasn't any ghost.
But I saw him. I saw Martin.
Impossible.
No, you're wrong, Charlie. Not impossible. You're wrong. It was a ghost. It was Martin. And he's come back. He's come back to tell me something and to haunt me.
Susan, I told her that...
Quiet. Here she comes.
What's the matter, Sonia, dear?
Nothing.
You've been walking around the house for days just as though you were in a trance. What is it?
I'm all right, Lionel. I'm all right now. I know what I have to do now.
Know what you have to do? What do you mean?
I know what my work is now.
Huh? What work, Sonia?
You see, I've thought it through. I've figured it out.
Figured what
About
out?
Martin.
Oh, now, Sonia, I told you it was a hallucination.
No, you're wrong, Lionel. I know it was Martin, and now I know why he came back. Now I know what he wanted to tell me.
What, Sonia?
Martin wants me to continue his work. The work he left 10 years ago when he died.
What?
Yes. You see, he's been watching me. He's been watching me make a fool of myself, holding seances and not believing in them. So he came back. He came back to admonish me, to teach me a lesson, and to ask me to give my heart to it now and to carry on his work.
What? Sonia, this is ridiculous.
No, at last I know the truth. Now I can really begin.
Goodness, Charlie, what are we going to do?
Now, take it easy, Lionel.
Yes, now I can go on without being frightened.
Now, wait a minute, Sonia.
Yes, Martin came back to tell me...
Now, wait a minute,
and...
please. Martin didn't come back. I know he didn't come back, and so does Charlie here. Now, listen to me, Sonia. Charlie and I have something to tell you.
Tell me?
Now, you're not going to like this, Sonia, but it's the only way. I just have to do it. Now, listen carefully to me. Sonia, Charlie and I faked Martin's ghost.
No.
Yes, we faked Martin's ghost. His voice, too, with a recording tape. And that other voice, Stephen, we faked that, too.
No.
We did it, Sonia. We did it because we thought it was the only way to pull you out of this nonsensical...
No.
We were trying to frighten you, dear. We were trying to frighten you so that you'd give it up. We faked the ghost and the voices without your knowledge.
No, that is not true.
I tell you, it is true. It is. Isn't it, Charlie? Isn't it true?
Yeah, it's true, Sonia. Lionel's right. We did fake those.
No, you're just trying to trick me.
But, Sonia...
You're trying to make me believe that Martin didn't come back.
But he didn't. It was Charlie. Charlie faked his voice.
I know. I just won't believe it. Now, I won't because I know that Martin came back. I know what I have to do now.
Sonia!
I must carry on his work. I know that now. And nothing can stop me. I must put my heart into it, and I must give my life to the realm of the spirit and help others to speak to their loved ones. And I must contemplate and work. I must.
Oh, no.
Want a drink?
Make it a double. Oh, everything turned out wrong. Backwards.
Well...
This was all your idea, Charlie. Now look what happened. Now look what you've done.
Look what I've done. Now, hold on. You went along with it. You thought it'd scare her out of that stuff.
All right. But it was your idea.
Only one thing I can't understand.
What?
When I faked the voice of Stephen Jones, that was all nonsense I said about the money being under the third floor board in the attic. But then they found it there. How come?
I need another drink.
So do I.
So, in the dark of night, if you see a light, don't be scared and don't you faint. Just remember, in your fright, there's nothing there. Because ghosts ain't.
Out of the dark of night, from the shadows of the senses, comes this, the fantasy of fear. Nightmare, starring as your exciting guide to terror, Peter Lorre.
You know, we're all so safe in our tiny part of life, seeing the familiar and comfortable things about us. And yet there may come a time when we are like the little jack in a box. Something or somebody snaps the tiny catch in our lives, and suddenly we are tossed from the dimness of our regulated existence into the blinding brilliance of danger. And so suddenly can it happen that we are left completely helpless. Billy was left with just a few insignificant hours of time. Time with so many little slippery minutes in it.
You are listening to Peter Lorre tell you of Coincidence, another transcribed story of Nightmare.
Now, about this Billy boy, this Billy Bradley. Oh, yes, just a fairly ordinary 18-year-old youngster. But he's an interesting type, huh? A definite product of his environment. Youth always seems so resilient, and yet under pressure, this resilience disappears. You see, Billy was like any other human being. Well, I'll let you find out for yourself. Say, have you ever been hemmed in by Dave?
Billy?
Yeah?
But I could be a movie star.
You got the looks, baby.
I could act, too.
I wouldn't know.
Sure I could.
You're smart enough now.
Maybe.
Where'd it get you?
Oh, I could have a bunch of pretty clothes, go to a lot of places, even have a house where I had a room all my own. That would be something.
Yeah, movies are full of stuff. They don't run from nothing. Everybody's rich in the movies.
I'd still like it.
So you could kiss all them good-looking guys, huh?
You have to do that. It's part of the business.
Oh, some business. Come here. There's have work?
Billy.
Hey, I've been saving to you.
What?
I'm going full-time next week.
Billy.
Twice a dough, full-line mechanic.
So quick?
Yeah, now who's smart, huh?
I knew you would.
Listen, Toonie,
Yeah?
we're not going to wait.
No?
Know that room over Jack's place?
Yeah.
So we can get it cheap and fix it up a little.
I'll help.
We won't have to live with anybody.
A man and wife shouldn't.
Just one room, baby.
I'll live anywhere with you, Billy. Billy.
You could be an actress, huh?
I'll be anything you want me to. I guess I've always loved you, Billy.
Even when I used to pull your hair?
I didn't mind.
You cried.
No, it hurt. What's that?
Oh, lions in the zoo. What's the matter? You scared?
Why'd they start up like that?
You're hungry, maybe.
Sound fierce.
We got a right to be. How'd you like being shut up in a cage all day?
I'm shut up in a department store.
I'd yell, too, if I was shut up. You bet I would.
You won't be. Well, here's where I cross over.
Tonight I'm going with you.
No, Billy.
I am.
It'll just mean another
I
fight.
don't give
No,
a good-
Billy.
What's he got keeping you away from me?
It won't be much longer.
See my own girl home. Guy's been killed for less than that.
Billy.
I'm not afraid of him, Dooney.
Tomorrow night, same place?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Well, you don't have to if you don't want to.
I'm sorry. Good night, baby.
Night, Billy.
Guess she's right. Won't be much longer. Sounded like shots. Maybe somebody's hunting in the zoo. Backfired. Yeah. It's dark along here. I can't... Gun. Hey, it's a good one. Been shot. There was no truck backfired.
Oh, you.
Huh?
There we are. Keep him covered, Fred.
Hey, what's up?
Keep that light on him.
Hey, listen, coppers, I
Give me that gun.
Yeah, sure,
Hold
but...
it by the barrel.
Well, sure, I don't want to do
Well,
it.
we'd miss you along the fence. I thought it was too dark.
Hey, what's the
You young
idea?
punks get a gun, you think you own the world.
Well, that ain't
You'll
my
see
gun.
how much you own when you sit in the hot seat.
Let go of me, will
Come
you?
on.
I didn't do nothing.
Come on.
Hey, I didn't do
Two
nothing.
boys following the car. This is one little weasel who's going to see what he does.
Hey, what do you want?
Over this way.
Look, you got the wrong guy. I didn't do nothing. I was just...
All right, look. Go on, look.
What's that?
I'll get the flash on it so you can see. There. Have a good look.
Cop.
A dead cop. Look at his face. Look at it.
Oh, blood.
With 3 bullets in it, what'd you expect?
Who did it?
You asked me?
Well, I heard the shots, but I thought...
Go
they
on,
were-
pick up a story.
Well, I thought you said... Hey, no.
You won't get out of this one.
Well, I didn't do it. I was walking along. I kicked the gun, so I picked it up.
Fred, Callahan.
Oh, you got the wrong guy, copper.
Regan was saying he was having trouble with some kid up here, and now that the kid's got him...
Regan, yeah, Regan. He'll square me. I'll go around with his daughter. You got Regan. He'll talk for me.
Regan will talk for you?
Sure he will. We don't get along. He knows I'm level, though.
You want Regan?
Well, yeah, tell him it's Billy Bradley.
Tell him
yeah?
yourself.
What?
There he is on the sidewalk with the blood running out of his face. Go on, tell him.
No.
Take him down to town.
You see? Why, he can't even find one free moment. Each breath leaves but only a few more. And so he walks, and the minutes they walk with him, whispering, guilty, 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 until the drumming in his mind makes him realize he's trapped in a living nightmare. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Trying to hold on to a handful of minutes. Poor Billy. I wonder if there is any real hope for him. Just to sit and let the thread of life slip slowly through one's fingers takes something. Perhaps we should wait and see, huh? All lives hang from a thread of time. One never knows. 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51,
You just look at the facts, kid. You'll save us all a lot of trouble. Now, let's go over the whole thing again.
I told you all I know.
You went to the movies with Miss Reagan?
Yeah.
Where?
I told you at the palace.
Then you walked home?
Yeah.
Along the walk by the zoo?
Yeah.
You left her near 183rd?
Yeah.
You didn't go home with her because her father didn't want her going out with you?
Yeah.
You were going to get married secretly if you could?
Yeah.
Reagan wouldn't let you see his daughter because you had a criminal record?
Yeah.
And you hated him because he wouldn't let you forget that record?
Yeah.
So after you left Miss Reagan that night, you waited along the fence until Reagan came by on his way home, then you shot him when he started around the corner?
Yeah. No, I just found the gun.
Is that what happened?
No.
Come on, admit it.
No, I just found the gun. I found it.
57.
No.
56.
No.
55.
No.
54.
No.
3.
No. No. No.
50, 50, 50, 50. 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 47.
Time went fast after that. Too fast. A lawyer was assigned to me, and he came every day to make up his defense, but there was nothing much for him to go on. Nobody else came but him. Nobody. And came the trial, and I was in a courtroom full of people who all seemed to be staring at me. I knew what was happening, and I couldn't stop it.
And that's how we found him 100 yards away from Regan's body with a gun in his hand, still hot. Stop it.
Willful, premeditated murder, as the evidence shows. But as final witness, I would like to call Miss...
Stop it. Tell the truth, even if I do love Billy. Yes, he did hate Pa, and he often did say he might kill. Not in those words, but something like men have been killed for worse things. But Billy wouldn't really kill Pa. He wouldn't really do it.
Stop it. And I might add his final statement, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that if I had any doubt as to Billy Bradley's guilt of the crime of which he is charged, I would not ask for the verdict that I do. That of guilty. Guilty.
Stop it.
59.
Stop it.
58.
Stop it.
57.
Stop it.
56.
Stop it.
55.
Stop it.
54.
Stop
53. 52. 51. 50. 50. 50. 50. 49. 48. 47. 46. 45. 44. 46. 42. 41. 40. 40. 40. 45. 34. 33. 32. 31. 30. 30. 30. 30.
Here's your boat, Bradley. I'll try it again.
That won't do no good, white boy.
No.
Walking won't help none either. You can get nowhere that way.
What do you expect me to do?
Just sit down, rest up. You got time for that. Rest is near the best cure for bad luck I ever found.
Oh, sure. I got all the time in the world.
You got a lot more time than me.
You're gonna stick me in the chair.
Well, that means you don't live so long as you might expect.
I didn't do it.
Oh, sure
The
not.
bars all around like a cage.
Well, I got 'em around me, too.
Go nuts.
Maybe that's good, too.
Nothing's good.
You got it pretty bad, huh, boy?
I don't know what to do.
Not much you can do except sit and rest. Go on. Try it.
Yeah, maybe I better.
Sure. Won't hurt. Name's Billy, huh?
Yeah,
Did I kill him?
I think I did.
Sure.
I was doing all right. Had things set up nice.
That's the way it goes.
Sure, I was in reform school where I grew up and I got smart. A lot of the kids stole things.
You're not much more than a kid now, Billy.
I'm old enough. Go straight and it'll pay off. That's what they told me when they sent me home.
Mighty good advice.
Yeah, sure. That's where it got me.
Could have got here that sight sooner.
I hate all of them.
Hating's no good either.
What's good for me?
Yeah, I used to think like you was. I was out to hate anybody and everybody.
Yeah.
Got so's I didn't need no reason. Used to hate doors, 'cause they wouldn't open for me even. Now, a door can't help it if it got stuck and won't open, can it?
No, I guess not.
So, after a while, I figured how funny it was a fella hating something, 'cause it is what it is. Yeah, I figured there was no sense to it. So I just don't hate no more. You just relax.
You better watch me. It's kind of funny. I can handle him. Well, I warned you.
Easy, Billy.
Bill, here's Teddy. Oh, let me go. Hold it, kid. Told you she was nuts. Get in there. Sit down. Get me out of here.
Now sit down, Billy.
No.
Every time I open this cell, he's trying to ram his way out. I'll take care of him. Leave us here. All right, but he's nuts, I tell you. You shouldn't try that, Billy. Just makes it harder.
What do you want?
Just a couple of questions.
What did I ever do to you?
Nothing to me.
I never hurt you.
People hire me to catch punks like you, Billy.
Send him in the chair.
That's what the law says.
Walking down the street with my girl, eh?
You had a fair trial.
Yeah, fair.
Look, Billy, you know why I came here?
Yeah, get your laugh and beat it.
That's not it.
Well,
You got another week.
a week.
That's all.
Got a bright future, is it? Thanks to you.
Billy, I came here for two reasons.
Yeah?
First, because I thought maybe you'd tell the truth about this. I don't like to see a man go to the chair still lying about his innocence.
That's it, huh?
Most of them break down and admit sooner or later, and I always like to know.
You like to know, huh? You like to be sure you're not going to have the wrong guy burn up for his life, but so you can sleep nights.
Well, not exactly that.
Sure, I'll tell you, sure. You want me to say, okay, go ahead, put me in a chair and burn me because I said old man Reagan, huh? I'm not going to say it, you hear? I'm not saying it because I didn't do it. And I'm going to be sitting somewhere watching you turn into it every night trying to sleep. And I'll laugh. I'll laugh out loud.
Now, look, Billy, look. Do not clench your fists. You cannot grasp time. And after all, death is only a moment of time. But you are young, yes. And youth wants all of every moment. Come on, sit down, Billy. It might be that in death you'll find freedom. Poor Billy. Poor Billy. He can think only of his freedom. And so he's a complete captive. Trapped in a living nightmare. Death. Yes, death. The solution to all problems. Death, where the mind is finally at rest. Death, where the body stops its restless twisting and turning. It's an interesting thought, isn't it? But Billy's not worried about what death may bring. Oh, no, poor boy. He's so busy clinging to the last moment of life. Step toward eternity. Shall we see?
I got Miss Regan outside. If you'll keep calm, I'll bring her in.
Tony?
I finally wrangled it, and I'll bring her in if you'll keep quiet and not try anything. How about it?
I don't know.
What's the matter?
I don't know. She thinks I killed him.
You can have a guess on that.
I'll see her.
All right. Right. Okay, okay? Yeah, fine. Bring the girl in. You say so. Want me to close the door, Billy?
No, I'm all right.
You were looking at it kind of funny.
Here she is.
I'll be outside, Billy.
Hi, Tony. Oh, baby, it's all right.
They wouldn't let me see him. I wanted to. They said I had to tell the truth at the trial, and that's all I did was tell the truth. That's all I did. I know you didn't kill Pop, Billy. I know you didn't.
Yeah,
you might have been mad at him for not liking me to see you, but you couldn't kill him. Why would you kill him when we could run off and get married anyway?
Calm down, Tony. We're all right.
Sullivan to fix it because he was Pa's friend. He's been nice to me, Billy. He got me here, and I'm not going to leave. I'll stay with you. I'm alone.
Oh, sit down, baby.
Are you all right, Billy? Did they treat you good?
Sure, I'm fine. Now, come on, sit down.
It's good to hold your hand. Billy, I've missed you.
Me too, Tony.
You look tired.
Yeah, I guess I am.
Now that I've got to see you, we'll fix it up. I know we will.
Sure, honey, don't you worry.
It's just that with Pa gone, I didn't have anybody.
I know.
We can be married as soon as you get loose.
Sure. As soon as I get loose.
Billy,
Yeah?
I don't think Pa was as mad at you as he used to be.
Well, you can't blame him. Might have felt the same way.
What?
You gotta go now, baby.
No.
Yeah, you gotta.
No, I won't.
No, I'll see you soon. Come
No.
on now. You gotta keep that room clean, baby. It won't be long.
All right.
Bye, Dooney.
Billy.
See you soon.
Take her out, guard. I'll be there in a minute. Sure, Lieutenant. Well, Billy?
It's okay.
Billy, I've been on the detective squad for 10 years, and twice before I've been wrong about a man.
I had you pegged right down the alley as a two-bit gun punk. Maybe it was the way you grew up. Where you did, I don't know.
Breaks, that's all.
Listen, you told me everything about that night Regan was killed.
Yeah, sure I have.
Everything? Think, son, think.
Oh, it's like I told you.
Go back over it.
Well, we were walking along by the zoo, and...
Was
and
it dark?
Yeah, it was dark. Trees hang over the walk.
Go on.
Well, I told you, we were walking along, talking.
What were you talking about?
Oh, movies, room over Jack's place, and the zoo.
What about the zoo?
Well, yeah, we're walking along. Some animals in the park started yelling. Dooney asked me why they yelled.
That's all?
I even told Dooney I could never stand being caged up. Now look at me, Well, that just shows how wrong you can be.
I better go now, but I'll be back in a day or so. Billy?
Yeah?
Take it easy. Don't blow your top anymore.
I won't.
No, I don't think you will. I'll see you later, kid.
You see, white boy?
What?
It ain't easy to hate all the time, is it?
No.
Hating's no good. I couldn't tell you near so plain as that pretty little girl.
I don't hate anybody.
That's fine. Now you got plenty of time for other things. Now, don't you?
Yeah. Plenty of time.
31, 30.
Want a cigarette?
No, thanks.
I have plenty.
110, 110, 110, 119, 180.
Was you in the war, Billy?
413.
No, too young.
Ah.
Why'd you ask?
Well, I was on the beach as a DJ, and I don't know, I guess I kind of felt the way you do now.
Right inside, your handshake?
Yeah, that's it.
I'd like to have been there.
You'd have made a good soldier.
Maybe. What time has it been?
Just about it, kid.
Thanks. You better be on time.
They will be, Billy.
Guards, warden, all the others.
Any second now.
Oh, hello, Mr. Sullivan.
Sorry to get here at the last minute, but it took time.
Yeah, time. I didn't expect you through that door.
I'll make it fast. You don't have to worry about the chair. You got a reprieve until I can work the thing out.
Work what out?
You're lucky. It rained the day Regan was killed, and it hasn't rained since, the Weather Bureau says.
Oh, what do you mean?
I was trying every angle, and you mentioned about the animals yelling in the zoo.
Yeah?
I checked and found that they were not being fed and that they usually sleep quiet, the bears in that section.
Bears, yeah, sure, the bears.
Something must have disturbed them, so I went over every piece of ground, even into the bear pits. I just tonight found out what I was looking for.
Yeah?
Footprints, human footprints, hardened in the mud. And the park attendant says no one's been near the place.
I see.
I think the killer shot Regan, ran down the street, saw us coming, climbed the fence, and dropped his gun. Then he swung down to the bear pit and got away. And I'm going to prove it, Billy. It's the least I can do.
You were too busy hating.
Huh?
Maybe I was too. Well, now I got time, plenty of it. Me and Dooney have. I had to stop hating and remember, and you did too. I'll tell Dooney, Mr. Sullivan. We're going to put on time instead of cutting it off. We got it to spare now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22.
Death walked with Billy in a cell, minutes sounding out the knell. Poor Death, most often quite adept, found that she was out of step. So Death must find another one to carry on her ghastly fun. Don't feel sad or even blue. Perhaps she's walking now with you. Oh, I do hope you'll sleep tonight. Oh, I know I will. I feel close and cozy within the four walls of my room. And I can listen to the noises of the night outside. Yes. Say, by the way, what makes you afraid?
night, from the shadows of the senses comes this, the fantasy of fear. Nightmare, starring as your exciting guide to terror, Peter Lorre.
You know, I wonder what makes some people do the things they do. Like the charming young creature you see under a circus tent, balancing herself so gracefully on a tiny wire, high over the heads of the gaping spectators. Why does she want to do such a dangerous thing day after day? Well, no one knows. And yet people do dangerous things all the time, without much thought about the risk of losing life. And then there are girls like this Judy who never lived dangerously. Her greatest earthly threat was a simple run in her hose. A fearful thing to happen, especially to a young efficient secretary like Judy. But life has a way of tripping us up. It tripped Judy, and she fell right into a living nightmare. Now, about this girl, Judy Branson. Oh, such a very nice, pretty young thing. She has an excellent position in an office, a secretary to a real tycoon. Oh, and she's so efficient and so level-headed. And nothing to worry her pretty little head, except one day she tripped, and she fell. It was such a small thing. Nothing to be afraid about. Yet almost overnight, Judy. But you find out for yourself. I don't want you to fall for anything I might say.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen,
I can't look
once again for your entertainment, we present an exciting young lady behind wire, Miss Georgia Lorre, who will attempt at a height of 100 feet in the air without a net, a double somersault and twist. Miss Georgia Lorre!
Oh, cut it, honey. This trick isn't so dangerous as they make out. These people know what they're doing, been practicing for years. Anything they do without a net, they do well because it's easy and they're not taking chances.
How do you know so much?
I know, that's all. Watch. Good.
Felt better when I found out she wasn't hurt too badly.
Yeah, well, you know those people know what they're doing. Even when they fall right. Good thing the fall was broken by that tackle, though.
Must be an exciting life.
What, circus?
You know, when I was a little girl, I always thought someday I'd like to be a circus acrobat.
You?
Well, what's so funny, husband dear?
Judy, stop it. You a circus acrobat on a high wire?
Well, why not? If I had the practice, the ambition, and the drive.
Yeah, all that's needed. But, baby, there's only one thing that you'd lack.
Oh? What's that?
The talent, honey. The talent.
Talent? Joe, how dare you?
I don't mean it that way, honey, but look, kid, like I said before, those people have perfect balance. That's their talent. If they haven't got it, they don't last. Perfect balance, honey, that's the answer.
And I suppose you think I'm clumsy.
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. But I wouldn't say you had perfect balance, Beauty.
Well, why not? Why wouldn't you say it?
Now, don't get insulted.
I'm not insulted. I just want to know why, that's all. What makes you think you know so much?
Well, look at it. Look at our game of tennis, for instance. Every time we play, you take a spill or two.
That has nothing to do with circus work.
But it's the same thing, honey. Don't you see that? It's all a matter of balance. And if you fall on the tennis court, it means your coordination is off.
That's not why I fall on the court.
Oh? Well, why do you?
Because you get me nervous, that's why. Because you're always telling me how you'd like some competition, that I don't give you a good game.
Now, look, I don't make you fall.
You do, too.
Oh, baloney. You're the one that falls, not me.
You're telling me I'm clumsy again.
Oh, Judy, I didn't say that. I only said you don't have perfect balance. And that the circus people have it, or else they
Now, don't tell me what you were saying. I can hear you. Oh!
Easy, baby. Easy, baby. There.
I didn't even see the curb.
Sure you saw it. And you see what I mean about balance?
Well, what are you laughing at? I could have broken my leg. I suppose that's funny.
No, baby, that wouldn't be funny. What are you so sensitive about? You're so touchy, just...
I'm sorry.
No, kid. You're well off working where you are as a stenographer in a nice, safe office.
Judy. Hi, Laura. You ready for lunch? About a minute. I have to finish this paragraph. Sure, I'll wait. Where do you want to go? Well, I got about 70 cents day before payday blues. How about Hamburger Paradise? Fine. We'll have to walk down today, you know. Hmm? I said we'll have to walk down today. Aren't you just thrilled? Walk down? What do you mean? Elevator's out of service, repairing them or something. Well, for heaven's sake, you mean we have to walk down 20 flights of stairs? Oh, lovely, huh? What's the matter? Nothing. You look funny. I'm all right. Well, you ready? Sure, I guess I can't do anything else with this face. I was born with it. I suppose it'll have to do. Come on. Just let me get my... Oh, careful. Oh, Judy. Are you hurt? No. No, I'm all right. Are you sure? That was quite a fall. I'm all right, Laura. What in heaven's name made you do that? I don't know. Maybe that pencil on the floor. I slipped on it, I guess. Well, didn't you see it? Yes. Well, then why did you... Oh, never mind. As long as you're not hurt. Come on, I'm hungry. Well, here we are. Well, come on, let's descend into the maelstrom. There's nothing we can do about it. Huh. Stairwell's dark, too. Guess they got the electric off while they fixed the elevator. Laura, wait. Huh? Maybe we should... I'll have something set up. Are you kidding? I told you I only got 70 cents. Well, with a tip and all, it wouldn't be enough, and I'm real hungry today. Come on. I could lend you some money. Oh, come on. The fresh air will do us good. Laura. Judy, what's the matter with you? Nothing. I'm all right. Let's sit down. Now, there's 6 steps to the flight. Now, can you feel your way? It's 6 steps down, you turn, and another 6 down, and you turn, and another 6 between each floor. Laura, what floor are we on? Are we almost down? Oh, no, we're only at 15 now, I think. I can't see a thing. There's a man ahead of us with a flashlight. Come on, let's catch up. Wait, don't go so fast. Oh, for heaven's sake, Judy, what are you so slow? Just hold on to the rail and feel your way. Now, come on, I'm hungry. Laura, wait for me. Please, wait. Laura, wait for me. Don't leave me here, Laura, please. Help me, Laura, please.
You see? Now you can understand why Judy feels the way she does. Falling can be dangerous. Of course, one can't tumble down 20 flights of stairs. No, that's impossible. We might wish Judy many happy landings, huh? Still, Judy's afraid. One has to take so many steps every day. Steps that have trapped her in a living nightmare. Now, let's see, where were we? Oh, yes. Trying to keep from falling, huh? Oh, poor little Judy. Well, there must be some answer for her. See, I know a place where one doesn't have to worry about falling. She don't mind the damp feeling of cold marble. Oh, but each day fate tries to trip us with small things. Oh, a pencil on the floor, or the runner on a stair, or just a tiny greasy spot. I wonder how Judy can escape. Or for that matter, how many of us can.
We're frightened. Well, it's about time you stopped being frightened. It's about time you grew up, Judy. Stop acting like a scared kid. Stop falling all over the place, you hear?
Joe, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, how about me? What about me and the laughing stock you're making of me falling on the dance floor, screaming in public, crying in front of all those people, letting yourself be frightened by a flight of stairs?
Joe, I couldn't help it. Believe me, I couldn't help it.
And then because of a little flight of stairs, because you get frightened on top of everything, you have to go and quit the job.
I get panicky, Joe.
Sure, you sure did. Quitting a good-paying job because you're afraid of a flight of stairs. It's no fun for me, you know. Gets to be my problem, too, always worrying about when and how you're going to embarrass me. Well, after all, I'm...
Embarrass you? Well, Well, if you don't like this marriage, if you don't like me, if you want out any time, you can. You can.
Oh, baby, don't say that.
You're making me a nervous wreck.
What about me? I'm the nervous wreck, and you're the cause of it. And maybe you're right, Judy. Maybe if all of this ridiculous nonsense about falling down doesn't stop soon, I will want out. Maybe I will.
Oh, Joe. Joe, only way.
Judy, for Pete's sake, that's no
I
answer.
know it'll work, Joe. I know it. Let's move, please.
But we're only on the 4th floor here.
It's too high, Joe. It's too high.
Judy.
Please, Joe, please.
All right. I'll see if I can break the lease. We'll move to the ground floor apartment.
Oh, honey, thanks.
But this is it, you hear? This is the last time, the last coddling routine, you hear?
Yes, Joe.
And I mean it. You know what I mean, Judy?
Don't. Please don't.
We've been living here for 3 months. 3 whole months on the ground floor, and for a while it was fine.
I'm trying.
But for a month and a half now, you haven't moved out of that chair. You haven't been outside the house more than once a week for shopping. Why, Judy? Why?
Joe, please.
Why, Judy? Tell me why.
The steps. I'm afraid of the steps.
Steps. Judy, for heaven's sakes, there's only 3 steps out to the street. 3 stupid steps.
I'm afraid I'll fall, Joe. I'm afraid I'll fall.
Merry Christmas, sweetheart.
Oh, darling, I can't wait to unwrap it.
Well, it's not so much, but you take a look at
Oh,
it.
darling, whatever it is, I'll love it because it's from you.
Say, I thought you were going to finish dressing the tree while I was at work.
I did, Joe.
But only the bottom part.
Joe.
I left the ladder for you. Why didn't... Oh, Judy.
Hello?
Well, what happened?
I'm sorry, Joe.
I've been waiting in this dive with Paul and Laura since 6:15. What's keeping you?
I'm not coming, Joe.
Not coming? Why not?
Joe, come home, please. I'm frightened.
What?
There's a pencil on the floor.
Huh?
Joe, I'm afraid I'll fall. Help me, Joe. Please. More tea, Laura?
No, thanks. I gotta watch this figure. Paul says I'm getting as wide as I am high. Man, you never can please him. Of course, I always thought your Joe was different, but I guess I was wrong. When did he leave?
2 days ago. Took a hotel room.
Well, if you ask me, it's because you quit your job. These men are all alike. They marry a girl to support her, and then they expect her to bring money into the house. Just like Paul. I tell you, Judy, they're all alike. There's not one that's any different.
No, it's my fault, Laura. It's my fault. It's not Joe. It's me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judy. I'm sorry.
I'll be all right.
Sure. Everything will turn out okay. You just wait and see. You know, I think you ought to start working again. It'd do you good. Give you a feeling of independence. Then you wouldn't feel you need Joe as much as you do. And he'd come back. The minute he saw you going your own way, he'd come running back.
You think so, Laura?
Oh, I know so. Why don't you drop up to the office this week? I got a feeling old Carter would give you your job back. You know, we miss you around there, Judy.
Well, I'm certainly glad you came back, Judy.
Thanks, Mr. Carter. I'm sorry about quitting with such short notice. I hope...
Oh, forget it, Judy. I don't hold any grudges. I understand you had a problem of some kind about those stairs. By the way, you're over it now, aren't you?
Oh, yes, Mr. Carter. I'm over it.
Good. Now, you can have your old job back. Same one at the same salary. Is that okay?
Oh, yes. That's wonderful, Mr.
I'll
Carter.
just have the application drawn up again. Laura.
Yes, Mr. Carter. Hi, Judy. It's good to see you back.
Hello, Laura.
Laura, will you type out an application for Judy and I want an...
Yeah.
What's that?
I don't know.
Fire! That's a fire alarm!
The building is on fire. Look, there's smoke coming in from the hall.
Oh, well, that's...
The fire stairs are blocked!
Get out of here. Hurry, get out.
I don't know. I don't know.
Judy, you got to.
I can't, Laura.
Judy, for heaven's sake, it's the only way to save.
No, I couldn't. I'd fall. I know I'd fall.
Judy, look at me. Just look at me.
Laura.
Now listen, there's only one way out. Through the window and over that ledge to the other side. Now, do you hear? You have to walk over that ledge. now. Let's fall. Fall, Laura.
You want to be burned to death, is that it? Judy, you can't stay here. You have to walk out that ledge.
No.
Well, I'm going. I'm getting out. Judy, come on.
No, I won't.
Judy, do you know what you're doing? Yes, you have fallen into fear. You cannot win like this. All life has its high and low places. You're not going to give up so easily, are you? Come on, go on. Take a step and then another one and then another. Poor girlie Judy. She'll never stop falling until she realizes that she's trapped in a living nightmare. Tell me, do you like to climb to high places, a mountaintop, or perhaps you enjoy going to the uppermost story of some great skyscraper, and once there, stretched out below you is the great city in all its magnificence. You lean far out to get a better view, and suddenly, only for a split second, your balance seems gone, but only for a second, and then you catch yourself. After all, you were holding on to a strong iron railing, huh? You weren't afraid. Now, I just wonder about Judy. She has a problem, one that has been left hanging in midair. Shall we see?
Judy, don't look down and behind you. Don't look so far down at those little people, the little cars and fire engines. Don't look down, Judy, or you'll fall. Now just keep going. 1, 2, 3. Careful now. Careful, don't fall, Judy. No, don't fall. That's it, Judy. Closer.
You got it now, girls. Just a few more steps. Come on, easy now. Easy.
I'm all right. I'm coming. Good girl, Judy. That's it. Now you're here. Laura. Come on, Judy. Wait, what? I forgot my purse. Yeah, but you forgot your purse where? In the office.
But you can't go back across that ledge. You can't go back to get it.
Why not? Judy, you're out of your mind. No, what's the problem? Where is it? Well, you see, Laura. It's so simple to walk across. You wait here. I'll be right back.
Let me through. Will you please out of the way? Oh, Judy.
Darling.
Oh, sweetheart.
Oh, Joe.
You're not hurt?
No.
But you must be frightened.
Frightened? Of what?
That ledge. They told me you had to walk across that ledge up there.
Twice, as a matter of fact.
Twice?
Yeah. Why? What's so surprising, darling? It was easy, really. It was easy, darling.
Judy, what's come over you?
Come over me? I don't know exactly, but I feel different somehow. I feel different. dear. Thank you. Oh, I'm so tired. Joe, what's the matter?
Judy, it's got to stop. It's just got to stop, that's all.
What are you talking about, darling?
You know what I'm talking about? There's this ridiculous career of yours, this actor, this circus. Judy, I'm a nervous wreck.
But, darling, the new contract is ready for signing, and they're upping my salary 200%. We can't sneeze at that, Joe.
Judy, don't you understand? It's not the money. I don't give a hang about the money. Every time I see her climb that ladder, everything turns inside of me, and I tremble. I got to close my eyes.
But, darling, you can't ask me to give up a career that I've spent so much time practicing and perfecting, and I have perfect balance, so why worry?
Judy, this whole thing is ridiculous. Why aren't you afraid? Why don't you get some sense in your head?
You silly. Come here. Just routine, that's all. Just simple routine. Now stop worrying that little head of yours. There's nothing to be afraid of.
And so we leave little Judy in the air. She lost her fears away up there. In her mind, fear makes its lair, causing grief and so much care. Judy knows that fear's absurd, something really for the bird. So she put all fear into full flight. She's the girl on that tightrope every night. Oh, I do hope you'll sleep tonight. I know I will. Dreaming about a pretty young thing, all spangles and glitter, slowly making her way across a tiny silver wire, hundreds of feet in the air, and never thinking of falling. Yes. Say, by the way, what makes you afraid?
Out of the dark of night, from the shadows of the senses, comes this, the fantasy of fear. Nightmare, starring as your exciting guide to terror, Peter Lorre.
Sleep is an interesting thing. Of course, you are aware that the eye of the mind never closes in slumber. It never tires of seeing things, thoughts, and ideas. Some of these things seen by the mind are in turn caught by the memory. And we awake with a start. Did it really happen, or was I dreaming? And sometimes you're never sure. There is Jeff, who awoke one morning from a somewhat fitful sleep, awoke to find that he was a very unhappy man, and he searched to find a reason for that unhappiness in those first moments of waking. And the weight of worry and suspicion fell upon his shoulders like a well-tailored coat.
You are listening to Peter Lorre tell you of The Hollow Footsteps, another transcribed story of Nightmare.
Now, about this man, Jeff Martin, really very ordinary fellow, and normal. But something happened to Jeff Martin. He awoke unhappy. Not the normal unhappiness of a gloomy day, oh no. But a deep, bleak kind of unhappiness that reaches down into the crevices of the soul. I wonder just what could be causing all this sudden distress. Yeah, it's almost like a man who's being followed, huh? Let's find out.
Jeff?
Huh?
That new cinemascope is playing at the Grand. Like to see it this week? Would you, Jeff?
What did you say, Ellen?
You didn't hear a word I said.
I'm sorry, dear.
Jeff, what's the matter?
I don't know.
If you ask me, you're coming down with one of those viruses.
Yeah.
Why don't you run around to Dr. Parsons?
Yes.
Tomorrow?
Yes.
Promise?
I promise, Gloria.
Good, because I think... What?
I said I promise.
You said Gloria.
Huh?
You said, I promise Gloria.
No, I
She's
didn't.
in your mind again, isn't she?
No.
She's in your mind again.
Ellen.
You can't forget it. You just never forget
Ellen, it
it.
was only a slip, please.
A
Ellen.
slip. You're always making a slip. Always that same slip.
It always doesn't happen often anymore.
It doesn't happen at all.
I'm sorry, Ellen.
She's in your mind, isn't she?
Yes.
Get her out, Jeff.
I will, dear.
Where are you going?
Out for a walk, maybe drop in, see Sam.
Sorry, I've lost my temper, Jeff.
It's all right.
Try it again. You've got to find out. You've got to make sure.
up. Turn your head slowly. Look carefully. Now. There she is, up the street. Get closer, Jeff. Get closer this time. Now. She's going away. Tell her to go away. Catch her. Catch her now. Here, come here. Gloria. Gloria. Gone.
Thanks.
Now, what's it all about?
Nothing, Sam. I'll be all right.
Look, Jeff, I'm your friend.
I know,
I don't want to pry, but if there's something the matter, some way I can
Thanks,
help.
Sam. Thanks.
Well, I'm listening.
Did you ever think you were being followed?
Followed? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, did you ever have the feeling that somebody was following you?
Now, Jeff, after
I
all.
told you you'd think I was.
I didn't say anything like that. Wait a minute, will
I'm
you?
sorry.
Matter of fact, I've experienced that feeling at times. I think everybody has.
Think so?
Yes, I do.
You got another drink?
Sure. Something that doesn't amount to anything. You're sure doing a lot of drinking about it.
I'll be all right.
Well, how's Ellen these days?
Ellen? Ellen's fine. Oh, which reminds me, I better get back. I told her I wouldn't be long. Thanks for the drink, Sam.
Don't mention it.
I left my coat here someplace.
Yeah, here it is.
Oh, yeah.
Look, you want some company on the way home? I could use some air.
Huh? Yeah. That's an idea. Walk back with me, Sam. That's a good idea.
Well, I think you'll be all right, Jeff. Probably just nerves, like you said, working too hard, that's all. You ought to slow down.
Yeah, maybe.
Lots of people have feelings like this every once in a
But it's
while.
so real.
Huh?
So real. It seems so real when she comes.
She? Who?
The woman.
Oh, see, you're being followed by a woman. Yeah, let's see what you're so worried about. If you take my advice.
Wait a minute, wait. You hear?
Hear what?
Listen.
I don't hear a thing.
Walk a few steps. You hear her? She's there behind us.
Yep, I can't.
Turn around, quick. There she is. There she goes around that corner.
I'll get her. You wait here.
You saw her. You saw her, Sam.
I can't understand it.
What's the matter?
I just can't understand it.
What, Sam? What?
She was gone. No place to go, no place to hide.
Gloria.
What?
I saw her face this time. It was Gloria.
Gloria?
But it can't be, Sam. It couldn't be, could it? Gloria's dead. Been dead for 15 years.
You see, now you have part of the answer. Jeff is being followed. And by a woman. Well, a man should not mind too much if he's being followed by a woman. There's no such thing as an uninteresting female. Women are so, what is the word? Oh, let's see, where was I? Oh, yes. So Jeff Martin is being followed by a woman. Being followed till he finds himself trapped. Trapped in a living nightmare. Now, let's see. Where were we? Oh, yes. There must be a reason why some strange female is so interested in him. Hey, I know of a way to stop that woman's constant pursuit. You know, women are always so fond of pretty kerchiefs. Yes, but why would a woman follow such a plain man as Jeff Martin? Well, let's find out.
Ready for coffee? Are you ready for coffee, Jeff? Do you want coffee or don't?
Oh, yes, thanks.
What's the matter, Jeff?
Do you believe in ghosts, Ellen?
Ghosts?
That people can come back from death to haunt, to follow you until...
Jeff, I think you better see a doctor.
You don't believe me, do you?
Believe you? How could I? Just that there aren't any things like ghosts. You know that as well as I do.
No, I don't.
You do. I know you do. It's just that you're upset, that's all. You're upset and you won't face what's really upsetting you, and so you think of...
That's not true, Ellen. I know it's not true. Because I'm being followed by one, followed by a ghost.
Jeff.
She's back, Ellen. She's come back to haunt me.
Who, Jeff?
Gloria.
You're thinking of her again. You just won't let her alone, will you? You won't let her be dead. You have to keep thinking about her, reminding yourself about her and reminding me.
That's not it, Ellen.
Don't tell me what's true and not true. Staring us in the face, Jeff. You still love her. You want her back.
Ellen, please.
You can't have her back. You hear that? You can't have her back. She's dead. She's dead, Jeff. She's dead, and the dead don't come back.
Ellen, please. Ellen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I lost control. Won't happen again. How can I be jealous of a dead woman? Impossible, isn't it? Silly.
I just wish you'd stop saying your name in front of me, Jeff. I wish you'd stop.
Ellen, believe me, I'm not doing this deliberately. She's come back, I tell you. She follows me on the street.
Please, Jeff.
Ellen, it's true.
Please, Jeff, I don't want to hear any more about it. Please. Phone's ringing.
Huh?
Phone.
Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Jeff. Hello,
Who is this?
Jeff.
Who is this?
Yes, darling.
Who is this? Who is it?
Jeff? Jeff, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Who was it? Who was on the phone?
Gloria. It was Gloria.
Jeff, stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Ellen, listen, it was Gloria. She's come back.
Stop it. Don't tell me it was Gloria. Or Gloria's ghost. Ghosts don't use the telephone, Jeff. They don't have
Listen to me,
I'm
Ellen.
through listening. Why you're doing this to me, Jeff, I don't know why, but I won't take it much longer.
Ellen.
I'll leave. Do you hear? I'll leave you, Jeff.
I don't know what to do, Sam. I just don't know what to do.
Well, the only suggestion I have is this man Cole, Gerald Cole.
I don't know.
Why don't you try him?
He's a medium, something like that?
No, not exactly. I wouldn't call him a medium. He deals with the same problems, but he approaches them from different angles. He's a scientist, Jeff. Very scientific. No phony.
I think he'd be able to help.
I think so.
But there aren't any such things as ghosts, Sam. I know it. I know there can't be ghosts.
Then what's the explanation?
I don't know. You think there are ghosts, Sam? Do you believe in them?
Well, let's put it this way. I don't disbelieve. Remember what Shakespeare said? There's stranger things in heaven and earth?
Yeah.
You want to see Cole? I can set up an appointment.
All right, I'll try anything once. I have to do something.
It's expensive.
Money doesn't matter, Sam. Nothing matters now but my peace of mind, my marriage. I've got to do something. Tell Cole I'll see him. The same. Always been the same. Footsteps following me. But when I turn around, she's there just for a second. I see her, and then she's gone.
And you've tried to follow her?
Yes. Never successfully. She just seems to disappear into thin air.
I see. And she's called you on the phone?
Yes.
You've recognized the voice?
No mistake.
I see. Obviously an electrophonic ectoplasmic phenomena.
What's that?
Well, you needn't understand the terms. Ghost is good enough.
What can I do? Well, Cole, what can I do?
We mustn't rush it. This requires careful consideration.
Will you take the case?
Well, I'm not sure yet.
But you've got to. You've got to help me.
Of course, Mr. Martin. I'll try. But there are a number of things to do first. We'll have to have one or two more consultations. Full history detailed. On the basis of the facts, I'll know better how to approach it, or whether to approach it at all. Sometimes this procedure can be, well, dangerous. If the person had a severely aggressive nature, for example, I'll have to know all about it.
What do you want to know?
Everything. In cases of electrophonic ectoplasmic phenomena, we need to know everything. And if there are complications of nuclear nature, we must proceed carefully, very carefully.
How much will all this cost?
That depends on what we find in the preliminary consultations. This interview will be $500. The next, perhaps $700.
$1,200?
A heavy drain on my powers, Mr. Martin. You must understand that. Cases of electrophonic ectoplasm are difficult.
All right. I'll go through with it.
Good. I think you've made a wise decision. But you must tell me everything.
Yes.
Now, let's get started, shall we? The woman's name, Gloria?
Gloria Denham.
Denham. And when did she die?
15 years ago.
Now, Mr. Martin, what exactly was your relationship to her?
We were engaged to be married.
I see. And, of course, you must have had disagreements, fights at times. Will you tell me the exact nature of such arguments?
Have you lost all your reason?
It's the only way, Ellen. Believe me, it's the only way. I've got to beat this thing. I can't let Gloria go on.
Stop it. Sick and tired of hearing about Gloria and Gloria's ghost. You're just trying to hurt me, Jeff.
No.
You're trying to hurt me and ruin yourself. Oh, let me.
Ellen.
Hello?
Jeff, darling.
Who is it?
Jeff.
Who is it?
Ellen.
Gloria. It was Gloria. I heard her voice. Oh, but that's impossible, Jeff. It's impossible. Is it?
just left, that's all.
I have a feeling there's more to it, Mr. Martin, and you must tell me.
No, there's no more to it. I told you I left. I just left. I never saw her after that.
Now, come, Mr. Martin. There must be something you're holding back.
Stop it, will you?
I'll have to drop this case if you don't tell me.
All right. All right, I killed her. Is that what you want to hear?
Did you?
Yes. I killed her that night. I killed Gloria Denham. Now are you satisfied? I killed her, and that's why she's come back after 15 years.
Confession is always good for a soul. Or her, so I'm told. Yes, Martin, the guilt became too much for you, didn't it? Like a stone around your neck. What are you going to do? Huh? Oh, poor Jeff. He's being followed by guilt, until he's found himself trapped in a living nightmare. People, oh, there are so many different kinds of them, and so many of them look like so many of the rest of them, and a few look exactly alike. Yeah, have you ever come face to face with someone in a crowd who looked exactly like you? Perhaps you've met someone who looks like a person you knew, or someone you knew very well, a person very close to you. For a split second, you're gripped with terror. It cannot be true. And you know why. It may be for the same reason Jeff Martin has. That person is not alive. I wonder what poor Jeff will do.
And then? Well, she fell hard. At first I thought she was only unconscious, but then when I couldn't bring her to, I knew she was dead. That was when I left. I left the apartment. Nobody ever questioned me. I was in the clear, I thought. I never heard about her again.
Have a drink, Mr. Martin.
Here you are. Thanks. In a way, it's a relief. Relief to tell somebody. It's been bottled up all these years. I feel better.
Of course.
Well, I guess you better call the police.
Now, Mr. Martin, please don't be so hasty. There may not be any need to call the police.
But I killed her. I'm a murderer.
Yes, I know. But we must recognize the real role. The police haven't bothered you for 15 years. Why invite trouble now?
Gloria's back. That's the trouble.
Gloria, we can deal with.
We can?
A difficult case, but I think I can do it. Yes, we must conduct a seance and put this ghost to bed once and for all.
Well, how much will it be?
$4,000.
$4,000? Oh, no, I can't.
Now, you're a man of means,
But
Mr.
that's
Martin.
all the money I have in the world. It's more than I've got.
All right. I won't press you, Mr. Martin. If you feel you can't afford it, you know best. But I feel it my duty to point out the risks you're running, the possible danger.
What do you mean?
You see, these cases of electrophonic ectoplasm are unique. And there are definitely nuclear photon complications. The woman Gloria has achieved after 15 years of sonic and visual representation. She's obviously a strong positron framework. An exceptional amount of beta gamma omega energy reserve. She will attain a material representation. And then,
Then what?
she has the power to kill. But if you can't afford the seance, Mr. Martin, I understand these things. I'm sorry I can't be of any more help, but my time is valuable.
Wait. I'll go through with it.
The seance?
Yes. When can you do it?
Tomorrow, if you like. We'll need a strong life energy frame to resist her power.
All right.
See you tomorrow, then. Now, if you'll all be seated.
Any particular place?
You over there, Mr. Lacey.
All right.
Mr. Martin will take the central seat.
Yes.
Mrs. Martin?
Thank you.
Now, I think we're about ready.
Do we hold hands or anything?
As I've informed your husband, Mrs. Martin, I'm not a medium. My work is scientific. No, we don't hold hands.
Oh.
If you'll just place your palms on the electrodes, we'll have the contact we need. I sit here, you see, next to the controls. It's by means of these controls that we achieve the contact with the electrophonic ectoplasmic being.
I see.
Gloria has succeeded in rearranging her energies into a representation of the life form once again. A remarkable feat, if I do say so. But, on the other hand, she's put herself in danger. We can trap her by means of this machinery, you see. A complicated circuit, but essentially an arrangement of cathodes and anodes that will create a magnetic flux and draw her into our sight. Trapped.
I can't go through with it. No, I can't. Let me out of here.
Jeff, sit down.
Ellen, I can't.
And sit down, Jeff. Sit down.
All right.
Now, I think we're ready. Mr. Lacey, will you turn out the lights?
Sure.
Good. Now, I'll set the controls. Now, please don't be frightened. What's that? Just adjusting the frequency, Miss Martin. She can vary her wavelength, too, you know. And that way she tries to evade us. But we'll get her. What's that? We've nabbed her. She can't escape now.
Let me out of here.
Sit down, Jeff. Sit down. I want to see her.
There she is.
Oh, is her ears of her, Jeff?
Cole?
Yes? Yes, it's Gloria.
She's fluorescent. She glows.
Gloria, what do you want? Why don't you leave me alone? Why do you...
Yes. Oh, Jesse, poor darling. Don't you dare call my husband darling.
Be quiet, Ellen.
Oh, poor darling, Jeff, I forgot.
Oh, Gloria.
That's why I came back, Jeff. I didn't want you to suffer. You certainly succeeded. The poor man hasn't had a day's peace for months.
Gloria, I didn't mean it.
I know that. That's why I came back to tell you I know that.
Gloria.
Well, you hussy! I'm his wife! He couldn't hold him, but I did. You hear that? You hussy! Oh, Jeff, darling, I feel so sorry for you. You're so lonely, aren't you? No. Oh, if I could only come back completely, it'd make me so happy. You ghost! I dare you, horse, and fight me like
Don't
this!
sit down, Ellen. Mrs. Martin will destroy the image.
That's what I intend to do once and for all. Ellen, don't! Just turn on the light! What? Don't do that thing in here! Turn on the light, for darling! Let's do it! Let's do it! Well, that's the light!
No, don't, Jack. She'll go away.
You let go of me! Let go! You hurry! Oh, with pleasure! Now, you can turn off that fake machinery, Mr. Cole, and disconnect that microphone.
Microphone?
Yes. Yes, I suppose so. I don't need it any longer, do we?
Gloria.
Yes, there's your ghost, Jeff. She's as alive as I am. Well, you're alive is questionable. Shut up.
Gloria, I don't understand. You're not dead.
All right, Mr. Cole. Now you can return my husband's $4,000.
Well, now...
Well, what?
Nothing. Of course I'll return it. This was your fault, Lacey. You suggested his wife be here.
Don't blame me, Cole. I did my best.
You were in on it, too. You...
Now, wait a minute, Jeff.
Stop it. There's a better way to wind this up. Huh? Go on, Jeff. Don't just stand there.
Oh, yeah.
No. Really, Mrs. Martin, is this necessary? It was only a little joke.
But the laugh's on you. Oh, for heaven's sake, look what you did to my nylon. Oh, good.
Hello, police?
And so it was an awful dream the poor man had, one that left him running crazy mad. Do not be afraid or harbor doubts about the mind, unless the eye of the mind goes blind. Go your way and see quite free. These things never happen to you or me. Oh, I do hope you'll sleep tonight. No, I will. I think I'll have something warm before I retire, and then off to some pleasant dreams.
Out of the dark of night, from the shadows of the senses, comes this, the fantasy of fear.
Nightmare, starring as your exciting guide to terror, Peter Lorre. Did you ever have a dream? A dream in which you were running and running away from some grotesque, horrible things that were after you to kill you. Oh, yes? And you scream and you keep running, but it runs too, and no matter how you run or how fast you run, it's still after you. This thing runs faster than you, and you can't get away from it no matter where you turn. You can't get away from it. And you wake up and you know you've been dreaming. But the sweat soaks your body like a wet shroud. And your heart, it beats wildly. And you find that you're still screaming. Because even though you're awake, that thing is still there. In the room with you. It clings like a leech. I know the story of a man and a leech he couldn't get away from. But in this story, the leech was dead. And he was human.
You are listening to Peter Lorre tell you of The Leech, another transcribed story of nightmare.
How about this man? His name was Tom. Tom Farrell. Nice young man. Ordinary, likable. His nightmare started the day he fell in love. Oh, Iris, she was beautiful. Like the flower she was named after. But this Iris, she had thorns attached. Iris was married. She had accident,
Looking out the window.
Well, why take a chance?
Always. Why take a chance? Always looking over the shoulder to see if we're being watched.
Oh, don't.
Another cigarette and another doorway. A few quiet puffs, a weak smile, and another separation.
Well, what can I do about
You
it?
could break it clean one way or the other.
What are you talking about?
You know what I mean, Iris. You can tell him or tell me.
Oh,
Look,
Tom.
Iris, there's just no sense in it this way.
Well, what could I tell
Tell him
him?
the truth, that's what. Tell him you're in love with me. Tell him we want to make our lives together.
Tom.
Tell him you want a divorce.
All right, I'll tell him.
When?
Tonight, now. Come on, let's go up.
Both of us? Me?
Well, why not? You're part of it, aren't you? Or are you afraid?
No, I'm not afraid. Come on, we'll see him now.
I hate those self-service elevators. I'm always afraid of getting stuck, but they're too cheap around here to have any operators at night. Well, are you sure now?
Yes, I'm sure. Go on, open the door.
Yeah. No. I think I'd better try to get a postponement. Yeah, I'll let you know. Yeah, bye.
Hello, Peter.
Well, this is a surprise.
Surprise?
Didn't expect to see you here, Tom.
Well, I happened to meet Iris on the street.
Uh-huh. Well, as long as you're here, how about a drink?
Yeah, that's a good
No,
idea.
we don't want to drink, Peter.
I've got some good scotch. What do you say, Tom?
No, Tom doesn't want to drink.
Oh? Well, guess this is the first time you've seen my office, Tom.
Yes. Nice place. Burning the midnight oil, huh?
Well, you know how it is. Busy season. I work a lot at night during the busy season.
Yeah, sure.
Well, sure you won't have a drink?
Sure.
Peter, Tom has something to tell you.
Me? You said you...
All right, I'll do it. Just keep quiet. Peter, I think it's about time we stopped playing hide and seek. It's about time you knew, Peter. Tom and I... Tom. Well, what's so funny?
You can't tell me a thing, Iris. Either of you can't tell me a thing I don't already know.
Oh?
Peter, I want to say that...
You came here to tell me you're in love. You want a divorce. You want me to step aside. You don't want to hurt me, but... Don't you think I've known?
Now, look, Peter...
Don't you think I've known for a long time about the meetings, the cocktail hours, the trip to the...
All right, till you've known. Maybe it's better this way. We don't have to talk about it now.
That's right. We don't have to talk about it. Only one or two things. First, there'll be no divorce.
Now, hold on, Peter. You can't do this to Iris. You can't hold her in prison when she doesn't want you.
Shut
Well,
up.
tell me to shut up. I love her. See, I want to give her the things that she deserves.
You want. You're killing
Well, maybe that's a good idea, too.
As I said, Tom, there's not going to be any divorce. Second, I'm going to ruin you.
What?
I said I'm going to do everything in my power to ruin you. I'll use every ruse I can think of, every trick. Take advantage of every influence I can muster. I'll have you disbarred, disgraced, talked about it with no chance of practicing in this state.
You're insane.
Am I? You know I can do it, don't you? You know I've got the power. Why, you weak, coward. Trying to take my wife away from me. You think that's an achievement?
You pig.
Can't talk about it that way. You. No, wait.
Use this.
No, it's iron. It's heavy. No, don't. Laugh at me. No, you won't laugh at me. Laugh at me. You won't laugh at me anymore. You won't stand in my way anymore. You won't stand in my way.
Stop.
No, you won't. You won't stand in my way anymore. You won't.
Stop. That's enough, Tom.
Yeah, that's enough. Let him go. Easy, Iris. Easy. Easy, it's all right. Easy now.
I gotta sit down.
Here. Sit down here. Sit down.
Oh, Tom, cover him or something, please.
Take it easy. Here.
Tom, he's dead.
Yes. And we're free now, Iris. We're free. You feeling any better?
Yes, I'm all right now.
We've been here too long. 15 minutes.
Well, let's leave. Let's leave now.
Leave it like it is? No.
What do you mean?
If they can't find the body, there's no murder. It's the only way. Nobody saw us come in. That's in our favor. But if we leave him here, we're in for it. No, we'll have to take him. Do something with him. Something.
His eyes are still open.
Stop looking at him.
Iris, will you pull out of
I'm
this?
sorry, only he seems to be smiling.
Do you want me to call the police now and get it over with?
No. All right, we'll do it your way, but for Pete's sake, let's do it. Do something.
I've been thinking. If we just take him out between us. Let's go here.
What's that?
Wait. Somebody outside. The cleaning woman. It's the cleaning woman. She's coming this way.
Well, lock the door.
That's that light.
Tom, she's coming here.
Of course she's got her own key. I forgot she's got her own key.
Yes, just a simple little thing like a key. Ordinary, commonplace. But now it takes on a new shape. The shape of a weapon. A weapon turned against Tom and Iris. A key is used to open doors. House doors, office doors. And sometimes the doors of a cell. Poor Tom. Poor Iris. Yes, the door is opening. But the open door is a trap. The trap of a living nightmare. Men kill for many different reasons. For money, for love, for power. But whatever the reason, when murder is done, there is always the corpse. The corpus delicti. The body of the crime. You know, it's not easy to hide a dead body, to get rid of a corpse. Tom knows this. Iris knows. But they took a chance. They ran a risk. And the running isn't over yet. No, they have to get rid of the body. They can't leave it there, slumped over the office desk. Cleaning women have eyes, too. Eyes with which to see the shadows cast by a corpse. The shadow that lies over the lives of Tom and Iris. Darkening their ill-gotten freedom.
What are we going to do?
Turn on the light.
But quickly. Who's that?
Yes?
Somebody in here.
We just came in.
Huh? Didn't see you in the hall. What are you doing here?
Well,
You ain't Mr. Howard.
I'm Mrs. Howard.
Oh, you are you? Well,
I'm waiting for my husband.
that's all right, dearie. You just sit down. I'll be finished here in a few minutes.
I wonder if you might come back later.
All the work they put on us whole around here. 20 offices to clean every night. For what? Wages, they call them. Pittance, says I.
Hey, there's no need to clean in here. I'm
Mr.
sure that...
Howard, there is a sweet soul, always tips me when he's working nights. He's coming back here?
We expect him.
Huh?
Look, I wonder if you could come back later.
Later? Look at this mess. I'll just pick up around that desk.
Say, where's my desk?
Here, now, what's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter. Just that Mrs. Howard and I have some business to discuss, and we'd rather be alone.
You'll be alone as soon as I finish up here.
Now, just a minute.
Not that I can work in this light, but I can't see it.
Stay away from that light.
But I've got...
I said stay away, do you hear?
Now, see what you've gone and done. Turn my tail
Never
over.
mind that.
Never mind, he says. Never mind. The management will be sure of mind if I leave it there.
Well, clean it up and be quick about it.
I don't understand this. I don't.
I told you my husband would be back. Don't worry about the tip. I'll tell him to leave it if you're not.
He ain't the tip I'm worried about.
All right. Nothing to be cleaned behind that desk.
Now, don't be telling me how to do my job, if you please.
Just in case he doesn't arrive here.
$10?
That's what he usually gives you, isn't it?
No, I mean, yes, ma'am. 10's what he usually gives me.
Now we got to be left alone. We have something to discuss.
All right, ma'am.
What are you laughing at?
Something to discuss, huh? All right, Mom. I understand, Mom. I won't be coming back later, Mom.
That old head.
Mom, we've got to get out of here.
Sure we have to.
Well, let's go. I want to
And
go.
leave him here? Iris, think, will you? She's seen us. You gave her your name. Why on earth did you tell her your name?
I didn't.
Well, we've certainly got some thinking to do now. We can't leave him here, that's for sure.
Well, how are we going to get him out?
I don't know yet. But if we go without him, we're sure to be just as dead as he is, sooner or later.
idea yet?
No.
Stop walking up and down like this.
I'm thinking.
Well, sit down and think. Listen.
The cleaning woman, she's still on this
He
floor.
can't get out if he's in the hall, not with him.
I know.
Oh,
Iris, what's the matter with you?
Tom, his eyes, they follow me all around. I
Will you
can't.
stop looking at
I
me?
can't.
Will you stop it?
All right. I'm all right.
Turn the other way.
All right.
The cleaning woman. She'll be going down to the next floor soon. Then we can take him out. Hold him between us as if he were drunk.
All right, anything now. Just so long as we do something with him. Get away from him. What's that?
Wait. Somebody coming.
In here?
Oh, I know that. Come on, grab his feet.
What?
We'll put him in the closet. Come on, will you?
All right.
All right, now in. Push in.
I'm trying.
Wait a minute. I'll drag him in.
His foot won't go in.
Try again.
I'm trying.
Look, if you only would.
Package, Mr. Howard.
All right, close the door.
Well, come out.
Never mind that. Close the door for Pete's sake.
A package, Mr. Howard.
Just a minute.
Close it. I'm all right in here. Get rid of him fast.
I know.
Mr. Howard, package, you open up, will you?
I'm coming. Yes.
Mr. Howard here?
No.
Well, I got a...
Well, I'll take it.
Oh, sorry, ma'am. I need a signature.
Well, if you come back later.
That's all right. I'll wait.
But you can't wait in here.
Look, lady, this is an important package. That's why the delivery's so late at night.
But, Mr. Howard...
They told me get a signature. They said wait around if you have to, but make sure he gets it, see?
I'm sure it'll be all right if I signed it.
And I ain't so sure. Nope, lady. No go.
Now, look.
I'll wait. Plenty of time. Hey, what was that?
What?
I thought I heard something.
I didn't hear a thing.
Sure sounds funny. Like it comes from that closet. As though...
Look, will you let me sign for that package, please?
I told you, lady, I got orders. Oh, strange woman's
But I'm Mrs. Howard.
Oh, you're Mrs. Howard. Oh, that's different. Why didn't you say so before? Okay, Mrs. Howard, sign right here. Okay, thanks. Sorry, Miss Howard.
Iris, let me out. For heaven's sake, let me out.
All right, I'm coming.
Please.
I can't.
Iris, let me out.
I'm trying.
No.
What's the matter, Tom?
I'm all right. Only something grabbed my ankle. Something grabbed my ankle. No. I'm all right. Just let me get my breath. Imagination. Just my imagination. I'm all right. I'm all right. The cleaning woman gone?
Yes.
All right. We've got to act now. Get him out of here. Come on.
What's the matter?
I don't know.
Was it locked?
It's not stuck. It's locked.
What?
It's locked, Iris.
But it can't be locked. I didn't
Of
lock
course you didn't. There isn't any lock on this side. The lock, it's inside. Inside the closet.
No, really, this isn't possible, is it? A dead body locking the door behind him? Or is it? Seemed so simple at first, didn't it, Tom? Didn't it, Iris? He stood between you, blocking the way of your love. And all you had to do is get rid of him. And you did. Or thought you did. But you only got rid of his life. He's still there. And his body is still dangerous. You have to get rid of it. Him, don't you? And now he's prostrated you again. That's silly, isn't it? A dead man can't lock a door. Poor Tom. Poor Iris. They're trapped. Trapped in a living nightmare. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Tom and Iris have murdered, and now they must get rid of the body. But everything seems to be going wrong, doesn't it? First a cleaning woman, and then a messenger, and now the door is locked. Who locked the door? Certainly not Peter. What did he? Huh? You know, it's like a leech, isn't it? This dead body, this corpse that won't go away, that won't be gotten rid of, that stares and grins and persists in remaining on the scene. Yes, like an indestructible leech, slowly sucking fear and terror from the hearts of the killers.
What time is it?
After 3.
6 hours. We've been here almost 6 hours. Tom, why don't we leave?
We can't leave with him in the closet.
Well, get him out.
It's locked, I tell you.
Well, try again. Try it again.
No go.
What are we going to do?
I don't know.
We can't sit here like this.
I'm thinking.
That's all you do is think. Why don't you do something? For heaven's sake, do something.
All right. We'll just have to do it that way.
What way?
Force the closet door. It'll be evidence. It'll point to something wrong, but there's no other way.
Well, why didn't you think of this before?
I did. But I didn't want to leave a forced door. That's why I didn't say it. Don't you understand?
All right, but let's do it. It's the only way now.
There's got to be something around here I can
Well,
use.
there's a screwdriver on the top desk drawer.
Yeah, this will do.
Tom. Tom, look. Tom. The door.
No, it can't be.
Yes, it is, Tom. It's opening. It's opening. He's alive.
He can't be alive. No, he can't be. If he is, he won't be much longer. No, you're not alive. Not after I...
What is it?
Same position. He's dead. He's been dead for hours.
Well, what about the door? The door, Tom.
I don't know about the door. It got stuck or something. Moisture, I don't know. Just stuck.
No, he locked it, Tom. He locked it behind
Couldn't
him.
have locked it. He's dead.
He's not dead. He's alive. I tell you,
He's dead,
alive.
Iris. I'll show you. He's dead. Here, I'll show you. There. Look at him. Look and see. He's dead, Iris. Look at him and tell me he's alive. Go on, tell me he's alive.
No.
You see? You see, he's dead. He's got to be dead. No heart, no breath. Look. Look!
I can't look. Please, please.
I'm sorry, Iris.
What are you sitting down for?
I'm tired. I'm so tired.
Tom.
Huh?
Tom, we've got to do it now. Do it now. We can't sit here till morning. People will be coming in.
I know.
Tom, we've got to get out and take him with us.
I'm so tired.
Tom, please.
All right. All right, I know. I know, Iris. But we won't take him.
What?
There's another way. Maybe a better way. I don't know why I didn't think of it before.
What do you mean?
The window.
Window?
That way it looked like suicide. We can say he came in, he looked strange, got panicky.
You think it'll work?
We have to do something, Iris. We have to take the chance.
All right, I'm tired too. Do it and get it over with.
Let me rest a minute.
Tom.
Huh?
Tom, he moved.
Don't be crazy.
I tell you, he moved his arm. There again. You saw it.
Iris.
I told you he's alive, Tom.
He's not alive.
But he moved.
Oh, rigor. I tell you it's rigor. That's all. There's an explanation for it. It happened.
Tom.
I tell you it's rigor. Now shut up. Huh? All right. Help me.
I can't stop.
I didn't ask you to just open the window.
All right.
All right. Stand away.
Huh?
Stand aside and stop staring. 25 floors. That'll be good.
Be careful.
I have to get him up, don't I? Now, just the shelf and...
What's the matter?
His hand. He's got his hand on my lapel. Holding.
Tom!
Get him off! Off! Get him off!
Tom! Well, I man!
I can't!
Oh, no!
All right, stand back there. Stand back, one side. Come on, don't keep. What's the matter? Ain't you never seen dead people before? One side there. Harrison, Bauer here. No, not a check-in. Oh, wait a minute. We got a double jump on Vern Street out of an office building. Yep, 25 floors. Oh, brother. I better get us an ambulance, too. No, it's a third party. Woman up in the office screaming her head off. Now completely gone. Keep screaming about the dead coming to life or something. Okay, Harrison. Check.
So you see, it's never simple, this job of killing. First of all, the victim is often less than willing. And when it's done, suppose the corpse hangs on, grinning, leering, clinging, like a leech that won't be gone. Oh, yes, There is time to think before the act. But who can predict a corpse with so little tact?
You are listening to Peter Lorre in Nightmare.
Well, have a good night's sleep. And remember, it was only a story. By tomorrow, you have forgotten all about the whole thing. When you're out in the garden trimming the flowers, the rose bush, the zinnias, the irises. Oh, yes, iris. Oh, yes, watch out for that iris. I mean it, might be the beginning of a nightmare.
Out of the dark of night, from the shadows of the senses, comes this, the fantasy of fear. Nightmare, starring as your exciting guide to terror, Peter Lorre.
Oh, it's spring again. Yes, spring. The time of the new beginning of life. But did you ever seriously consider this business of new life? I mean, really new life. Something that has never lived before. That has its beginning not in the dark shadows of past history. Oh, no, but now. A new kind of fish, perhaps, that nobody knows about. That may be swimming now in some remote lake in northern Canada. Or perhaps a strange kind of plant. I know the story of a man who liked plants and flowers, a man who planted a seed, and he trapped himself.
You are listening to Peter Lorre tell you of The Hybrid, another transcribed story of Nightmare.
Now about this man who liked plants. He was something of a botanist, something of a Luther Burbank, and he owned a large greenhouse, and he made his living by raising beautiful flowers, zinnias and tulips, and he was known for his most beautiful orchids of strange and unusual shades. His name was John Fenway, and he had a beautiful wife, and her name was Rose.
Come on, boy. Come on.
Oh, he hates to come in here.
Come on, boy. Come in. That's the boy. All right, over this way. Kevin?
Over here, Mr. Fenway.
Hello, Charles.
Mrs. Fenway?
Thought I'd drop in and take a look at the hybrid.
It's still alive.
Well, why shouldn't it be? Excuse me, Lord.
Here, you get away. Get in there. Almost knocked the table over.
Well, never raise your hand to him, Charles.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Fenway.
Oh, Kevin, come here a minute, will you?
Oh, yes, Mr. Fenway.
It's always so hot and sticky in here.
Well, it's as much like the tropics as we can make it, Mrs. Fenway.
Darling, I'll wait for you outside.
I'll be with you in a minute, dear. Just a minute. Kevin, what's this sticky ooze in the side here?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that preparation I was telling you about.
Plant hormone stuff?
Yeah.
Well, you sure it's all right? Yeah, it won't kill it.
Why, I don't think so. You gave me the go-ahead to try it, Mr. Fenway.
Yes, but...
John.
Yeah?
John, what's that thing?
This? Why, it's an experiment, Rose. Kevin and I cooked it up. Hey, Kevin?
Oh, yes, and it's something very different, Mrs. Fenway. Very different.
Well, it's a kind of a mongrel plant here. Mixture of all sorts of things. We really did a job on this one. It's a real hybrid. Hybrid to end all hybrids. What's the matter, Irish? Don't you like the new plant?
I don't eat it.
Why, Rose, you're absolutely pale.
Well, it's horrible.
Horrible? Rose is just a plant. Plants aren't horrible.
The flowers.
Yes, it's blooming nicely, isn't it? Seems to be growing fast, Kevin. Maybe that hormone mix does work, eh?
Yes, I think it does. It works very well. Better than I expected.
There's flowers.
What, Rose?
Flowers on it. Oh.
What's the matter with them?
Well, they remind me of blood.
Well, they're red. Why not?
Oh, a different red, John, like dried blood.
Oh, Rose.
And those shoots coming from it.
Tendrils, Mrs. Fenway.
Yes, they are peculiar, aren't they?
They're like grasping fingers, John. They remind me of slimy, plant-like fingers. John, it's a horrible thing.
Rose, it's only a plant. It's a strange one. A hybrid. But a plant, no less.
John, let's get out of here.
You're letting your imagination run away with you.
It smells, too. It smells terrible.
Yes, it does have a peculiar odor, doesn't it?
It smells like...
Like carrion, Mrs. Fenway?
Yes. Yes, just like carrion.
Easy, boy. Easy there.
He seems upset tonight.
Irish? Well, maybe he caught a cold or something.
Taking him into that third greenhouse didn't do him much good. It's always so hot in there. John?
Yeah?
Charles Kevin.
Kevin? What about him?
I don't know, but... Well, hasn't he been acting rather strange lately?
Strange? I don't know what you mean, Rose.
It's the way he looks, I guess, the way he stares. He's always so preoccupied.
Well, Kevin's always been a funny one. I gave up a long time ago trying to figure him out. But whatever he is personally, Rose, he's a good botanist. A darn fine botanist.
Morning, Mr. Fenway.
Morning, Kevin.
We came by to look at that horrible plant.
It's doing nicely, Mrs. Fenway. Very nicely.
For heaven's sake.
You see?
Well, that's not the same plant, is it?
The very same, Mrs. Fenway.
It's grown 2 feet since yesterday. At least 2 feet.
2 feet, 3.5 inches, Mr. Fenway.
That much overnight? That's impossible.
Apparently not. You'll have to make more room for it, Mr. Fenway.
Yes.
I thought we might move it over there.
What? Oh, yes, that's a good spot, Kevin. I can't believe it. Well, Kevin, that hormone liquid of yours is...
Oh, I don't think it's the hormone mixture alone, Mr. Fenway.
What?
Every plant has its natural rate of growth.
But nothing grows this fast.
This one does.
John.
Yes, Rose?
Look there.
Huh? Where?
Behind that leaf, in the tendrils. What is it?
Good Lord. Easy now, darling.
Wait, Mr. Fenway. I'll get it.
Oh.
Hold your breath now, darling. It's only a dead rat.
I can't seem to pry it loose.
Must have dropped off the overhang into the plant. Get it out, Kevin.
Oh, I can't, Mr. Fenway.
Huh?
I can't get it out. The plant's holding it.
What?
Why, I don't think it was dead when it fell in. Those tendrils are holding it too tightly, wrapped around its neck.
Oh.
That rat was strangled to death, Mr. Fenway. Strangled by the plant.
Huh? A dead rat. Strangled to death in a coil of a strange plant. Oh, no. The plant couldn't have done it. Not deliberately. The rat just got caught there in a tangle of vines. Couldn't get out. An accident. But John Fenway isn't so sure, is he? And he's trapped. Trapped in a living nightmare. Well, perhaps you don't believe this story. Perhaps you're saying, oh, no, this can't be. There's no such thing as a plant that eats flesh. Huh? There isn't? Ever hear of the Venus's flytrap? Oh, it's a beautiful thing to see, with long green petals. But the petals have spikes along the edges. And if you watch the plant for a long, long time, maybe you'll be lucky enough to see how it eats. How the insect wanders blindly onto the petal. Pause, and then snap. It closes on a poor fellow, and he's trapped. And the plant begins to eat. Slowly digesting him. Slowly assimilating its food into the stem and the leaf and the root. Oh, yes. Yes, there are carnivorous plants, you know. And John Fenway seems to have one. A bigger and better one.
Mr. Fenway? Mrs. Fenway?
Quiet, boy, quiet. Sit down, Kevin.
Ira, stop it.
Mr. Fenway.
What is it, Kevin?
It's about the plant.
Mrs. Fenway doesn't mind. Go ahead.
Well, that rat, Mr. Fenway.
What about the rat?
Well, I left it there, wrapped in the tendrils, just to see what would happen.
I told you to get rid of it.
I think you'd better listen, Mr. Fenway.
All right, go on.
Well, it's gone. Every bit of it except the bones.
What are you talking about, Kevin?
Oh, the rat, Mr. Fenway. The plant ate the rat. Digested it just as the...
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop being ridiculous. That's impossible.
Perhaps you'd better see for yourself, Mr. Fenway.
All right, you stay here, Rose.
No, John, no. I won't let you go in there alone.
But
I said I'm going with you.
All right, come on.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Well, there's something else I didn't tell you in the house.
What?
It's growing.
I can see that. It's twice as large as it was yesterday.
But I mean, you can see it grow. Hear it sometimes.
Kevin, you're out of your mind.
All right, Mr. Fenway.
I told you not to come, Rose.
Oh, I'm all right.
A day and a half. 1 day and a half. Not a shred left. Here. Well, I think we...
John!
Rose.
Look at it. It's moving.
Rose, for heaven's sake, you're seeing things.
John, I tell you, it's moving.
Listen.
Good Lord, it is moving. It's growing.
Listen, will you?
No, I can't move it.
Easy, easy. It stopped.
For the time being.
John.
Yes?
I'm going back to the house.
Yes, you go ahead, Rose. Take Iris with you. Go on, boy. Go on, Iris. Go on, I said. Go on. Well, Kevin?
It will need food again.
Never mind that. We better call the society.
Oh, no.
What?
Well, not yet.
Well, why not?
It's a freak, Mr. Fenway. We can't tell how long it will live. If we call the society and then it dies before they can get somebody up here, why we'll be a laughing
Well, who
stock.
cares about that?
I care about it. I've got a reputation to protect. Now, let's wait a few days, see if it thrives. Then we'll call the society.
All right, Kevin. Maybe you're right.
Listen. Not much this time. Just maybe half an inch.
Yes.
Oh, it's hungry. I suppose it's hungry.
I'm going back to the house.
Yes, Mr. Fenway.
John.
Huh?
You asleep?
No.
John, what are you going to do?
About the plant? I don't know.
Are you sure?
Sure about what?
That rat. Are you sure it was the plant?
Yes.
John, I'm afraid.
Afraid?
It's evil, John. It's evil, and we shouldn't keep it.
Well, it's only a plant.
What's that?
Irish.
John, it sounds like it's coming from the third greenhouse, John.
You stay here. Kevin, where are you?
No, you can't go in there.
Let me through.
Don't go in, I say.
For heaven's sake, let me through.
Oh, stay here, Mr. Fenway. Stay here.
Irish! Oh, no. No.
He must have wandered
Oh,
in.
good Lord. Just look at it. That poor dog didn't have a chance.
It was hungry, Mr. Fenway.
Kevin, hand me those shears.
What are you going to do?
Kill it. I'm going to kill it. Hand me the shears.
Oh, no.
Kevin, I told you. All right, I'll do it myself.
Oh, stay away.
Now, look here, Kevin.
Stay away from that plant, I said.
Kevin! Kevin, what's the matter with you?
Won't you get out of this greenhouse, Mr. Fenway? You get out. This is my greenhouse now. This is my plant.
Kevin!
This is my plant, you hear? My plant. I grew it. I cared for it. I'm going to keep it, and I'm going to get the credit.
Kevin.
Now, you get out of here.
All right, Kevin.
It's a great scientific discovery. I won't let you destroy a great scientific discovery like this.
All right, Kevin.
Now, get out of here.
Yes.
It's growing. It needed food, and it's growing.
You gave it, Irish. That dog didn't wander in here. You brought him in. You gave him to the plant.
Get out of here, Mr. Fenway. It's my plan. Get out!
Go on, John. Destroy it. You can't let this thing live. First a rat, then your dog. No telling what it might eat next if you let it live and grow. But Kevin wants to keep it. He wants to study it for science, he says. I think he's just fascinated by evil. And between Kevin and the plant, John Fenway's trapped in a living nightmare. Who knows in what dark, fetid pool in some remote jungle, what odd form of life may now be taking shape. All the forces of nature combining to give breath to some horrible mutate that might destroy the world. It's not a nice thought, huh? It's so possible. But then we don't have to go to a jungle. Our scientists in their laboratories combine forces of nature every day. They have all the materials at their disposal. And they give us vitamin pills and hormones and atomic bombs and John Fenway, look what he's given us for this experimentation. A new kind of plant for our garden. But an expensive one to feed, huh?
Hello, operator. Hello. Operator. Can't raise a soul.
Charles, Kevin.
Hey, he's cut the line, of course.
Try the car again.
I tried, Rhoda. I tell you. He took something out of it, something vital. It's completely dead. Might as well not have it.
What are we going to do, John?
I don't know.
We could walk into town.
It's 15 miles.
But we can't stay here.
Well, we're walking to town. He uproots the plant, puts it in the station wagon, takes it off someplace. Anyhow, who would believe us?
We've got to take the chance, John.
Rose, he won't let us off the property.
But how can he stop us?
He's got a gun.
What's that?
Kerosene.
The whole greenhouse?
It's the only way, Rose. We have to destroy that plant.
I know, darling.
I'll need your help.
All right.
We'll walk in. I'll try to persuade him that we're on his side. When I knock over the pail, you drop your cigarette into it.
Yes, John.
In the flare of fire, maybe I'll be able to get the gun from him. At least I hope so.
Darling, be careful.
Yes.
What was that? John.
It's out through the glass.
The plant?
Yes, it sliced right through. This is funny, isn't it?
John. Stop it.
All right. I'm sorry. All right, come on. Let's get down there.
All right, Fenway, don't come any closer.
Kevin?
Told you not to come near this greenhouse.
I know.
Only what?
Kevin, we've reconsidered. I guess I was excited, Kevin. I was upset about the dog.
Yeah.
I'm not fooling, Kevin. I've been thinking about it. You're right, you know. It's too great a discovery to destroy. We want to help you, Kevin. We want to help with the hybrid.
No, closer, Fenway.
Kevin, I mean it. We want to help.
Help?
Now, may we come in?
All right. But don't touch it.
Come, Rose.
It pushed through the wall.
Yes, we heard. Don't look, Rose. Still growing.
Yes, it's still growing.
Beautiful thing. Beautiful.
Yes, isn't it, Fenway? Isn't it beautiful? Just look at it grow. How the tendrils wave about. You see how it's developing, Fenway, into a plant with locomotion? No more standing still. See it move? Oh, the beautiful.
Yes, it certainly is.
What's in that pail, Finley?
Huh? Oh, the pail. Just some fertilizer. I thought I'd drop in at the first house on the way back. Those zinnias need...
Fertilizer? It smells more like...
Now, Kevin, it's only...
kerosene. It's kerosene.
All right.
Joe.
It's the only way, Kevin.
No, my plant. Don't kill my plant. No, my
Kevin,
plant.
get out of here.
Take it home. Get me out.
Rose, get out of here.
It's got him. It reached out and got him.
Go outside, Rose.
It's my throat.
I'm trying, Kevin.
John, the fire. John, come away.
I can't leave him, Rose. You go outside.
I'm not leaving you here. Now, come on, John.
No. Leave me there, please. Don't leave me. Cut it off. Kill it. Cut it. Choke me.
Kevin. John, it's too late.
What?
He's dead, John.
What?
You can't do anything for him. No, John, you gotta get out of here. That fire's spreading.
Yes. We can't help him now. Yes, Rose.
Come on.
We're far enough away.
I'm tired.
Yes.
Straight to the other greenhouses, John. To the house. Everything we had.
But the plant is dead, Rose. The plant is dead.
And Kevin.
Poor Kevin.
John?
Huh?
Look. In the air. In with the smoke. What are those things? Dozens of them.
Oh, no.
John, what are they?
Oh, Lord, no.
What is it, John? Tell me.
Those are seeds, Rose. The air is full of them. Wind is scattering them. Seeds that I've never seen before. Seeds from the hybrids.
They won't grow. They won't grow, John. It's a tropical plant. It's a hothouse plant. They won't root, will they, John? They won't take root, will they?
I don't know. I don't know, Rose. I don't know yet. Come on. Let's start to town.
Simple, basic human need. To dig the earth, to plant a seed, to watch it grow, to see it breed, to carefully trim, nourish, and feed. But shun the plant that's fat with greed, that can't eat enough, that grows with speed. It may be waiting to do a foul deed, to hear you scream and beg and plead. Well, what are you looking at? That plant over there in the window box? Don't be afraid. If it starts to grow too fast, you'll hear it. And in that case, I suggest you get out of the house as fast as you can. And don't forget to buy a flamethrower. By the way, what makes you afraid?
Of the night. Stories of adventure, mystery, and suspense. The needle on the speedometer fascinated me. 50, 55, 60. 65, the truck kept gathering more momentum, faster and faster. I kept my hand on the horn to warn all the other trucks and cars that I was out of control to get out of my way. 75. 80. I couldn't understand. I wasn't scared. Like a dream, like a nightmare that would end as quick as it began. No, not a dream. This was happening to me.
Good evening. The American Broadcasting Company presents another story, Out of the Night, written by Larry Marcus and directed by William T. Johnson. Elliot Lewis stars in the role of George Graham in Dead End, this evening's story, Out of the Night.
85 miles an hour. 87. 88. No way to stop her. No brakes, no nothing. This was my death. I started remembering the way a drowning man remembers. And I began to know it was right that it should end like this. It had started less than 3 hours ago. A few minutes after 11 by the big noisy alarm clock on the chair by my bed. 11:05 Pacific Standard Time, like the man on the radio would say. The big blue Pacific. I came out to pick oranges off the trees and baked myself in the sun. And I found out the same things happen to you no matter where you are. Started pacing up and down. I lit a cigarette. My fingers shook so much I had to hold the match with both hands. That clock, it was driving me nuts. I was smart. Can't stop it ticking anyhow. Helen?
Yeah.
What's wrong?
A car parked across the street a few minutes ago.
Black Buick sedan?
I don't know if it's a Buick.
It's them.
You don't know for sure.
I tell you, it's them. Have you got any money, Helen?
What for?
I gotta get away.
Where you going?
To Frisco. If I can get to Frisco, I'll be all right.
Yeah, till the next time.
All right, don't start that. Have you got any money?
Where would I get money from you?
Maybe in Frisco it'll be different.
It'll never be different for you. You've never done anything right in your whole life. Leave it to me to team up with a guy like that.
Look, there's no time.
Come with me and I'll put diamonds in your ears.
Well, is it my fault?
Champagne for breakfast. So many furs in your closet you'll think it's a zoo. Tra-la, tra-la, tra-la. Oh, sure. Look, George, all you are is a cheap little tin horn who's reached the dead end.
Helen, don't say that.
Why not? Can't you stand the truth? Don't you know you've got no place else to go? Don't you know you'd be better off you let those guys in front kill you?
Helen.
You welched on them, didn't you? The least you can do is let them kill you. You'd really be better off, George. Everyone would be better off.
You shut up. I didn't mean that, Helen. Helen, you got me crazy. I'm sorry.
You better get out of here before I invite him in.
Well, I need some money to get away.
Sorry, I'm fresh out.
No, but Helen, honest.
Highway 99's less than a mile away. You should be able to hitch a ride easy. Least you got a thumb.
Helen, just $20 to do it.
Get out.
I didn't mean what I did before. Someday I'm going to get my break, and I'm going to make everything up to you, Helen. You see if I don't. One of these days I'm going to start going places.
Where can a guy go when he's reached dead end?
Wait. Helen shouldn't have said that. It wasn't my fault that I never got a break. I went down the back stairs. I could get out through the alley okay. They didn't know I'd been tipped off they were after me. They were waiting for me to come out the front way. Well, they'd have a long wait. I pushed open the screen door. There wasn't a sound in the darkness. I got to the alley.
Hey, Graham, wait up.
Huh?
Where you going?
I started running. I stumbled over a garbage can. Picked myself up and ran. I didn't want to die. I didn't want to die. I ran and ran. I began to feel as though I'd been pushed through a cement mixer. My body ached like I'd been beaten with a club. I don't know how long I ran, but finally I knew I was okay. I'd gotten away from them. For now.
Where can a guy go when he's reached dead end?
Did you ever have a tune in your head and you couldn't lose it? You think of 1,000,001 things, but it's always there. Somehow I got to Highway 99. I could still hear Helen's voice. It was after 11:30. It was cold and windy, and the cars were passing me like I was a stone or a piece of wood, not flesh and blood, just like them trying to stay alive. trying to find a place for myself in this lousy world.
Where can a guy go when he's reached dead end?
I couldn't get rid of that voice. If I could have ripped it out of my head with my fingernails, I think I would have done it. I'd show her I hadn't reached dead end. I'd show her.
Hop in.
It's an old flivver. The guy driving it was a shriveled-up little squirt that could have been 60 or 100. We traveled at a steady 25 miles an hour. I'd like to have been moving faster, but you can't choose your rides in the middle of the night. 15, 20 minutes. The old guy didn't say a word the whole time. He just sat there behind the wheel with a cold pipe in his mouth, at peace with the whole world. I kept thinking I'd settle for that right now, for the rest of my life.
Well, as far as I'm going.
Huh?
Turn off on that little dirt road up yonder.
Oh, okay. Say.
Yes?
Your place really must be away from everything.
Well...
You wouldn't be interested in taking in a boarder for a couple of days?
No,
I could pay you not much, but a little...
I wouldn't be interested. It's getting late.
Okay. After the Ford left, I felt like a lost penny. I couldn't have been more alone if I was in the middle of the Sahara Desert. Cars started passing me again. Their headlights blinded me for a second and then rushing on. It was getting colder all the time. I felt my whole body shivering. My teeth were chattering like a handful of dice. I don't know just how long I stood there. Then a car stopped, the headlights blinding me. A ride. I walked over to the car. My fingers closed around the handle just as the door opened.
Come right in, George.
You!
We've been looking for you. Come on in.
No! I don't know how I got away from them. I ran to the side of the road, rolled into a deep gully. I was all scratched up and bloody, but I didn't even feel the pain.
Where can a guy go when he's reached dead end?
No. I didn't believe that. I started crawling on my hands and knees along the bottom of the gully. I could taste dirt in my mouth. Any second I expected to hear a gun go off. I expected to feel a slug tear into me. After a while, I looked back. I'd gone about 50 yards. The guys had found a flashlight and were shining it down in the gully trying to find me.
Where can a guy go when he's reached dead end?
I don't know how long I crawled. But when I looked back again, I couldn't see the guys anymore. All I could see were the headlights of their parked car way down the road. I climbed out of the gully, back on the highway. I had to get another ride, quick. Big truck was parked just off the highway. I went around to the cab, climbed on the running board. The driver was just sitting up, rubbing his eyes and yawning.
What do you want, Charlie?
You're taking a little snooze for yourself, huh?
Yeah.
You're going to start rolling pretty soon?
Right now. Alone.
Mind if I ride along with you?
Yeah, I mind.
No, look, I'm not like some of these guys. I won't talk an ear off you.
You won't talk an ear off me because I won't be around. Off the running board, Pally.
Mister, please, give me a break. It's hard getting a ride this time of night.
I said off the running board.
No, you can't leave me stranded here. They'll find me. They'll kill me.
Look, what are you trying to hand out? Now, for the last time, Pally, off the running board.
No, please, you got to give me a break.
I'll give you a break right in your head. See this wrench? I carry it right up here with me for jokers like you. Now, don't get me started, Pally. Off the running board.
No, I can't.
Okay, I'll see if I can help you.
What are you going to do? Let go of me.
I'm going to give you that break you asked for, that big, wonderful break.
Everything got mixed up. Everything got torn and twisted.
Smart.
I felt pain one minute.
I'll show you who's smart.
And the next minute, I felt nothing at all.
Where can a guy go when he's reached dead end?
Shut up, Helen, shut up.
Where can a guy go when he's reached dead end?
I knew I was fighting for the wretch, and I was crying. And I was going crazy trying to keep Helen's voice out of my head. And then right in the middle of everything, I started remembering something my old man used to say way back when I was a kid. And he'd come home from work to the swell supper his mama had waiting for him. Ain't it great to be alive? I finally got the wrench and hit him with it over and over again. Ain't it great to be alive? He'd say. Ain't it great to be alive? Then it was over. I was standing alone, trying to get my wind back. Feeling worn out through and through. I was holding something cold and wet. I looked at my fist. I was holding a wrench. I tried to let go of it. I couldn't. Then I saw the driver huddled at my feet, like he'd crawled off the highway to take a nap. I turned him over with my shoe. Felt sick. He was dead. Felt the wrench fall from my fingers. I looked down the road. The Buick was still parked. I started for the truck. I don't know how I felt. I felt like none of it was real, so it didn't matter. And I stopped. I went back to the body. I knelt down. I emptied the pockets. I put the wallet and some letters in my jacket, dug out my wallet and put it in the dead man's pants. I didn't think much about it. It just seemed like a good idea. Then while I was stooped over, I happened to see that the Buick down the road was starting to move. I rolled the body down into the gully. As it disappeared, I called after it. So long, George. I ran back to the truck. I was alive. I was on my way. Yeah, the old man was right. It was great to be alive. The Buick passed me like I was standing still. One of the guys in the front seat gave the truck the once-over, but I was slumped into the shadows. I was all right. I pulled out the driver's wallet, looked at it under the dashboard lights. His name was Joe Parsons. Joe Parsons, okay. He was 32 years old. I could pass for that. 5'8". That was close enough. 180 pounds. Okay, so who could tell at night in work clothes? Joe Parsons, pleased to meet you. Yeah, and the pleasure is all mine. I stopped at the first roadhouse. I went around and back. I cleaned myself up. Then I went out in front. There was a phone booth there. I closed myself in. Dialed long distance.
Long distance?
I want to speak to Helen Graham in Los Angeles. Gladstone 3165.
One moment, please.
Yeah. From the moment I fished his wallet out, the idea had been taking shape. It was a fine idea. If Helen would help me, it would work.
I have your party.
Yeah.
That will be 60 cents plus 10 cents tax. 70 cents in all, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead, please. Hello.
Helen, it's me.
Where are you calling from?
I'm on the highway.
You got away from him?
Yeah.
You were born under a lucky star.
Yeah.
They came up the apartment. They made me tell them where...
Okay, never mind that. Listen to me, baby. I think we're going to be okay.
I'm already okay.
All right, now listen. Before very long, you're going to get a call from the morgue.
Huh?
They'll want you to identify a body they're going to find on the highway.
Hey, what is this?
Just listen, will you?
Yeah?
The body will be pretty banged up, but you'll be able to identify it all right. You'll be able to say, it's me.
You?
Yeah. When the gang sees that in the papers, they'll stop looking for me.
So now you've killed a guy.
Well, I didn't mean to.
You never mean anything you do.
Well, he'd have killed me if I hadn't fought back. You'll do it, won't you, Helen?
Oh.
Please, Helen. It's the last time I'll ask you for anything. I'll make it up to you. You'll see if I don't.
Yeah, sure.
All right. I'll do it.
Yeah, thanks, Helen.
I still think you'd be better off dead.
Operator, I'm a truck driver. I just saw a body along Highway 99.
A body? Wait one moment. I'll connect you with the police.
No, you wait. I haven't got time to call the police. I'm behind schedule now. You call them. Tell them to get out there. About 5 miles this side of Kilgore. I hung up on her. And I got out of the phone booth. Then I went back to the truck and started driving. I didn't know much about driving a truck like this, but I kept her in low gear all the way. I fell into place with other trucks on the highway, and I was okay. After a while, I could start thinking about other things. About starting over again. Maybe making a go of it this time. When was I going to get my break? Everybody had a jackpot waiting for him someplace. Well, I was sure ready for mine. Then I saw the cop standing in the middle of the road, signaling me with a flashlight, signaling me to stop. I felt a tiny nerve deep inside me start jangling. I felt a bead of sweat slide down my cheek. What'd this guy want?
Come on out.
What for?
You know what for.
No, I don't know what...
Come on. You've been driving a truck long enough to know an inspection depot when you see it?
Oh, yeah, sure. What's the matter with me tonight?
What's your name?
Joe Parsons.
Parsons? Oh, you're the one.
Huh?
What are you carrying
What do you mean
back?
I'm the one? I'm the one for what?
The kid was asking
What
about.
kid? Where is
Come on. There's other guys waiting, too. What are you carrying in back?
I
know. You guys could carry nitroglycerin and not know about it. I've been working the Nevada highway, and the drivers there are just the same. Come on, get the keys and open her up.
I got the back open. The cop shined his light around. It was all wooden packing cases in front, but in back there were crates of fruit and vegetables.
Yeah, that outfit of yours.
What's the matter?
I was warned to be on the lookout for something like this.
What?
How am I supposed to inspect the stuff when it's packed in like that?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Time you guys learned a lesson. Come on into the office, partner.
Oh, but listen, I'm late.
You're going to be a lot later. Come on.
Now, give me a break, will you?
Come on. We're going to make a call.
Who are you going to call?
Your company. That's who I'm going to call. I'm going to have them send out a couple of stevedores to unload so I can see what you got. You're going to wait till they get here.
Hey, I can't do that.
Who says you can't? Right through there. Who's that? Yeah.
I had to get out of here.
When?
If anybody came out from the company, they'd recognize right away that I wasn't Joe Parsons.
No. Yeah, okay.
I looked at the door. Maybe I ought to make a break for it.
Yeah, right away.
I had to do something.
Fine thing. I just found a dead guy up the road.
Yeah?
Got to get down there right away.
What about me?
All right, I'll let it go this time.
Swell. I'll see it won't happen again.
You signed the report, didn't you?
Sure. Okay for me to go?
Yeah. That poor stiff on the road, whoever he is, he's done you a big favor, Joe. Go on, get going.
I climbed back into the truck. I kicked the starter. I wanted to get out of there so bad. It was a full minute before I saw the girl sitting there staring at me.
You're Joe Parsons, aren't you?
Well?
I'd been waiting in the shed. I called up the trucking company and said it was an emergency. They told me you'd be coming through around now.
What do you want? I'm not supposed to pick up passengers, even good-looking girls, much as I'd like to.
I'm Ruth.
Yeah, okay. Am I supposed to know you, Ruth?
I'm Evelyn's sister.
Oh, Evelyn's sister.
She came home to Ma last week, just like she said she would.
That's swell.
Yeah, she came home. In a box.
Look, honey.
That's why I came out here. To kill you.
Now, look, honey. You better put that gun away.
Just try to grab it. I want you to. That'll make it easier for me. I guess I've done everything else that's rotten in this world, but I never killed anybody before.
Why do you want to kill me?
Huh. When you walked out on my kid's sister, you killed her.
What?
She was dead long before she turned on the gas.
What are you trying to do? Tell me I killed her? Oh, wait a minute.
If you could have seen some of the letters she sent home. You were her dream man. I could have told her about dream men. I've been bumping into dream men all my life. But she wouldn't have listened. All right. It's over for her. Now it's going to be over for you, Joe.
You're making a mistake. Now, listen to me. I'm not Joe. If you kill me, you're killing the wrong guy. And I can prove it.
How?
Well, she must have sent you pictures of this guy. Look, I'll turn on the light. Here. Look at me. I'm not Joe.
She never sent us any picture. All she said, you were dark and handsome. If you weren't sweating so much, some people might call you handsome.
Look, I tell you, I'm not...
I like to see you sweat. I've been battered around so much by guys like you. Yeah, I love to see you sweat.
Yeah, but I tell you, I'm not Joe. My name's George Graham.
Show me something that says you're George Graham.
Sure, I'll show you my wallet. Wait.
Yeah.
No, I can't.
I didn't think you could.
Now, listen to me.
I've been listening for the last 5... Hey, what is that?
Police car came up.
If you say anything, I'll kill you. I don't care what happens.
Shut up, it's that cop.
Parsons?
Yeah.
I'll lock you up. Here I should be halfway to Kilgore by now on that accident case, and I gotta go chasing after you.
What's wrong?
The report.
What about it?
I thought you told me you signed it.
Oh.
That's all I do. Just let one of you guys get by without signing, and then it's my neck.
Yeah, it slipped my mind.
Oh, yeah. Maybe I can see why. You ought to know better to park on the highway like this, Joe.
What do you mean?
Ask the lady what I mean. She was asking when you were coming in. I didn't realize it was romance.
Why don't you shut up?
You can't talk to me like that.
Oh, you got it all figured out, haven't you?
Not much to figure, lady. Yeah, sign it, Joe. I gotta get going.
Yeah, give me the pencil. Here you are.
Joseph Parsons, okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, you better not park on the highway with a lady, Joe. They got law.
Yeah, all right.
Nice fella. The world's full of nice fellas. Wherever you go, you'll find somebody with a hand ready to push your face in.
He shouldn't have talked to you like that.
And you. So you're not Joe Parsons, huh?
Look, I had to sign Joe Parsons. I had a reason. Wouldn't have I had told him to grab you if I didn't have a reason?
You couldn't have been afraid of the gun. No, not you. Well, you should have told him to grab me, Joe.
Wait, listen to me, you crazy dame. I'll tell you the truth. I done you a favor. You don't have to worry about killing Joe Parsons. He's already dead.
Dead? How do you know?
I killed him, that's how I know.
Huh?
Back on the highway 3-4 hours ago. I was in trouble. I had to get a ride. He wouldn't give me one. We started fighting. He had a wrench. I killed him with it.
I don't believe you.
But don't you see? That's why I couldn't tell the cop about you. Don't you see? He'd have brought us both in. Everything would have come out.
Oh, wouldn't I be a sucker to fall for that?
I'm telling you the truth. Hey. Helen, sure.
What are you talking about?
I can prove I'm George Graham. The next gas station we come to, we'll stop. You can phone Helen.
You're sure trying to sell me a bill of goods.
I'm trying to stay alive. The first gas station. We'll phone from there. You'll see.
It better not be too far away.
Maybe the next gas station wasn't really far away, but it seemed to me like it must have been on the outskirts of China. She just sat there, looking out at the road ahead. Her face was hard and cold. I knew if this didn't work, she'd finally get nerve enough to kill me.
There's a garage down the road. They'll have a phone.
Yeah. There's only one thing.
What's that?
I've been thinking.
Yeah?
I'll have to talk to Helen first.
Why?
Well, so I can explain to her she has to tell you the truth. Otherwise...
Otherwise, what?
Well, I called her before and told her what happened. I mean, about Parsons. I told her she was to identify the body of Parsons as me. Well, that's been 3 hours anyhow. That means the chances are she's already been called. Now, if you ask her about me without me talking to her first, why then she'd say to you...
Shut up. I'm tired of your lies.
I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth. I swear it is.
Stop the truck. Here, before we reach the garage.
Why?
I said stop the truck.
Now, give me a break. You're making a mistake.
I've been making mistakes all my life. Stop the truck.
So you can kill me? No.
Look, I told you.
Go ahead and shoot, baby. Only you're going to die, too. Because once my hands leave this wheel...
You think I care about that?
Better than 50 miles an hour already. We'll tip over and burn like a torch. Almost 60, baby.
Hey.
Move over, suckers. Move over. The express is coming through on a one-way street.
Stop, turn. Up ahead.
Ruth?
Yeah?
You all right?
I think so. You?
I'm okay.
We must have been thrown clear. So it wasn't a dead end after all.
What?
The last thing I thought about before we went off the road. It was funny. I thought all my life, everything I'd done had driven me step by step to this road. And to this moment. And you. That really sounds goofy, doesn't it?
No. Helen said that, too. About dead end, I mean. And I guess you'll think this is some more of my baloney. But what you just said, I felt that, too.
No kidding.
Yeah.
George.
I'm Joe, remember?
No. You're George.
Now you believe me?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe that jolt I got. Maybe it knocked some sense into me.
No. I don't think it's that. Hey.
Huh?
What? No, it's nothing.
Hold my hand, will you?
What's the matter?
Must be the shock or something.
You feel weak?
No. Funny. Giddy. Like I was just starting to get high. No, not that either.
Ruth, listen.
It's all mixed up. I feel like I used to feel when I was just a little kid. Ma would bathe me in the kitchen. And I'd sit near the stove in a big Turkish towel and... Oh, what am I talking about?
Ruth, listen to me.
Hey.
Where you going?
We gotta get back to the truck. Look at it.
No, wait.
Huh?
You don't want to go back to the truck, honey.
Why not? You gotta report the accident.
If we go back to the truck, we'll see something that... Well, this is all going to seem awful crazy to us at first. Until we understand it better.
George, what will we see?
We'll see two bodies.
Whose bodies?
Ours. Yours and mine, Ruthie.
The American Broadcasting Company has presented another play in a series titled Out of the Night. Tonight's story, Dead End, starred Elliot Lewis as George and featured Jeanette Nolan as Ruth, Lois Corbett as Helen, John McIntyre as the inspector, and David Ellis as the truck driver. Listen again next week over most of these stations to another story,
Out of the Night.
George Fenneman speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Out of the night comes the whispering voice of the night wind to tell another story of man's battle with fate. This time, the true story of how a man accused of murder was proved innocent 20 years after he had paid the penalty of death for a crime he had not committed. Unbelievable, but true.
What have you done to my brother? They're saying in the village that you killed him.
This is the voice of the night wind, and this is the tale I tell. In the village of Vilby, Jutland, there lived a Lutheran pastor, Soren Quist, and his daughter, Nora. Nora was the beauty of the village, and never lacked for suitors, but Pastor Quist was ambitious for her. And one by one he sent her village wooers packing, with stern words and often a well-directed boot. So it was that when young Morton Bruns, a local farm laborer, plucked up courage to ask Nora's hand, he precipitated yet another storm.
You marry my Nora? The idea, the very idea. Be off with you at once before I lose my temper.
But Pastor Quist...
Silence! Another word, do you hear? What have you to offer a girl of Nora's gentle upbringing? What are your prospects? Do you own a farm or a home or a prosperous business? Have you any assets at all?
I've my 2 strong hands.
Precious good they are to any man lacking a brain to go with them. Out of my house this instant, you good-for-nothing young rascal. And don't ever dare step foot into it again, or it'll be the worse for you. And if ever I see you hanging round my Nora again, it's not words you'll get, but the point of my boot and the weight of my stick over your thick, dumb skull.
You can't frighten me with your threats, you old fool. This is a free country, and I'll do as I like.
You insolent dog. You impudent young scoundrel! Get out, I say! Get out! Get out! Get out!
But Morton Bruns was not one to take his humiliation meekly. For days he brooded over it. And then slowly a plan of revenge began to take shape in his mind. At last it crystallized, and he called in the aid of his drunken, good-for-nothing elder brother, Niels.
You've got to help me get back on the old devil, Niels. You've got to.
Oh, what do you want me to do? Stop him in the street and thrash him?
And be sent to jail for your pains? No. I've a more subtle plan than that. I want you to go to him and say you've reformed. That you've given up drinking and your evil ways and decided to work.
Huh?
And then you're to ask him for a job as a handyman.
Just a minute. It's Pastor Quist who's to be punished, remember? Not me.
No, wait. I haven't finished yet. You don't have to actually turn over a new leaf. All you've got to do is to say that you want to.
Suppose he gives me a job. What then?
Well, you accept it. And then just carry on as usual. Loaf and get drunk and so on.
the pastor won't like that very much.
Well, that's exactly what I'm counting on. You put up with you for a few days, and then there'll be a big row. You're to do everything you possibly can to provoke it. And the bigger it is, and the more people who hear it, the better.
He might beat me with his stick.
So much the better. If he does, you're not to try to strike him back, see? You're enough of a man to take a bit of a beating, aren't you?
Ooh, so long as I know what it's all about. But where's all this leading? How's it going to help you revenge yourself on the pastor?
I'm coming to that now. Immediately after the row, you disappear. Quietly and without anyone knowing it. And you're not to come back to Vealby. Never, do you understand? You're to give yourself a new name, and as far as the people of this district are concerned, you're to vanish from the face of the earth.
Not so fast, brother. I like it here. I've lots of good friends.
You'll be well compensated. I'll send you a regular remittance of 100 kroner a year.
Where are you going to dig up 100 kroner a year?
Well, never mind. I'll get it somewhere. The main thing is you're to get out of Vealby and stay out.
I still don't understand how all this is going to help you.
Oh, liquor has dulled your brain, Niels. Surely it's simple enough. When you've disappeared, I shall go to Pastor Quist and demand to know where you are. And I shall go to the police and say I fear that some harm has come to you. Next, I shall bribe old Hans Larsen, who's so nearly an idiot that it doesn't matter, to say he saw Pastor Quist digging in his garden late on the night of the row with you. Well, the police will put two and two together, do some digging on their own account, and they'll find your battered corpse.
My corpse? No, just a minute,
it won't be
brother.
really yours, of course. I'll steal one from the graveyard and smash in the head so it won't be recognizable, and bury it there to be found. Now do you see?
So Pastor Quist will be charged with my murder, eh?
Exactly.
But they'll hang him.
That's what I'm hoping. I told you I was determined to be revenged on him.
Oh, you're a clever devil, aren't you, Morton?
A lot more clever than Pastor Quist believes.
And what makes you think I'll fall in with your plan? Brotherly love, by any chance?
No, Niels. A little matter of 100 kroner a year. It's a nice sum to get without having to work for it. Think of all the schnapps it'll buy you. Well, what do you say?
Make it 150 and I'm your man.
All right. It's a bargain.
Morton Brun's diabolical plan went through without a hitch. Niels confessed his reformation, was taken on by the pastor as a farm laborer, and so provoked his employer that within a week there were angry scenes culminating in a fierce brawl and dismissal. The same evening, Niels disappeared. For a fortnight, nothing untoward happened. And then one day, Morton Bruns called at Pastor Quist's house.
I thought I told you to keep away from us here.
Oh, calm yourself, Pastor. It's not Nora I've come to see you about today. My brother Niels.
That good-for-nothing drunken rascal.
What have you done with him? Where is he?
How should I know where he is? I gave him a thrashing a fortnight ago and sent him on his way.
They're saying in the village that you killed him.
Killed him? Have you taken leave of your senses?
You'll not bluff your way out of it so easily as that, Pastor Quist. Niels disappeared the same day you thrashed him. He hasn't been seen since.
Then he must have taken himself off somewhere else.
Wouldn't he have told me, his own brother?
Are you daring to suggest? Look here, Morton Brooms. I don't know what's happened to Niels, and I don't care. He can go to the devil as far as I'm concerned, and you with him. Now get out of here before I break my stick over your shoulders again.
All right, I'll go. But you'll hear more of this from the police.
Morton Bruns reported his brother's disappearance to the police. A reward was offered, but no one came forward to claim it. Then came the bribed half-wit, Hans Larsen, with his damning story and a visit by the local police inspector to Pastor Quist.
This fellow Larson says he saw you, late on the night Niels Bruns disappeared, digging in your garden.
It's a lie.
He says you were wearing a green dressing gown. Do you possess such a thing?
Yes. Yes, I do, but...
He says you were digging underneath a crabapple tree. As I came in, I noted that the soil had recently been disturbed there.
I know nothing of it. I give you my word.
Then, if you're innocent, you'll have no objection to us digging in the same place.
Of course not. I'm a million, I'll lend you spades.
The police had not dug long before they found the body Morton Bruns had planted there. It was clad in Niels' clothes, and though the face had been battered beyond recognition, there seemed no doubt it was Niels' body.
What have you to say for yourself now, Pastor Quist?
I know nothing about it, I tell you.
Who killed Niels Bruns? How did his body come to be buried in your garden?
I don't know. I'm as mystified as you are.
I'm not mystified, Pastor Quist. Not in the least.
You mean you think I
mean you're under arrest for murder.
Despite his protestations, Pastor Quist was tried, found guilty, and in due course, hanged. For 20 years, Morton Bruns lived on in the village of Vilby. And if 150 kroner of his earnings every year were sent off to an unknown recipient, whose business was it but his own? Then Bruns died, and a few weeks later, an elderly tramp arrived at the village asking for him.
Morton Bruns? He died more than a month ago.
Oh, I see. That explains it. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Good day.
Just a minute. Come back here.
What do you want?
Haven't I seen you somewhere before?
No. I'm a stranger here.
I think not. You're... By heaven, I've got it. You're Niels Bruns.
No, you're mistaken.
Don't attempt to deny it. Come with me, Mr. Bruns. You and I have a lot of talking to do.
Under cross-examination, the whole story came out. And the villagers of Vilby learned that they had executed their pastor for a crime of which he was innocent. They made what little amends they could, and today, over the victim's grave, can be read the headstone,
"Under this stone reposes Soren Quist, who suffered unjustly for a crime he never committed, victim of a foul plot, unhappy sport of blind justice."
Yes, my friends, that is the story of Pastor Quist. Unbelievable, but true. Out of the night comes the whispering voice of the night wind with stories that are
intriguing,
mysterious,
amazing, strange,
but true. Out of the night! Out of the night comes the whispering voice of the night wind to tell another story of man's battle with life. A true story tonight of a happening 70-odd years ago, for which science has never yet found a satisfactory explanation. Unbelievable, but true.
Something's happening. Something strange. It's Lorenzi. Lorenzi's coming back.
is the morning of February the 2nd, 1878, in the modest home of the Venom family in the small town of Watseka, Illinois. Mrs. Venom is already astir, and as the clock strikes 7, Mrs. Venom goes to waken her 14-year-old daughter.
Lorenzi, dear, it's 7 o'clock. Time to get up. Lorenzi, don't you hear Mother calling? Oh, for goodness sake, sound asleep still. Lorenzi, come on, wake up. What on earth's come over the girl? Lorenzi! Oh, Lorenzi. Pa! Pa! Come quick!
Hey, what's the matter, Mara? What's going wrong?
Oh, it's Lorenzi. She's dead.
Hey, let me see. Nonsense, Mara. She's as alive as you or me. Why, look at her breathing. As deep and steady as anything.
Well, something's wrong with her. She won't wake up. I've shaken her and I've shouted in her ear. She just lies there.
You let me have a go. Lorenzi. Lorenzi. Come on, wake up, you lazy girl.
You see? Not a move.
Hand me that pitcher of water. Thanks. Well, this ought to do the trick. Well, I'll be darned. Ma, she didn't budge. Looks like something might be wrong with her. Now, Ma, stop that weeping. There mightn't be nothing to worry about at all. I'll go hitch up Bessie and drive right over and fetch Dr. Stevens.
Strange. Very strange indeed. I pinched her, pricked her arm with a pin, and tickled her feet, and still she doesn't stir.
What do you think can be wrong with her, Doctor?
Frankly, Mrs. Venom, I haven't the faintest idea. This is quite outside my experience.
It sure is odd. She don't seem to be distressed at all, does she, Doc?
Not in the slightest. If it weren't so fantastic, I'd be almost inclined to say she was in a deep trance.
But how could that be?
I don't know.
What are we going to do, Doc?
I don't know that either. All I can suggest is to wait in the hope that she'll come out of it of her own accord.
Look, she's stirring now.
I mean to...
She's opening her eyes. Lorenzi, speak to me, darling. Tell me you're all right.
Where am I?
You're at home, dear. Safe and sound in your own little bed.
Who are you?
Who are we?
Why, we're your Ma and Pa, dear. Look at us. Don't you recognize?
Oh, yes, of course I do. Wait, you're Mr. and Mrs. Venom, aren't you?
Mr. and Mrs. Oh, Lorenzi. What's come over you? We're your own parents.
No, you're not. You're neighbors. And why do you keep calling me Lorenzi? That's your own little baby's name, isn't it?
Oh, Pa, Dr. Stevens, something dreadful's happened.
Now, take it easy, Mark. Take it easy.
Let me handle this. Tell me, child, isn't Lorenzi Venom your name?
Why, of course not.
Then what is it?
Mary Roth. Why, I thought everyone knew that.
Lorenzi.
Please, Mrs. Venom. You know this Mary Roth?
Sure, Doc. The Roths live a mile or so down the road. Mary was their daughter. Nice kid, about 18. 12 years ago, she died.
Would your daughter be likely to remember her?
I don't see how she could, Doc. She was only a toddler, about 2 years old at the time.
What am I doing in this nightdress? Oh, please give me my clothes. I want to go home.
Where's home?
Just down the road a little way.
What are we going to do, Doc?
There's only one thing to do. We've got to humor her. Give her some clothes, Mrs. Venom, And while she's dressing, I'll go on ahead and have a talk to the Roffs. Well, there it is, Mrs. Roff. For some inexplicable reason, the girl thinks she's your dead daughter.
Oh, poor child.
The point is that for the time being, I think she should be allowed to go on thinking it.
Well, you mean we should take her in, pretend she is our daughter?
Yes. Would you do that? It's asking a lot, I know, but...
Well, of course we will, Doctor. You tell the Venoms to send her right over. And tell them we'll look after her just as if she was our own. There you are, dear. Now, you sit right down, and I'll get you a nice cup of coffee.
I'll get it, Mother. I'm not tired.
Oh, but you don't know where anything is.
But of course I do. The coffee's in the blue canister on the second shelf of the pantry. The milk's in the water cooler, and the sugar's in the top shelf of the dresser. You and Daddy and Dr. Stevens stay right where you are, and I'll have it ready in just 1 minute.
Wow. That's very odd. How would she know where I kept everything?
Hasn't she been in your kitchen before?
No, Doctor. Never as far as I'm aware.
Strange. Most remarkable.
Oh, you've got new curtains up to the kitchen windows, Mother. I like them much better than the blue and white check.
What? Oh, yes. Yes, they are nice, aren't they, dear? Oh, this is unbelievable. Those blue check curtains were changed 10 years ago.
But that's only a start. Lorenzi settles down into the Roff household quite as though it were her own. Looks upon the Roffs quite naturally and without embarrassment as her parents. Describes intimate details of the home that she could never have possibly known as Lorenzi Venom. Recognizes old friends of Mary Roff's and remembers incidents that only Mary herself could possibly recall.
I don't get it. There must be some explanation, Doc, but what is it?
I don't know, Mr. Venom. I've been thinking about it for weeks, but I just don't know.
Seems to me the explanation is simple enough.
Indeed, Mr. Roff?
Surely there's no question about it. The soul, the spirit, or personality, or whatever you like to call it, of our dead daughter has come back to life in the body of little Lorenzi.
That explanation may satisfy some people, Mr. Roff, but I'm a man of science. It doesn't satisfy me.
Have you any other to offer in its place?
No. No, I haven't.
Three months pass. Then one evening in the parlor of the Roff home...
Look, Mother. Look what I found.
What is it, dear?
This old velvet dress. It was tucked away in a box in the attic. Do you remember it?
Do you?
Oh, yes, of course. It was the dress I wore on my 12th birthday. And I remember something else about it, too. I remember I tripped and fell into a puddle and got mud all over it. And you scolded me and sent me to bed without my tea. Do you remember that, Mother?
Yes, dear. Yes, I remember it well.
And do you remember the night of my first dance?
What is it, dear?
Something's happening. Something strange. Lorenzi's coming back.
Darling, you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Just that I'm tired. I'm terribly tired. I think I'll go to my room and lie down.
For almost 24 hours, Lorenzi Venom lies in a heavy sleep. The Roffs advise her parents and Dr. Stevens, and all five wait anxiously for some sign of returning consciousness.
She's waking up now.
Hello. Oh, it's you, Mrs. Ross.
Hello, Lorenzi.
I am in your home, aren't I? How did I get here? Oh, I'm Mar. Par. Oh, what are you doing here? What's all this about?
Lorenzi. Oh, poor little girl.
Par? What's the matter? Why does everyone look so strange?
You're being sick, Lorenzi. Very sick indeed.
But I don't feel sick. I feel all right. What's been the matter with me?
Nothing, my dear. Nothing at all. Now, just you put on your clothes, and then you go home with your mother and father.
And this is only the start of the strange dual personality. For throughout the rest of her life, at occasional intervals, Lorenzi Venom becomes Mary Roth, with memories of people and events that Lorenzi herself could have no means of knowing. Many scientists have studied her strange case. Not one has yet advanced a logical explanation. Out of the night comes the whispering voice of the night wind with stories that are
amazing, mysterious,
strange, but true. Out of the night. Out of the night comes the whispering voice of the night wind to tell another story of man's battle with fate. A true story tonight of a ghastly crime and its amazing sequel. Unbelievable, but true.
It's my fault, leaving them there. If ever I lay hands on him,
Bruce Rock is a small, prosperous town in the West Australian wheat belt. There in 1930 lived Mr. and Mrs. Jack Smith, a young couple with a year-old baby. They ran a small farm with one hired hand, a big, rather silent fellow in his early 20s, named Bill Halbert. Halbert was a stranger to the district and didn't get around much. People used to wonder a lot about him, and whenever Jack Smith went to town, friends used to ask questions about his employees. He was down at the local pub one day, having come into town to pick up the mail, when he ran into one of his friends.
Well, what's it to be? Oh, I'll have a pot, thanks.
Righto.
Charlie.
2 pots, Flora. How's that young hand of yours getting on, Jack? Albert, or whatever his name is.
Oh, all right.
Still as good a worker as when he started with you?
Oh, well, yeah, I suppose he is. Only thing is he's getting a bit hard to handle. You can't say 2 words to him, but what he does is block.
I thought you said he was a quiet sort of bloke.
Oh, well, so he was at first, but just lately he's been getting a bit too big for his boots. He gives the liquor a bit of a lash on the quiet now and then, you know. Next day you've got to humour him like a kid or he flies into the most fearful rages.
Yeah. How's the wife like that?
Well, she's been getting the breeze up a bit lately. Can't say I blame her. I get a bit nervous myself sometimes. He's such a hulking big bloke. I wouldn't be in the race if he took a crack at me.
It's truth, that's no good. Why don't you get rid of him?
Oh, it's not as bad as all that. He calms down pretty quick, and then he's as right as a bank. Besides, with labour scarce like it is and the harvest coming on, this is no time to be sacking anyone.
Well, I wouldn't have a bloke like that hanging around my place for 5 minutes. Still, I suppose you know your own business best. Another drink.
Oh, no, Charlie. This one's on me. Fill them up again, Flora, will you?
But when Jack Smith paid his next visit to town a fortnight or so later, it seemed that things had gone from bad to worse.
Well, Jack Smith! Well, mate, you're looking pleased with yourself.
Yeah. I done it. I took your advice.
You done what?
Sacked Bill Halbert.
Oh, been playing up again, eh?
Yeah. We had a row this morning, and he called me for everything. Took a swing at me, too. But I got out of the way, all right. So I gave him his notice.
Ah, how'd he take it?
Not so good. Flew off into the worst rage I've ever seen. Fair dinkum, Charlie. He was like a maniac for a while.
Did he go for you?
Well, no, not exactly. But he was swearing blue murder and kept saying he'd get square with me. I don't mind telling you, I'll be glad to see the last of him.
Oh, hasn't he gone yet?
No, his notice doesn't cut out till Saturday.
What? Couldn't you have paid him his money?
Well, I offered to, but he wouldn't take it.
So he's still there, eh? What have you done with your wife and kid?
Oh, they're still at home, too.
You mean to say you've left them with a crazy galoot like that?
Oh, he won't try any funny business.
I wouldn't be so sure. I've seen him go like that before. It's the loneliness, you know. Drives some of them clean off their rocker. And then just about anything's likely to happen.
Well, maybe I was silly to leave him, but I never thought of anything like that. I say, Charlie, do you think you could spare an hour or so and drive out with me and just make sure everything's okay?
Too right I can. Come on, let's go.
During the drive out, neither man was talkative. And as they approached Smith's farm, each seemed to be filled with a sense of grim foreboding. They reached the homestead at last.
Say, that's odd.
What is?
Why, the wife always comes out on the veranda when she hears the car coming. Never misses. There's something wrong, Charlie. I can feel it. I'm almost scared to go inside.
Now, you stick around here. I'll go in and take a look around.
Well, would you mind, Charlie?
Of course not. Won't be long. Mrs. Smith? Are you there, Mrs. Smith? Charlie Stanner. Mrs. Smith, are you...
Oh, no. Charlie! Hey! What is it, Charlie? What's the matter?
Listen, I don't think you'd better go inside, Jack.
What's happened? It's something terrible. I can see by the look in your face. You've got to tell me. I must know. Is it the wife?
Yeah.
Not dead.
Yeah.
How? How? Answer me.
She was murdered. With an axe, I think.
The kid! What about the kid? Where is she?
The kid, too.
Oh.
Listen, take it easy, Jack. Take it easy, will you, mate?
It was Albert. I should have known. It's my fault leaving him there. If ever I lay my hands on him,
Wait a minute. There's nothing you can do to Bill Halbert.
You mean?
He's inside, too.
Dead?
Yeah. Strung himself up from a rafter. Jack. Hey, Jack, where you going?
Inside. I gotta go inside.
Jack, don't be a fool, will you?
Let go of me.
Listen, you're not going in there, I tell you. You're coming straight back to town with me. Now, be quiet. We got to report to the police. It's the best way, Jack. It's not very pretty in there. The sight of it'd stick in your mind for a long time, mate.
Yeah. I suppose you're right.
Oh, come on.
All right. Let's get started.
In due course, the report of the ghastly tragedy reached police headquarters in Perth. The commissioner sent for one of his most experienced men, Detective Charles Muller.
Come in, Muller. Oh, there you are.
Yes, what is it, sir?
I want you to take a trip up to a little place called Bruce Rock, Muller.
Righto, sir. What's doing?
Oh, just a straightforward case. Murder and suicide on a farm. You know the kind of thing. Hired hand goes berserk, kills farmer's wife and kid with an axe, then hangs himself.
What was the motive?
Well, it seems that the hired hand had been sacked that morning and threatened to get even.
He certainly chose a drastic way of doing it. Has there been an inquest yet?
No, it's scheduled for next Monday. All I want you to do is put in an appearance and formally tie up any legal loose ends that the local police might have overlooked.
Okay, sir. I'll catch this evening's train. But the tragedy hadn't yet run its full course. When Detective Muller reached Bruce Rock, it was to learn that Halbert had had his full measure of revenge.
Just a couple of hours ago it happened, sir. Nasty kind of thing altogether.
You say Smith had been in a bad way ever since the tragedy out of the farm?
Yes, sir. Kind of demented, as you might say. Couldn't sleep at night or settle down to work. Had to get neighbors in to do the harvesting for him. Used to break down every now and then and cry for hours.
Mm-hmm. Acute melancholia, huh?
Well, you see, sir, he kind of blamed himself for the whole business. Reckoned if he hadn't been silly enough to leave his wife and kids alone with Halbert, it would never have happened. Poor devil. I can imagine how he must have felt.
As a matter of fact, that's the one thing that puzzles me, too.
What is, sir?
Why he left them alone with Halbert. Anyhow, then let's talk about that now. Tell me what happened today.
Well, sir, Smith had been moping around the town all morning. He came to the station about lunchtime, looking pretty miserable. Hello, Jack. How's things?
Oh, not so good. What's doing? Any news?
A detective's on his way up here from Perth. A bloke named Muller. Pretty good man, they say.
What's he coming for?
Oh, he's just to fix up about the inquest.
Why can't they let everything be? It's over and done with now, isn't it? Why do they have to drag it all up again?
Well, it's the law, Jack. There's always got to be an inquest.
That means I'll have to give evidence, I suppose.
Of course.
Answer more questions. Go through the whole business again. It's not fair. I shouldn't have to do it. Haven't I had to endure enough as it is?
Now, Jack, there's no need to upset yourself.
Questions. I can't stand any more of it, I tell you. It's driving me mad.
Well, we're only doing our duty.
Duty? Well, I won't get here. I won't see this fellow. He can talk till he's black in the face and I won't ask for a single thing.
Well, there's no need to be like that. We all know how you feel, and we're sorry for you.
I won't stand any more of it, I tell you. I won't stand it. You can go to the devil, the whole lot of you.
What's the crazy devil up to? Where in the blazes is he going? When he's driving, he'll hit something. Hey, Smithy! Come back, you fool! Come back!
No!
You see, sir, he dashed out and into his car, drove like a madman down the main street, crashed through the lock gate of a paddock, and the next thing we knew, there was an explosion. He'd blown himself to pieces with a plug of dynamite. Poor fella.
The whole case might have ended then and there, and certainly would have, had it not been for Detective Muller. A fortnight later, he was back in Perth, reporting to his chief.
Well, you certainly took a long time to round off a clear-cut case, Muller.
No, it's not quite as clear-cut as all that, sir. There are just one or two points I think you should know.
Oh? What are they?
Well, first I checked in Halbert's hometown. Everyone agreed he was a shy, sober young man, completely placid-tempered.
That doesn't prove anything.
Oh. Secondly, I've learned that 3 months ago, Smith came to Perth on a visit and insured his wife for £2,000, with himself as beneficiary.
Go on.
And finally, sir, according to the pathologist's report, Albert was killed by strangulation at least 6 hours before Smith's wife and child were murdered.
Good heavens. You mean to say...
I mean to say, sir, that Smith deliberately spread a false report of Halbert's vicious temper and then killed all 3 of them.
Out of the night comes the whispering voice of the night wind with stories that are
Amazing.
mysterious,
Thrilling.
baffling, strange, but true. Out of the night. Out of the night comes the whispering voice of the night wind to tell another story of man's battle with fate. The true story tonight of a brazen murder plot that went astray.
Why should I kill my wife? We were happy together. She was generous with her money. I never wanted for a thing. Why should I kill her?
It happened one blustery evening in late February 1919 in the quiet little village of Long Beach on the south shore of Long Island, New York. The 9:30 p.m. train from New York has just pulled in. Only 2 passengers have alighted. Elderly Dr. Walter Wilkins, a retired physician, and his wife, Julia. They set off for their home in Olive Street, and on the way passed Police Sergeant Schneider.
Good night, Sergeant.
Good night, Doc. Night, Mrs. Wilkins.
Good night.
Keeping you busy, Sergeant?
Busy. Nothing's ever happened in Long Beach in 50 years.
Well, you should be the last to complain about that.
Oh, I'm not complaining, ma'am, but a guy does like a bit of excitement now and again.
Such as what?
Oh, a nice juicy murder, for instance. Well, good night, Doc. Good night, ma'am.
Little does Officer Schneider realize how soon his wish is to be granted. Exactly 23 minutes later, he hears the sound of running footsteps approaching.
Sergeant! Sergeant! Oh, come quickly. Sergeant.
For Pete's sake, Doc, what's the matter? Why, you're all mussed up.
Never mind about me. It's my wife.
Where is she?
Just outside the house. There were 3 of them. They attacked me first, and then one of them hit my wife. I think she's dying.
Come on, let's run for it. How did it happen, Doc?
Oh, it was just as we got home. We went in the back way, and I opened the door and went in first. I knew at once there were thieves in the house, for I could see a shadowy figure. I called out to my wife, Julia, there's someone inside. You better go for help.
And then?
Then something hit me on the head, and I fell to the floor. I heard my wife scream, and then I heard someone say, you'd better fix her up. And then the back door slammed, and I heard my wife scream again, and then there was silence.
What happened next?
I don't know. I was dazed. Finally, I managed to make my way out to the backyard. Robbers had gone, and my wife was lying there unconscious and moaning. In a pretty bad way, I guess. I do hope we get there before she dies.
You seem pretty sure she will die.
Oh, I'm a doctor, aren't I?
Dr. Wilkins' analysis is accurate enough, for his wife dies in hospital at 11:45 that night. It's not to be wondered at, for she has been struck on the head 17 times. The case is quickly reported to the New York police authorities, and District Attorney Frederick Weeks comes down personally to take the investigation in hand.
Empty brandy bottle, 3 glasses, 2 soiled teacups, 3 chairs drawn up the table, cigarette butts, matches, and a cigar stub on the floor. Well, looks like your burglars had quite a party before you got home, Dr. Wilkins.
It certainly looks that way, Mr. District Attorney.
Have you checked up to see if anything was stolen?
Well, as far as I can see, nothing from the house, but when they knocked me down, they must have taken my watch and a stick pin set with diamonds and my wallet.
How much was in the wallet?
Well, I couldn't be sure. About $50, I think.
Can you describe your assailants?
Only very vaguely. I didn't get much of a look at them. One was a tall man, and the other was a little fat man.
And the third?
I don't believe I saw him at all.
And why are you so certain you saw 3 men?
Well, the 3 chairs and the 3 glasses, for instance.
But you didn't see those until you returned with Officer Snyder.
Well, I don't know. I guess I just knew instinctively that there were 3.
I've got the weapons, Chief.
Good. Let's see them.
Here's the first one. It's a bit of half-inch lead pipe wrapped in sacking. Looks like that's what you were socked with, Doc.
Good heavens. No wonder I'm alive.
This is what they did Mrs. Wilkins in with.
A machinist's hammer, huh?
Yeah. Wrapped up in newspaper and tied with cord.
Any more clues?
None that I can see, sir.
Well, it gives us something to work on anyhow. By the way, Dr. Wilkins, I understand your wife was wealthy.
Well, yes, quite well off. Her father made a fortune, left most of it to her.
Does she have much property?
Yes, quite a bit. This house is hers, of course, and she owned, or rather, I should say owned, several apartments in New York City.
New York City, yeah. I presume she's left a will.
Well, I suppose she has. I'm her second husband, you know. Her first husband was a man named Otto Kraus. He was agent for a whiskey company. In 1903, when she married to Kraus, she made a will leaving most of her property to charity.
And since then?
Well, I don't rightly know. When we were married in 1906, she said she was going to make a new will in my favor, but well, I've never seen it, and I don't know if she ever did.
Despite the arduous efforts of District Attorney Weeks and a whole crew of detectives, the investigation makes little headway. After several fruitless weeks, residents of Long Beach hold an indignation meeting, and newspaper reporters begin to pester the district attorney and his assistants for statements. One of them even approaches Dr. Wilkins and suggests that maybe it was he who killed his wife. Wilkins' reply is to the point.
I ought to feel indignant. But any such suggestion is so nonsensical, it makes me laugh. My wife's death was the worst possible thing that could have happened to me. She was a good wife, a good nurse, a pleasant companion, and the person from whom I got my money. Unless the missing will is found, and there is no guarantee that it even exists, I'm left practically penniless. At the age of 67, I'll have to go back into active practice.
2 days later, in his New York office, District Attorney Weeks hears news of the missing will.
Come in.
Sir, I've just had a telephone call from Lawyer Price.
Price? Who's he?
The late Julia Wilkins' attorney.
Oh. Yeah, what's he want?
He says Doc Wilkins came in this morning and handed in a second will signed by his wife. Reckons he found it in the attic. It's dated 1915, and it hasn't been witnessed.
I see. I gather left everything to Wilkins.
Yes, sir. All except a few small items of jewelry.
This is what we've been waiting for. Now, at last, we've got a motive. Have a warrant issued and send someone down to Long Beach and put Dr. Wilkins under arrest.
What charge, sir?
Eh? What charge do you think? Murder, of course.
But how do you figure that out?
Simple as ABC. Wait a minute. I'll read you my notes on this. Point 1. The newspaper in which the hammer was wrapped was one Wilkins subscribed to. He was seen reading a copy of it on the train. Point 2, the string around the hammer has been traced to a butcher's shop where Wilkins traded. Wait a minute. Point 3. A handyman who did some work in Wilkins' home says that he saw the hammer in Wilkins' tool chest. Claims he remembers it by a streak of green paint on the handle. And point 4, the stick pin and the watch Wilkins claims were stolen from him
They were found stuffed in the back of a couch in his house. And point 5, the glasses that the attackers were supposed to have used have no fingerprints on them. None. But Wilkins. And if this isn't enough to arrest a man, then I don't know how to handle a murder case.
So the warrant is issued. But Wilkins must have had a premonition of disaster, for he is gone when the police reach his home. 2 days later, he is picked up in Baltimore. At the trial, Wilkins defends himself with vigor.
Order! Order! Order, please. The prisoner will proceed.
The evidence against me is all circumstantial. I submit that it is not the sort of evidence on which any jury would dare to convict. Why should I kill my wife? We were happy together. She was generous with her money. I never wanted for a thing. Why should I kill her? For weeks before my arrest, the authorities were badgered by the press and the public to produce results. I suggest, in fact, I assert quite positively, gentlemen, that to still this clamor, they were determined to produce a murderer, and therefore they deliberately framed me.
Order! Order! Order in the court!
It takes the jury exactly 22 hours and 23 minutes to make up its mind. Then the members file back into court. And the foreman says,
"We find the accused, Walter Wilkins, guilty of murder in the first degree."
I protest!
Order! Order! Walter Wilkins, it is now my duty to pass upon you sentence of death.
You can't send me to the jail. I won't let you. I won't let you, I tell you. I won't let you. I won't let you.
and little Dr. Wilkins is as good as his word. On the day after his conviction,
Come on, Wilkins. The warden wants to have a yarn to you. There's some... Wilkins. Now, come on, come on. Say, what goes on here? Hey, someone get the doctor. There's a guy in here strung himself up.
but in the long run, it didn't matter much. It just saved an executioner's fee. Out of the night comes the whispering voice of the night wind, with stories taken from the highway of life. Strange, but true. Out of the night. Out of the night comes the whispering voice of the night wind to tell another story of man's battle with fate. The true story today of a clever and impudent fraud that almost succeeded, but not quite.
My husband is dead. You hold the proofs. That's all there is to it. I insist upon immediate settlement of my claim.
Generally speaking, large-scale insurance frauds are a product of the present century. But this is the story of one that happened more than 80 years ago, and which remains today one of the most daring of them all. It began one day in 1875, when an attractive woman dressed in black presented herself to the manager of a leading Paris insurance company.
Madame Dua, I believe.
Yes.
Won't you be seated, please?
Oh, thank you.
Now, what can I have the privilege of doing for you?
My husband, Vital Dua, recently took out a life insurance policy with your company for 100,000 francs. I have it here.
Oh, yes, I remember the gentleman well. A big man, very genial. A wine merchant of Bordeaux, if my memory is not at fault.
That is so. I have come all the way from there to see you.
Indeed? Why?
To report his death.
But surely Madame cannot be serious.
Why not?
Well, Monsieur Dua seemed such a robust, healthy man. Our doctor who examined him passed him as a first-class risk.
Ways of Providence are inscrutable, Monsieur.
True. When and where did this unfortunate event occur?
A fortnight ago. My husband went to London on business. Little did I know as I said goodbye that it would be the last time I would see him.
Oh, now, Madame must be brave.
Oh, forgive me. Yes, I keep telling myself that. He took lodgings in Ann Street, Plaistow. There on November 29th, he died suddenly, apparently with no warning whatever of aneurysm of the heart. Oh, here is a certificate from the physician who attended him. It is signed, as you see, in the name of Dr. Critty.
Yes. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate indeed.
And here is another certificate from the Registrar of Deaths in London. And here is a receipt for the purchase of a plot and for burial fees at St. Patrick's Cemetery.
Thank you. Your thoroughness will no doubt save us a great deal of time. May I take charge of these papers?
Oh, yes, of course. Will I have to wait long for my money?
Oh, no more than a few days. There are just one or two little matters, formalities, you understand. I'd suggest you return a week from today. And allow me to say, Madame, how deeply grieved I am to learn of your sad loss.
But when Madame Dua returned a week later, it wasn't quite as easy as she had thought.
Madame Dua, since our last interview, I have taken the liberty of making certain inquiries regarding your husband.
Indeed? Why?
A reasonable precaution, surely, since his death may possibly involve my company in the paying out of 100,000 francs.
May involve? But surely it's all quite simple. My husband is dead. You have the papers. What other question arises?
Madam, 2 months ago, your husband filed a petition of bankruptcy.
That is so, but I don't see...
Among his creditors in Bordeaux, there is a general feeling that it was a bankruptcy of convenience rather than necessity.
Are you insinuating?
I insinuate nothing, madame. I merely state that these suspicions became so strong that the police were induced to issue a warrant for your husband's arrest. That is the real reason why he went to London.
Even if it was, I do not see that it has anything to do with you.
Perhaps not. Nevertheless...
My husband is dead. You hold the proofs. That's all there is to it. I insist upon immediate settlement of my claim.
It shall be settled when we have completed our inquiries, madam, not the day before.
I am entitled to the money, and if I don't get it, I warn you, I shall seek legal assistance.
That is your privilege, of course. Good day, madam.
But however suspicious the circumstances, the insurance company knew that unless they could rebut the evidence of Dua's death, they would sooner or later have to pay. So it was that a few days later, Scotland Yard found themselves in possession of all the facts, with an inquiry to look into them. The commissioner sent at once for one of his most trusted detectives, Nathaniel Druskovich.
Well, there you are, Druskovich. There's the data, and there are the papers. Very funny business. See what you can make of it.
If these certificates are authentic, Dua must be dead and buried.
The insurance company thinks that his death occurred just a trifle too conveniently. They believe that a man who's committed a bankruptcy fraud is also capable of committing an insurance fraud. Well, I'm leaving it to you to ascertain beyond all possible doubt whether this man Dua is dead or not.
Druskovich's inquiries took him first to the house in Ann Street, Plastow, where Duar was supposed to have died. There he had an interview with the landlord.
Yes, sir. There was a foreign gentleman took the place a few weeks ago. Called himself Bernardi.
Was he a big, jovial, prosperous-looking man, aged about 45?
Why, yes, sir. That description fits him perfectly, sir.
Did he have any references?
No, sir. He gave me no references. He did better than that. He paid me a month's rent down, and that was good enough for me. Said he wanted a place where he could look after a sick friend.
Did you see anything of this friend?
No. You see, Mr. Bernardi had only been here a couple of days when his friend died. Something wrong with his heart, I believe. Most unfortunate. Very sudden indeed.
There was a funeral, I suppose?
Oh, yes, quite a grand one. He buried his friend in St. Patrick's Cemetery.
And then?
Well, that's all I can tell you, sir. You see, Mr. Bernardi packed his things the same night, and he went off, and I haven't seen him since.
The detective's next call was on the caretaker of St. Patrick's Cemetery.
Vito Dua? Oh, yes, sir. I remember the burial quite well. Such an unusual name, you see.
The arrangements were made by a foreigner, a Mr. Bernardi, I believe.
That's so. A very pleasant gentleman indeed. He presented the death certificate, paid the fees, and generally took charge of the whole affair.
Were there many mourners at the burial?
Only one, sir. Mr. Bernardi himself.
Do you happen to remember who the undertaker was?
Yes, sir. It was old Sam Brown of Plastow. Been in the business nigh on 40 years, he has.
Good. I'll call on him at once.
Yes, I recall the gentleman quite well. He ordered a full-sized ready-made coffin. I remember particularly because he insisted that the handles should be altered from the sides to the ends of the coffin, as is the custom in France.
And can you give me a description of the person who was buried in this coffin?
To tell you the truth, I can't, sir.
But surely you must have seen the body.
No, I didn't. On Mr. Bernardi's instructions, I delivered the coffin to Ann Street. He said it wasn't necessary for me to do anything more, as he would put the body in the coffin and screw it up.
That's a very unusual procedure, isn't it?
Are you trying to tell me my business? Maybe it was unusual, but let me tell you, I know my legal rights, and I acted within them. There was no obligation whatever on me to put the body in the coffin. Mr. Bernardi presented a certificate of death properly signed by the registrar, and that was good enough for me.
Well, it's not good enough for me.
Well, what do you mean, sir?
I mean that I'm going to get an authority for an order for exhumation.
Two nights later, the newly turned earth was disturbed once more, and the coffin was brought to the surface.
All right.
Yeah, there.
Unscrew the lid.
Yes, sir. All the same, I don't think it's right that we should disturb the rest of the dead like this. It's desecration. That's what it is.
Stop grumbling and get on with your job.
No good will come of it. Mock my words. No good at all. Well, there you are, sir. And I hope you're satisfied. Well, bless me soul.
Desecrating the dead, eh?
Well, there's nothing there but a few odd bits of metal to make up the weight. What a surprise.
Not to me, it isn't.
There remained now only 2 or 3 formal calls, and Druskovich's case was completed.
Well, there's the whole story, sir. Using the name of Bernardi, Duar took lodgings at Plastow. He pretended he had a sick friend whom nobody saw, of course, and a couple of days later gave out that his friend had died. He forged a medical certificate of death.
Have you established that?
Yes. I interviewed the only doctor in London by the name of Critty. He said that the writing was a clumsy forgery and that he had never attended an attendant at Plastow.
Well, that seems conclusive enough. Go on, Droskovich.
He presented the forged certificate to the Registrar of Deaths and received an official certificate of death. He showed that to the undertaker and to the cemetery authorities. When the coffin was delivered at the house, he filled it with scrap metal and screwed down the lid. He attended the funeral and the burial, paid the fees, and obtained receipts.
A very clever fraud. Very clever indeed. Now all we have to do is to find Monsieur Duar.
That's not going to be so easy. I've taken to Liverpool, and I've reason to believe that he's on his way to America under the name of Rubini.
I see. That makes it rather difficult, doesn't it?
I would suggest that the Paris Sûreté pick up his wife. The best chance of finding Duar is through her.
I quite agree.
But you see, my last advice from Paris is that Madame Dua has disappeared also.
Since the insurance company had not paid out its 100,000 francs, the French authorities did not think it worthwhile searching for and extraditing Dua from the United States. And there the matter may have rested for all time, if Dua had been wise enough to stay where he was. But 5 years later, he made the fatal error of returning to England. So it happened that one day Nathaniel Druskovich was called again before his chief.
You'd better look into this, Druskovich.
Yeah, what's it all about, sir?
Suspected insurance fraud. Some fellow insured a quantity of goods that he was shipping by boat for £5,000. There's a fire in the hold, his goods were destroyed, and he's lodged a claim.
Well, what makes the company think there's been a fraud?
One of their officers found the remains of a barrel of tar among the fire debris.
Very clumsy, I must say. What's the name of the man in the case?
Yeah, he's a foreigner. Calls himself Roberti.
Roberti, eh? Bernardi, Rubini, Roberti. I wonder.
This time, Druskovich made no mistake. Dua was arrested and handed over to the French authorities. He was tried and some years later died in prison. Out of the night comes the whispering voice of the night wind, bringing you stories taken from the highway of life. Strange, but true. Out of the night comes the whispering voice of the night wind to tell another story of man's battle with fate. A true story tonight of an aging woman and the amazing crime she committed for no other reason than to hold her lover and to ensure security in the twilight of her life. Unbelievable, but true. This is the voice of the night wind, and this is the tale I tell. In the year 1876, there was formed in Paris one of those liaisons which, though inexplicable by Anglo-Saxon standards, seem nevertheless to be an integral part of French life. On the one hand, there was a well-known demi-mondaine, Jeanne de la Cour, still beautiful at 40, and on the other, there was wealthy, handsome young Georges de Saint-Pierre, an orphan, aged 20. Georges' friends accepted the situation readily enough, but it was a source of constant worry to his aunt, who had cared for him since childhood.
I realize, of course, George, that these things do happen. But if only this woman and you were more of an age.
Oh, what's that got to do with it?
Surely there are plenty of young women more attractive.
I've yet to find them.
You can't really be in love with someone old enough to be your mother.
Oh, please stop harping on the question of age. It's quite immaterial. Jean and I do love each other, strange as it may seem, and that's all there is to it.
You spend a lot of money on her, I suppose.
No more than I would on anyone else. But if you're suggesting it's only my money she's after, you're quite wrong. Jean's not like that at all.
George, you're not contemplating marrying this woman, are you?
Well, no, I hadn't thought of it before.
Hasn't she ever suggested it?
Never. Not that it mightn't be a very good idea.
Oh, please, George. For my sake and the sake of your family name, not that.
Don't you worry, Aunt. I was only joking. It'll never come to that. Even if I did want it, I'm quite certain Jean wouldn't agree for a minute.
But Georges was wrong. Even as he was reassuring his aunt, exactly the same topic, but from a slightly different angle, was being discussed in her apartment by Jeanne Delacour and her sister, Louise.
Of course, Louise, I'm doing well enough as I am, I know. I'm very fond of Georges, and he's very kind to me.
And generous. Don't forget that.
Oh, yes, he's generous enough. Have I ever denied it? But...
But what?
Well, it's just that it can't last.
You'd hardly expect it to, would you? You being 40 and him no more than half your age.
That's the whole thing. I'm getting old, Louise. I won't be beautiful much longer. And what then? What usually happens to women like myself when they're no longer attractive to men?
You could persuade George to marry you, of course. Is there much chance of that?
What would you think? He's 20, rich, of good family. I'm 40, poor, a nobody.
But he loves you, doesn't he?
It would take more than love, Louise. It would take a miracle.
If only there was some way to make him absolutely and entirely dependent on you. If he were ill, for instance, and you could nurse him.
Oh, Georges has never had a day's sickness. He's the most completely healthy person I've ever known.
Well, if something terrible were to happen to him, some frightful accident.
You're talking nonsense, Louise. Things like that only happen in novels.
Then I don't see any way out.
There isn't any. Oh, now, let's forget about it and change the subject. I'm sorry I burdened you with it in the first place.
But it was a subject Jeanne Delacour couldn't forget, for it meant so much to her future life. Then one day, she saw a friend of hers, a former ballet dancer.
Why, Christine, how lovely you look. And is that a wedding ring you're wearing?
Oh, yes, dear, didn't you know? I was married last week.
How exciting. Who to?
Louis Auvergne.
Not the Auvergne.
Yes. Oh, you must remember him. He's the blind one.
Oh, Christine, how terrible.
I don't think so. Because he's blind, other women wouldn't have him. But I don't mind. You see, I can look after him. It makes an extra bond between us.
But he's so much younger than you, isn't he?
That doesn't matter either, because he'll never see me grow old.
That's right. He'll never see you grow old.
And so, in the mind of Jeanne Delacour, was born and grew a desperate thought. For months, she resolutely pushed it aside. But inevitably, it came back. And then one day, she met an old sweetheart, Nathalie Gaudry, a weak, unscrupulous fellow who promptly fell in love with her all over again. For a time, she refused his pleas that they should renew their old relationship, until at last...
Please be kind to me, Jeanne. I can't eat, I can't sleep for thinking of you. I've never been through such a torment.
Do you really love me so much, Nathalie?
How can you ask that? Can't you see I'm mad about you?
Would you prove your love by doing something for me?
Anything at all. Just put me to the test.
All right, I will. I've been cruelly treated and defrauded by a man. I'm determined to have my revenge on him.
Tell me who he is. I'll thrash the swine till he begs for mercy.
No, I must have something more subtle than that. I want to strike at him through someone he loves.
Who?
His only son, the idol of his life. I'd like to maim or injure him in some way so that his appearance would be a perpetual reminder to the old man of his own evil ways.
Perhaps I could slice off his ear.
No. I have it. Vitriol. Throw vitriol in his face. Burn him, blind him.
You're not suggesting I should do a thing like that, are you?
You said you loved me. You volunteer to do anything at all?
But I had no idea. Oh, no, I couldn't do it, John.
I always knew you were a coward at heart. Goodbye, Nathalie. I wouldn't bother calling again if I were you, because you won't find me at home.
You really mean that, don't you?
Of course I mean it.
And if I do as you ask?
You won't find me unkind.
Oh, the devil, Jeanne. Tell me the name of the man.
So the diabolical plot was hatched. On the evening of January the 13th, 1877, an unlucky day indeed for Georges de Saint-Pierre, he and Jeanne attended a masked ball at the opera. About 3 o'clock in the morning, a cab brought them home. As they walked toward the front door, Jeanne dropped back, and a sinister figure emerged from the shadows.
Monsieur de Saint-Pierre? Yes? Who are you? What do you want with me at this hour? I have a gift for you, monsieur. Take it.
Oh, Jeanne! Jeanne! Darling, what's happened?
My eyes! Oh, my eyes!
Jeanne Delacour had planned well. Her lover had lost the sight of one eye, and that of the other was threatened. His face was horribly disfigured. Through the long weeks while he lay swathed in bandages, she was in constant attendance, nursing and caring for him, anticipating his every wish. No wife could have been more loving or more tender. And Georges' gratitude was almost pathetic. On only one point was she firm. During his convalescence, he was to have no visitors, not even his own relatives.
But that's ridiculous. I've a right to see him. I'm his aunt. I've brought him up since he was a child.
I'm sorry, madame. The doctor's explicit order is that George is not to be disturbed by callers. Moreover, he has no wish to see you.
I don't believe that.
You may believe it or not as you wish. Fact remains that you cannot see him.
Very well. I shall apply to the court for an order of access.
You'll be wasting your time. George is almost fit to travel now. And in a few days, we're leaving for Italy.
What are you doing to my nephew?
What do you mean?
You've managed to get him completely in your hands at last, haven't you?
I'm caring for him, if that's what you mean. Good day, madame. I must return to my patient.
But Jeanne Delacour was not to enjoy her triumph for long. Her suspicions aroused, the aunt went to the police. Then Nathalie Gaudry came into the picture again. He had committed a serious crime for Jeanne's sake, and so far there'd been no payoff. It was not exactly his idea of a good bargain.
I've done your bidding. Now I want my reward.
Suppose I refuse.
Why, you little cheat. So you tricked me, eh?
What are you going to do about it? Go to the police and say I flung vitriol into a man's face because a woman asked me to? Confession might be good for the soul, Nathalie. But I'm sure you wouldn't want to spend the rest of your life in jail.
By heaven, I ought to...
Violence won't help you either. Don't you think you'd better just write the whole affair off to experience and let it go at that?
Why did you make me do it, Jeanne? You lied to me with that story about revenge, too, didn't you? You're nursing the young de Saint-Pierre now, here in your home, aren't you?
Yes. You see, he's dependent on me now. We're going away together soon, and then we're to be married.
So that's it. You deliberately maimed the poor fellow to get him in your power.
Not I, Nathalie. You. Clever of me, wasn't it?
Not quite clever enough, mademoiselle.
Who are you? Where did you come from?
My name is Mace, of the Paris Sûreté. I've been behind the curtain in that alcove for the last couple of hours.
I don't understand.
Yes, we've been interested in the case of Georges de Saint-Pierre for some days, mademoiselle. We thought that if we watched you closely enough, we'd learn the truth sooner or later. It seems we were right.
I can explain everything.
You'll have your chance before the judge. I wouldn't try to escape, monsieur. This pistol is loaded.
In court, the two accused tried desperately to throw on each other the guilt of the crime. But when the true facts came out, it was obvious to the judge who was the more guilty. For her diabolical deed, Jeanne de la Cour was sentenced to 15 years' imprisonment. Gaudry, as her dupe, escaped with 5. A fair enough assessment in the circumstances. And that is the strange story of Jeanne de la Cour. Unbelievable, but true.
Out of the night comes the whispering voice of the night wind to tell another story of man's battle with fate. The amazing but true story tonight of an error in identity that sent an innocent man to jail for 7 years. Unbelievable, but true.
I don't know anything about it. I swear it. You got to believe me.
This is the voice of the night wind, and this is the tale I tell. It began one wintry December afternoon in 1895 in a fashionable London street. Adolf Beck, a well-to-do Norwegian, was taking a quiet stroll before dinner when he was suddenly accosted by an angry young woman.
So, I found you at last, you scoundrel.
I am sorry, madame. There must be some mistake.
There's no mistake. I'd know your face anywhere. Give me back my watch and rings, you thief.
Please, I assure you. My name is Adolf Beck. I am a Norwegian, a visitor to London.
Don't think you can get out of it like that.
I assure madame she is in error. Now, if you will please excuse
Oh,
me.
no, you don't. Police! Help! Police!
Please, madame, I implore you.
Hey, what's going on here? Is this man annoying you, lady?
He's a thief. I've been searching for him for days. He obtained valuables of mine by trickery.
Ah, one of them, eh?
This is preposterous, Constable. I've tried to explain to the young lady that she is mistaking me for someone else. My name is...
Never mind about that now. You better come along with me. You can tell your story to the sergeant.
Mystified and angry, Adolf Beck spent several hours in the cells before his insistent demand to talk to the sergeant in charge was granted.
Well, what do you want?
I demand to know why I'm being detained here.
Oh, you do you? Well, if it's any news to you, you're being detained on a charge of obtaining goods by false pretenses.
From that young woman?
You've hit it in one, matey.
But that's absurd. I've never seen her before in my life.
Ah, still sticking to that yarn, eh?
It's the truth. At least you might tell me what I'm supposed to have done.
You wouldn't have heard of the St. John's Wood joke by any chance, would you?
No, haven't. I don't know what you're talking about.
The St. John's Wood joke, matey, is this. A prosperous-looking gent like yourself scrapes up an acquaintance with a woman and drops hints about his wealth and aristocracy and so on. Later on, he writes to her, asking if he can call. He uses expensive crested paper with a St. John's Wood address, and he signs it with a title.
But this is fantastic.
Hold on, I've not finished yet. In due course, the gentleman calls. He's wanting a housekeeper, he says, and invites the lady to take the job. The pay is good, and she accepts. He insists on buying her a new wardrobe and gives her a whopping check. Then the talk gets round to jewelry. She shows him what she has. He says it needs resetting and improving. So he takes the whole lot of it away to have it fixed. And that's the last she sees of him or her stuff. And even the check comes back marked no account, but of course you wouldn't know about such things, would you?
No, I wouldn't. And let me tell you, Sergeant...
If you don't mind, I'll do all the telling around here. We've had a lot of complaints these last few months about swindlers like you. I've sent messages out to all the women who've been taken in. And in half an hour or so, matey, you're going to take your chance in the lineup. If you're as innocent as you say, you've nothing to fear.
Otherwise, you can look forward to a nice long stretch.
To Beck's horror, no less than 10 or 20 women who attended the lineup identified him as the man who had duped them. Then someone looked up the records and discovered that a man known as John Smith had gone to jail for 5 years way back in 1877 for similar offenses. The policeman who had arrested this Smith was brought out of retirement, confronted with Beck, and declared at once that he and Smith were the same man. Things looked black for Beck, and blacker still as the trial progressed. Only his counsel, Charles Gill, remained confident of an acquittal.
But if all these women all say positively that I am the man, how can I possibly hope for an acquittal?
Don't you worry, Mr. Beck. I have a trump up my sleeve yet.
You have? That's comforting to know. What is it?
As soon as the Crown try to prove that you and this John Smith are identical, I'm going to blow their whole case sky high.
Good.
First, I'm going to submit Smith's official description, and let the jury compare it with yours.
Perhaps they will be similar.
No, not at all. Smith was dark, you're fair. His eyes were brown, yours are blue. He was 5 feet 8 inches, you're 6 feet. He weighed 11 stone, you weigh 14.
But that doddering old constable they brought out of retirement positively identified me as Smith.
So much the better. If he can be mistaken, so can the women. Furthermore, I had a word today from the British Embassy in Peru which proved definitely that you were in South America at the time Smith was sent to jail. I tell you, Mr. Beck, you've got not a thing to worry about. Once I prove you can't possibly be John Smith, the jury just can't do anything else but acquit you.
Counsel's reasoning was sound enough. The only catch was that the Crown prosecutor happened to see the same trap and carefully avoided walking into it.
And as to the suggestion, Your Honor, that my client has had a previous conviction for an offense of this nature, and that he is in fact identical with one John Smith...
I object, Your Honor. What are your grounds, Miss Ravery? I submit, Your Honor, that the prisoner is charged with misdemeanor on 10 specific counts during 1895. The question of whether he is or is not John Smith has nothing whatever to do with the present charges, nor can its introduction serve any possible purpose but to confuse and prejudice the proceedings before this court.
With all due respect to my learned colleague, Your Honor, I suggest...
Objection sustained.
Did Your Honor say sustained?
I did, Mr. Gill. Pray proceed with your case, and omit all reference to the name of John Smith, and of any incident or person not directly concerned with the charges before the court.
With his main line of defense denied him, Beck never had a chance. He was found guilty, and still fervently protesting his innocence, sentenced to 7 years jail. Good conduct commissions earned his release after 5 years in 1901. But scarcely had he settled back to civilian life than the old nightmare began all over again.
Well, if it isn't my old friend Adolf Beck.
Oh, it's you, Sergeant. What do you want?
Oh, just called in for a quiet chat, as you might say.
Haven't you people finished with me yet? Don't you think you've hounded me enough as it is?
Now, no hard feelings. Got to do my job, you know. So, you've been up your old games again, eh? It's a pity you fellas never learn.
What do you mean? What are you trying to pin on me now?
You've been out of court about a month now, haven't you?
Yes, 4 weeks today.
Don't waste much time, do you? I don't know. I always thought you were an intelligent sort of cove. Didn't really expect you'd mend your ways, you know, but I did think you'd change your methods. I'm disappointed in you, matey. Really, I am.
Will you please tell me what all this is leading to?
Ever heard of a woman named Mary Watson?
Never.
Will it surprise you to know she complained to the police today that she'd been a victim of the St. John's Wood joke?
I tell you, I never heard of her.
And from the way she describes the man who took her in, it sounds exactly like you.
I don't know anything about it. I swear it. You've got to believe me.
Still playing the innocent, eh? Well, you better come along with me, Beck.
You mean I'm to be charged again?
Well, that all depends on whether she identifies you in the lineup.
So once again, the whole incredible business was repeated. To Adolf Beck, it must have seemed like some hideous nightmare. In the lineup, the woman had no hesitation in selecting him as her defrauder. He was charged, stood his trial, found guilty, and remanded for sentence. Then, as he waited miserably in his cell to learn his fate, the whole case suddenly and dramatically cracked open.
Congratulations, Mr. Beck. You're free.
I'm free?
Well, all except for a few legal details.
You mean they reviewed my case?
I mean they've caught the real criminal, John Smith.
It can't be true.
It is true. They arrested him in a pawn shop 4 hours ago, trying to dispose of some of Mary Watson's jewels. He's broken down under cross-questioning and has confessed everything.
Everything?
Yes, including the crimes that you were sent to jail for 5 years ago. You're not only free, Mr. Beck, but your name has been cleared. And if I can't get you whopping compensation for your wrongful imprisonment, my name's not Charlie Gill.
A special committee of inquiry was set up to investigate the whole matter. And Adolf Beck had the belated pleasure of seeing his name expunged from the criminal records and receiving a check for £5,000 for the wrong he had suffered. Today, his story is history. But neither criminologists nor psychologists have ever been able to explain how 11 women could have positively identified him as John Smith when the two men were so utterly dissimilar in every respect. And that is the story of When Justice Was Blind. Unbelievable, but true. Out of the night comes the whispering voice of the night wind to tell another story of man's battle with life. Tonight, the story of William James Cetus, the man who destroyed his own mind. Unbelievable, but true.
They hate me. Nobody likes me. They say I'm a freak. They hate me. They hate me. They hate me.
This is the voice of the night wind, and this is the tale I tell. It is the month of July in the year 1944, and in the copy room of a country newspaper in Brookline, Massachusetts, USA, is being written the final chapter to one of the most amazing stories ever told. The life history of one William James Cetus, who, like the Browns, the Smiths, and the Jones of this world, had his part to play in the queer jigsaw pattern of life.
Hey, Henry. What is it, Sam? This copy. Take a look at it, will you? Huh? What's the matter with it? Read it for yourself. Let's see. The death is reported of William James Cetus, age 46, from natural causes, at Evans Boarding House on Main Street. Cetus was stricken with a cold, which resulted in complications from which he never recovered. What in thunderation? You beat it? Who the devil wrote this? Young Taylor, that new cub reporter. What you trying to do? Ruin our circulation? We want news. Not some story about a poor tramp who passes out in a second-rate boarding house. Anyway, what'll I do with this copy? Toss it in the waste paper basket. That's the best place for it.
Carelessly, Sam throws the discarded news item into the already crammed waste paper bin. If only he possessed the power of being able to read between the lines of that scrap of paper, he would have discovered a story to thrill his heart. A weird story set in the realms of abnormal psychology. It opens in the laboratory of a brilliant Russian professor of abnormal psychology, Dr. Boris Cetus of Harvard University. It is a happy day for the austere professor, for he has just become the father of a baby son.
Congratulations, Dr. Cetus.
Thank you, Henry.
How are Mrs. Cetus and the baby?
Fine, just fine.
Now, tell me, Doctor, what you going to call the little fellow?
William James. A good democratic American name.
I suppose you'll want your son to follow in your footsteps. He has a great reputation to live up to.
And he'll be equal to it. You know, Henry, you hear a lot of idle talk about genius being born, not made. But it's not true. Just as a plant is nurtured, so is the mind. I'm going to educate my child, deliberately make him what we loosely term a genius.
What, Dr. Cetus?
My theory frightens you, Henry?
Sir, surely we can't tamper with man's destiny. Man's not matter like a plant. His mind, soul. You're treading on dangerous ground.
Superstitious metaphysical nonsense, that's all it is. You'll see, Henry. William James Cetus will have the greatest brain man has ever known.
So William James Cetus becomes a human guinea pig to test his father's theories. 6 months later, a group of professors call at the home of Dr. Boris Cetus.
Impossible. Utterly fantastic.
Can't believe it, Boris.
A 6-month-old baby able to understand the alphabet? Nevertheless, watch. Notice these alphabet blocks with the large letters suspended over the baby's crib. Now, I call out one of the letters of the alphabet, and young William will touch the corresponding block. Watch. B. There, gentlemen.
Absolutely amazing.
And to prove it was no mere chance, we'll try again. This time, H. He touched the correct block again.
Astonishing. It completely revises all existing thought on child development.
So William becomes living proof of his father's theories. Bond Pater Boris explains it as a kind of mental forced feeding.
With the systematic training of my son's mind, I predict he will be qualified for Harvard University at the age of 9.
Fantastic as it seems, William James Cetus is ready for Harvard at the age of 9. The authorities concede his qualifications, but make him wait until he is 11 before admitting him. William's education goes relentlessly on, outwardly a smashing success, but inwardly, a psychological storm is brewing. At school.
Look at James Cetus over there.
Poor kid, I can't help feeling sorry for him.
Why don't they send him back to kindergarten?
Are you kidding? He graduated top of his year. The kid's a genius.
Yeah, maybe he is. Sure, he knows about things that are in books. But what's he know about living? About playing baseball or having a good time?
Hey, you better look out. He'll be making you his nursemaid.
It wouldn't be such a bad idea at that. Nobody ever bothers about the kid. He's lonely. Let's go over and talk to him.
Ah, you can. I'm up for the Alpha Beta Phi fraternity meeting. See you later.
Well, maybe I'm the world's biggest sap, but here goes. Say, kid. Oh, how'd you like that? He just walked off without a word.
William's college days resemble a nightmare. He learns to hate staring eyes, to shun all society. Mentally, he conjures up distorted visions of his life.
They hate me. Nobody likes me. I don't understand what they talk about. I don't know anything about games. They say I'm a freak. They hate me. They hate me.
Yet the boy does have his day of glory. One day he appears on the lecture rostrum at Harvard to discourse on...
The fourth dimension is the subject of today's lecture by William Cetus.
Brushing aside a lock of blonde hair that falls across his eyes, the shy boy begins his treatise in a shrill voice that becomes shriller as he warms to his subject. Occasionally, the attentive listener can detect an ominous giggle. But at the end of the lecture...
Remarkable. The most clear-sighted exposition ever given on the subject. Genius. Sheer genius.
But the cost of genius is soon apparent. The great brain of William Cetus breaks down. He is removed from Harvard to his father's sanitarium at Portsmouth in New Hampshire. Throughout America, critics assail the man who has endeavored to create in his son a genius.
A monster! Dr. Boris Cetus has deliberately destroyed his son's mind. Congress should pass a bill that will prevent any further exploitation of children by their parents.
The Associated Press of America condemns the practices of Dr. Boris Cetus, who has come close to destroying his son's sanity.
The fools. Don't they realize I'm trying to prove that man can be unshackled from the tyranny of heredity, so that with a free mind he can go forward to greater triumphs, greater discoveries, and I will prove it.
In the sanitarium, the anguished man renews his battle to continue his boy on the road to genius. William returns to his studies and graduates with honors before he is 16. But then comes the day, an historic day, that shatters the wild ambitions of Dr. Boris Cetus.
And now that you have completed your course, William, I have mapped out the next 3 years of your life.
One moment, Father.
Yes, William?
Father, I don't know how to tell you this. I'm leaving home.
Leaving home? I don't understand.
All these years, Father, you've forced learning upon me. But I don't want it. I want to be an ordinary man. To live and love like an ordinary man. I don't want any part of this fantastic life you've mapped out for me.
Well, then, you're upset. You'll see things differently in the morning. Surely you'll not destroy my life's work.
That's exactly what I intend doing.
No, I won't permit it.
Well, it's too late. I'm leaving you, Father. I must before I completely lose everything worth living.
And so William Cetus turned his back on his father's ambition, determined to destroy the genius he had created within him. He avoids any job that calls for intellectual ability. Gradually, he slips down the scale.
Yeah, we can take on the clerk. $23 a week. I'm your man.
Your stove looked like this is used to shifting heavy loads.
Well, just give me a break and I'll make good. This construction gang goes to Missouri. You sign on for a minimum of 23 weeks. Oh, where do I sign? Hey, George. Like your shirt, the backy? No, thanks. How long you been on the track? Oh, a couple of weeks. And I ain't nothing like it. Life on the track. No worries, no responsibilities. Who wouldn't be your tramp? Yeah. Who wouldn't? Not very tally, are you? So, we can't always see bright. Education, that's what does it. Now take me. I went to 6th grade. That's what made me different to the rest of the tramps. Education.
And so into society's no man's land ambles William Cetus, genius. Shabby, down at the heels, and badly in need of money, he drifts his way through life until... Well, Doctor, he's gone. Why the blazes he picked this boarding house to die in, I don't know. Think of all the trouble it's going to cause me. Who was he, anyway? Just some tramp off the tracks. A guy called Cetus. Yes, if our friend Henry could have read between the lines of the story sent in by his cub reporter. But that, my friends, is always the way. There is an infinity of drama hidden in a musty attic. A paper long since forgotten. A clock that relentlessly ticks away a lifespan. Yes, into all these fragments is woven the story of man. A story both strange and beautiful. And told to you by the whispering voice of the night wind. Unbelievable, but true.
From London, we present Orbit 10, a play in 6 episodes by Peter Elliott Hayes. Episode 1, The Unseeing Eye.
In Fleet Street, they say a good story gets its facts across. So facts it's going to be. My name's Tom Lambert, and I work on a daily paper that maybe came through your letterbox this morning. It's a good many years now since I wrote my last article on the cosmic noise and what followed. But it's my belief that the whole inside story never was told. That was why a few weeks ago I tracked down the man who lives with the whole truth, Dr. Hayward Petrie. I found him in an Oxfordshire village. He's retired now, and we talked about the old days for a long time. I came away with an empty notebook, but not empty-handed. I have here 6 reels of recording tape which Dr. Petrie lent me. His own recordings made 10 years ago, dictated by him, alone in his study, remembering. I've played these tapes. It's all here, better than I could tell it. Our glimpse across a weird threshold on the rim of space where there should be nothing but eternal frozen darkness. Yet where there was something more. You're going to hear the first of the Petrie recordings. For the moment, I need do no more than press the switch and let Dr. Petrie and the facts speak for themselves. Ready?
Notes, first reel. My name is John Hayward Petrie. I'm a doctor of science, and my purpose in making these observations is to Oh, hang it, I can't lecture to a machine. I'll do this my own way or not at all. Now, where to begin? I must go back. Kensington, London. Some years ago, the old Imperial Museum in South Kensington was turned into the Commonwealth College of Science. It worked well, the college. Some of the old vision of empire must have lingered, though, because there was a department to study a new potential empire, space. The School of Astrophysics. East wing, third floor, quite handy for the canteen. I was its head in those days, and a keen crowd we were. It really began on a grey November day in the college's second year. I was lecturing my course that morning. Among the heads bent dutifully over notebooks were two that, with me, were to experience things that would make us doubt our sanity. But none of us knew that then. To summarize, the effects of cosmic radiation, filtered by the Earth's atmosphere and observed in relation to botany and geology, are understood well enough. But the source of these radiations remains one of the best guarded secrets of the universe. That'll be all for today, ladies and gentlemen. We shall not now meet again until next January, by which time I trust I shall have received an admirably learned thesis from each one of you. Good morning.
What, my dear Miss Ryder, is that? A new form of lecture shorthand?
Hello, Cliff. This?
Yeah.
Oh, just a doodle.
Some doodle. I've been watching it develop for the last half hour. Took me right out of myself and the lecture.
Well, if anything, it represents the state of mind of a second-year student with 2 months to produce a thesis and who hasn't a clue for a subject.
Sure, Liz. Me, too. Well, that wraps it up for this term. Do we drown our sorrows in canteen tea?
I think we do. Let's go before the queue reaches halfway to Marble Arch. Don't forget your notes, Cliff. You're going to need them.
Don't remind me. Madam's usual table? Am I the tray, Bill? Want some hot tea down your neck? Or... Well, I guess we can squeeze in here by the window.
Okay.
Have a chocolate biscuit?
Thanks. You know, Cliff, it's hard to believe sometimes.
That this is tea? Believe me, in no other civilized land do they make tea quite like this.
No, out there, Kensington, with the mist. It hasn't changed in 100 years. And here we sit in the middle of 6 floors of electronics.
And this is a science college, not a school for romantic lady poets. Now, back to earth, Liz. Petrie won't accept a sonnet for a thesis. 10,000 words. That's a lot of words.
And a lot of hours in my bedsitter in Chelsea. And a lot of shillings for the gas meter.
You're not trying to get home for Christmas?
Cliff, Daddy works for a copper mine. He doesn't own one. He paid my fare here from Rhodesia. And if I don't pass at the end of next year, well, I can see myself walking back.
Look, if one of us is doomed to fail, Liz, it certainly won't be you. And Montreal is no bus ride away. My people run a hardware store. So I guess I sweat it out in the college hostel. We'll send each other Christmas cards.
And you can take me to see the Christmas tree in Trafalgar Square.
You've got yourself a date. Well, well. Now, why is our colleague from down under fighting his way over here? You'll make it, Whitey.
Hi, Liz. Got a message for you, too. The prof wants to see you in his study.
Dr. Petrie?
Yeah, he's waiting. Don't rub him the wrong way, for Pete's sake. Many a good scholarship now hangs in the balance.
Dr. Petrie is a pet.
Maybe to you he is. There's a difference.
We better go, Liz. Thanks, Whitey.
Okay.
What have we done to deserve this? Nothing, I hope. Come on.
If we can carve our way through.
We had to have a corner table. Excuse us, please. Don't block the gangway. Thanks.
Come in. Ah, Mr. Boyd, Miss Ryder. You got my message?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Good. Sit down, please.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I have your course records here. I've been glancing through them. They may not on the whole suggest that you're the 2 most brilliantly gifted students of your year.
We don't think so either, Doctor. We just hope we're good enough to get through all 3.
Yes. Still, you do have something that's rare even here. Inquiring minds. Now, look here, if neither of you are committed for Christmas, how would you like to spend it 80 miles out in the Atlantic?
The Atlantic?
Well, not afloat, on an island.
Well, sir, I guess... But we have theses to get started work on.
Well, perhaps the two can be combined. I have a letter here from an old colleague of mine. Yes, Professor Campbell McLaren. He's in charge of the radio telescope that 3 of our universities built between them.
The one in the Outer Hebrides?
Yes, it's on the Isle of Skara, about 40 miles west of Barra. It's a very powerful apparatus, more adaptable than the one at Jodrell Bank. McLaren's been working there in splendid isolation for 2 years, studying cosmic radiation.
Has he made any progress?
Well, McLaren is the least excitable person alive, and that's why the voluble style of his letter puzzles me. However, the point is, he wants a second opinion on some findings. He suggests that I spend a few weeks there and bring a couple of students to assist. You can make observations, take notes, and I will accept in exchange 7,000 words on radio astronomy, but not one less. Well?
I'd love to come, sir.
I'm not asking what you would love, Miss Ryder. I wish to know if you feel you would benefit from an insight into field research.
I mean, yes, I think it will be very helpful.
Good. And what about you, Mr. Byrne?
Glad if you'll count me in, too, sir. I was reading about the Skara telescope in the Scientific Journal. It has a range of 5 billion light years and can detect the fastest receding galaxies.
I'm not unaware of those facts, Mr. Byrne. I wrote that article.
Sorry, sir.
Well, now, I shall be leaving in 3 days' time. McLaren mentions November gales and advises thick clothing. I'm purchasing a garment called a duffel coat, in which I shall look quite ridiculous. He does also mention some other work outside the laid-down program. In his own well-chosen words, some wee backroom messing about, which should be right up your street. Well, we shall see. Please meet me at Euston at 8 p.m. on Monday evening.
Right.
I'll make the traveling arrangements.
Thank you, sir.
Fine.
Now, I really have a great deal of work to do, so, good morning to you.
We'll be there. Goodbye, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Petrie.
Good morning.
Well, how do you like that? Is that character a sheep in wolf's clothing or the other way around? Now and then he gets to be almost human, but not for long.
He's just a bit shy, that's all.
Shy? Oh, sure, and modest, too, like your Dr. Johnson was. Now, come on. We've got a lot to do before Monday.
Yes, let's go.
The Isle of Skara. A lonely tilted granite paving stone jutting out of the ocean. Even from the steamer, we could see the radio telescope straddling the highest end like some enormous black crab. 2 towering pylons, and between them the reflector, a vast upturned bowl. We went ashore at Kirkuish, the only harbor, and the only village. The island's only taxi rattled us up steep lanes and across windswept moorlands where sheep huddled behind crumbling flint walls. It left us at the very foot of the telescope, and then it scuttled away as if nervous of the brooding monster it had dared to disturb. The 3 of us gazed up in silence. The wind whined through the 2 tall lattice towers. Slung between them in a cradle of girders, the monstrous hollow eye gazed coldly at the leaden sky. Only this steel creature was blind. It saw by listening. It was almost a relief to see the homely, white-haired figure of McLaren trotting down towards us in a flapping overcoat.
Hello there. Grand to see you again, Hayward. I saw the steamer put in. That's a big event here.
Hello, Campbell. If we were just paying homage to your creation, rather like the popular idea of an invading Martian.
Oh, don't be unkind to it. It may look a wee bit unfriendly today, but when the sun's out, it can look quite pretty.
It looks as if it might decide to eat us at any moment.
Oh, man.
Campbell, may I introduce Mr. Elizabeth Ryder, Mr. Clifford Burley.
How do you do, Ryder, Mr. Bowden? So you're the ones he talked into this.
That's right.
Glad to have you. Now, let's get inside. It never stops blowing on Skara. I think we may as well go straight up to the signal box.
The signal box?
Aye, the control room. It's slung up there, just under the bowl. It's safer than it looks. There's a lift.
A lift?
Oh, we have every modern convenience. Now, watch your step. These parts are slippery.
Right.
We will.
A lift inside one of the supporting towers whirred upwards. We crossed a narrow catwalk, where Elizabeth looked down once and didn't try it again. And then we were in a warm, spacious, glass-paneled laboratory. One felt still on the ground up there, until you looked out and saw all the island, the Atlantic below you, or up, where the bowl of the telescope blotted out the whole sky.
This is where we work. And this is my assistant who shares my eggs out here, Peter Garrick.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you, Dr. Petrie. I've read all your papers on solar physics.
Oh, well, I'm glad someone has.
And Miss Ryder and Mr. Bourne from the CCS in Kensington.
How do you do?
Know you.
Well, now, you all know the form, of course. We can either send out impulses ourselves, and they're bounced back from bodies in their path, or we can receive short waves from any source that emits them. How's that analysis coming on, Peter? Is Alpha Centauri still complaining?
Yes, quite a disturbance. It's coming through very steadily.
We're tracking one of our celestial neighbors, the star Alpha Centauri, a mere 5 light years away. He seems to be having a little cosmic indigestion, throwing out masses of white-hot hydrogen. Like to hear him doing it.
Love to.
Let's have the audio range, Peter.
Right. I'll bring him in.
Aye, there he is. The sound of a furnace hot enough to shrivel the earth, but too far for any ordinary telescope to see. Of course, we're not hearing the physical activity, just the radiations it gives off.
Yes, quite right.
Swing off to a general bearing, Peter. Let's have the third program for a change.
Anything in particular?
No, the full orchestra.
Right. Well, look at that. The ball up there's turning, and we're going with it.
The whole structure is mounted on a circular track. There are 20 electric motors driving this lot. When we're observing, the whole thing creeps automatically. I see. It has to, of course, to counteract the Earth's rotation.
Yes, good. This bearing ought to give us a fair selection. Just a moment.
There it is, Hayward. The creaking of the universe. The voices of 1,000,000 galaxies. Some of those signals began their journey before men learned to live in caves and chip flints, and have only just arrived. But all that is dead noise, given out by bodies much like our own sun. Aye, and there are more things in heaven and earth.
Campbell, what do you mean?
I'm not sure that I know myself.
Oh.
There, you see, it goes on tape and into these computers for analysis. And these pens scratch it out in graph form, mile after mile of it.
Oh, you research people have all the fun. I'd like one of these in Kensington. Well, tomorrow we'll get down to it in detail.
Surely. I'd be glad of your advice on one or two problems. Well, shall we go down?
Yes.
We have our quarters in those concrete buildings near the cliff. We live well enough, thanks to Mrs. McWhirter, our resident cook. She's promised us dinner at 7. Peter, at 8, will you go on to bearing C60?
C60? Tonight, sir?
Yes, tonight.
Very good.
I'd hang on to the handrail when you get outside. The wind seems to be getting up. One of our problems is the rain that collects in the bowl. On a bad day, the drain stuff has to cope with something like 6 tons of water.
McLaren's living room, with its chintz curtains and cheerful fire, seemed that night the coziest place on earth. We might have been in the heart of London, save for the wind and the waves pounding on the rocks below. And all the time we were conscious of that vast steel monster towering into the darkness outside. McLaren himself seemed uneasy and kept glancing at his watch. And at 8:15, he said,
Hayward, I've been doing a little work of my own, a sort of sideline. I think it might interest you. We could take a look now if you'd care to.
I said I would. So McLaren led me out of the concrete block, and we dashed through the rain to another which housed the electric generators, then down some bare steps into a series of basement rooms. The last and largest was not as elaborately equipped as the signal box, but there were control consoles, a computer in a shiny grey cubicle, and another recording machine, its stylus scratching a jagged red line on a creeping roll of graph paper. As soon as he closed the door, I realized that McLaren had only been keeping up his cheery manner with an effort.
I dare say you're surprised to find another laboratory down here. The universities don't know about this yet.
Well, I knew you were keen on investigating cosmic radiation, Campbell, but...
No, this is something else. Aye. Now, where to begin? Look at that pen, Hayward. Mm-hmm. See the trace it's making?
Yes, it seems fairly regular. Is it something the telescope is picking up?
Aye. Garrick's on to a certain bearing.
What do you mean?
I'll put it in a nutshell. A year ago, we noticed that a very persistent signal kept breaking in on our other recordings. We put it down to meteor showers or the like. Then one day, for something to do, we focused accurately on them and recorded them for several hours. Garrick was curious about the results, so we fed them into the computers. The usual variations emerged. But this time, they were in the form of a regular pattern.
But that's impossible. Cosmic emanations are either continuous or intermittent. There could be no system. Unless...
Aye? Unless what?
Well, unless they were from some artificial source, in some way being, well, transmitted.
We made more recordings and more. We analyzed, compared sequences, and soon we had no doubts at all. There was form and system.
No.
There could be only one thing, a means of communication. Soon we confirmed something else, the position of the source and the range.
Well, if they're coming from some distant nebula...
They're not, Hayward. Huh? They originate somewhere on the edge of our solar system. We place the point of origin at a distance of no more than 500,000 million miles.
You mean just beyond the orbit of the farthest planet from the sun, Pluto?
Just so. The edge of outer space.
Good.
Well, listen to this. Hear it for yourself.
There's meaning, intelligence behind that sound.
And I'll tell you something else. Garrick has worked for months on the breakdown graphs. An organized system is emerging. It's a code, and he believes he's on the way to breaking it.
Good heavens, of course, any kind of common word language is out of the question. It would have to be some other way of transmitting ideas. It could be figures, theorems, atomic numbers, the linear spectrum, things constant to all matter everywhere. Mathematics, after all, is a universal language.
Just so.
Good heavens,
You know, if we're right, Hayward, this is an event of tremendous importance.
Have you made any statements?
No. Communication with some other intelligence beyond the Earth. We've got to be very sure.
Look, Campbell, this is fascinating. I must go over it with you in the smallest detail.
Once we can find the basic key, that's a voice we are hearing, a small voice speaking to us across space. We must learn to understand it. We must.
Well, I gave a brief account of the evening's activities to our two young people and let them hear the signals. And then for the next 3 days that followed, we thought of little else. We spent them either in the underground laboratory or in the high control room beneath the telescope, poring over the neatly filed rolls of squared paper. And on went that jagged red line, saying so much, but then meaning so little to us. On the third day, McLaren and I wanted to work alone, so Clifford and Elizabeth took the brief opportunity to look over the island. They explored the harbor at Kirkuish, took snapshots, and ended up in the evening at the small stone inn near the jetty.
Any good at that, Cliff?
Heck no, that crazy little board, I can't even hit it. But I'll take you on at ice hockey anytime.
It's not played much in pubs, I'm afraid.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, landlord. Usual for you, Liz?
Yes, please.
1 tomato juice and a half of draft.
1 tomato juice and a half of draft.
Well, Cliff, we have walked into something.
We certainly have. But nobody sane believes that any other planet beyond Mars can possibly support any life beyond a few fungi and mosses.
Too far from the sun. No light, no heat. And beyond Pluto, 500 million miles. There's nothing out there. Just freezing darkness. And nothing.
Well, that's what the book says. But let's just hope, for the sake of professional dignity, that those signals don't turn out to be mixed-up dance music from Radio Istanbul or somewhere.
Somehow, I don't think they will, Cliff.
Neither do I. There's something about that noise that gave me the creeps around the back of my neck.
1 tomato juice and a half of draft. That will be 1 and 9pence, please, sir.
Right. 1 and 9. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, cheers.
Cheers.
The young lady and yourself will be concerned with the contraption, no doubt.
That's right. Hey, just listen to that wind out there. Landlord,
Are there ever days here when you could keep a hat on?
Oh, yes. But this is the third winter, so there will be bad weather.
The third winter? What's that?
It is the time when the Kirkuish monster visits us.
The Kirkuish monster?
It is a fisherman's story. It is said the sea monster returns to Skara every third year and swims round it, bringing ill weather and driving off the fish.
Have you seen him? Or does he only appear when no one's looking?
It is a story. They say the place to watch from is Drumaird Point on the north of the island. No, I cannot say that I have seen the monster, but then I cannot say that I have.
Well, I think it's time we were getting back here.
Okay, Liz. Good night, landlord.
Good night, sir.
Good night. We'll look out for the monster.
Aye. Seamus, I have been wondering, are the dead fish being washed in again? Yes, I had heard that they were.
Our work continued. I saw McLaren's point. There was no hard proof. We might cause a sensation and then have to admit to chasing a theory. But the proof then was closer than any of us imagined. It was nearly a week later, on a grey afternoon, when Clifford and Elizabeth were following a cliff path on the north side of the island.
So this is Drumaird Point. Goodness, it's bleak and lonely. Just
Yeah.
the rocks and the cold breakers falling in from the Atlantic. Up here, you could almost start believing those fishermen's stories.
Now, Liz, you really believe that's the scientific approach?
Well, it's supposed to be our inquiring minds that got us here. I just happen to have a little imagination as well.
Well, my imagination never works so good with my ears half frozen off.
Oh, poor old Cliff. Cliff,
Yeah?
look there.
Where?
Look at the sea. Just beyond the last of those rocks, where all the gulls are gathering. There's a big circle of foam.
Hey, you're right, there is. Must be a couple of 100 yards across. The water's all churned up. Almost looks like it's boiling. Which today I would say is unlikely.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. And I felt it through the rock we're standing on.
I'm sure it's coming from out there.
That's quite some disturbance. Can't be volcanic, not here. Hey, and get a look at those waves coming in.
Those gulls, Cliff. Which fish are they diving for? They're snatching them from the surface. They look as if they're dead ones.
Oh, they sure do. Hey, Liz, you know that spot isn't far below the tide line. And the tide's going out. Now, I reckon it'll be uncovered in another hour. We could walk out to it. Sure, let's do that. Let's stay around for a while and do it.
That big rock is just away to the right.
I guess this was just about the place. But there's not a thing here now.
Just firm, wet sand. And the gulls have gone. I've never seen such a lonely place. What could it have been, Cliff?
Oh, maybe just an eddy, some freak local current. But there seemed to be force there. Something pretty powerful.
Well, my feet are getting wet, so let's go.
Hey, hold it. Can you hear that, Liz? It's a kind of humming.
Yes. It's underneath the sand. I'm sure it is. Look, it's vibrating the seawater in that pool. Cliff, what is it?
Well, I'd need more than 3 guesses. If it's something that hums, this is some place for it to be. Hey, this sand is soft enough. It wouldn't take us long to scoop a hole.
What with?
Hands, girl, hands. The best tools in the world. Only 4 are better than 2.
All right. Cliff, you don't suppose we could be teasing an old mine, do you?
Mine's rust up. It could be we're sitting on top of something else. The lair of the Kikuish monster. Had you thought of that? What is it?
Oh, a great fat lugworm. Oh, it's hopeless. As fast as we make the hole bigger, it fills up with water. I'm getting soaked. We need spades.
Well, it can't be down so deep. Try and keep going, Liz.
Oh, there goes a nail. Cliff, I broke it on something hard.
Hey, just let the sand settle. Yeah, do you see it? There's some kind of curved edge. Let me get down there. It goes down quite a way.
It looks like a circular metal plate. It's covered with tiny shellfish.
Yeah, marine crustacea. Sea deposit. Must have been submerged for years. Now we're getting to it, Liz. You feel that vibration? The thing's going like a dynamo.
Cliff, don't touch it anymore. I don't like it. You can see what it is now, can't you?
I guess so. The end. It's about 3 feet across, and it runs quite a way under the sand. It's a cylinder. An enormous, great cylinder.
That was Orbit 10, a play in 6 episodes written by Peter Elliott Hayes and produced for the BBC by David Davis. From London, we present Orbit 10, a play in 6 episodes by Peter Elliott Hayes. Episode 2, The Cylinder.
This is Tom Lambert. You've now heard the first of the tape recordings made by Dr. Hayward Petrie. In it, he described his visit to Skara in the Hebrides, where Professor McLaren was in charge of the giant radio telescope, the strange pattern of signals that were being monitored, and the finding in a lonely cove of a vibrating cylindrical object. Already the thing we would come to fear was taking shape. In this, the second recording, Dr. Petrie continues his notes from that point.
Notes, reel 2. Where was I? Oh, yes, that blustering day on Skara. McLaren and I were at work in the underground monitoring room when Clifford and Elizabeth returned from Dromed Point. Returned with a curious account of a cylinder buried under a beach. They seemed so impressed that we took McLaren's ancient car and drove round the coast to see for ourselves. Before we left, Clifford insisted on collecting 4 spades. There was the cold, deserted bay and the beach. We were led down a cliff path and shown a spot where they'd scratched out the sand. We each took a spade and dug, and in less than an hour, we had uncovered a most remarkable object.
What on earth would you make of that, Hayward?
It's a cylindrical shape, all right. 3 feet in diameter and about 8 feet long. But what it is under all that incrustation...
Could it be some kind of natural formation?
It's very regular. It almost looks like part of a pillar. But this is hardly an archaeological site. Clifford, you say you heard a humming sound.
Well, yes. I guess it must have stopped while we were away. But Liz heard it, too.
And there was that disturbance while the sea was still covering it.
Yeah. Very curious. Well, what now? The tide will cover this spot again before long.
Well, we've enough on our hands, but I suppose this is worth spending a little time on. Though what we can do here...
Hey, can I make a suggestion?
Go ahead.
I noticed a crane truck back at the telescope.
Yes, the transporter for heavy equipment.
Well, the road meets the beach farther along.
So it does.
The crane and maybe some chain tackle. Well, look, I've driven bulldozers back home. I guess I can handle that.
Well, it's the only way we'll ever get this thing out. All right with you, Campbell?
Yes, of course.
Very well. It's your operation, Clifford. Oblige me by not breaking your neck over it.
No, sir.
Or that crane, because that's something the college will have to pay for.
I'll be careful, sir.
I gave no more thought to the object until the following afternoon. Then, looking down from the telescope control room, I saw the transporter pull up by the generator block. Clifford emerged from the cab and supervised the efforts of 3 resigned islanders he'd pressed into service to haul the cylinder into the building. It seemed his salvage scheme had been successful, and that the object was lighter than I had imagined. That same evening, we found Clifford, Elizabeth, and Peter Garrick in one of the basement rooms, surveying their trophy with some pride. They had mounted it on trestles, and Garrick was armed with a hammer and a cold chisel. Lying there under the hard, white strip lights, the corroded cylinder might well have been the corpse of some hoary sea beast.
This really is interesting. I've been taking measurements. The ends are perfect circles, 34 inches in diameter, and slightly domed. It's 90 inches long. If I can chip away some of these deposits, we can see what it's made of.
Well, if it turns out to be solid gold, let us know. We'll be up in the signal box.
Right, son.
I'd be glad if you would come and take some notes, Clifford.
Yes, sir.
And you, Elizabeth.
Yes, sir.
I'll be up shortly. I'll just make a start on this.
Leaving young Garrick chipping away, we went up in the lift to the glass-walled control room beneath the vast bowl of the telescope. And again we watched the dancing green traces on the oscilloscopes and listened to those thin, insistent signals reaching us across 5,000 million miles of space.
Hello. That sequence sounds familiar. Where's Garrick's chart? He's taken photographs of all the recurring waveforms. Yes, this looks like it.
It's very similar.
We got this on August 9th last.
And before that on May the 3rd.
You see, Hayward, it is systematic. There's method, intelligence behind this.
Intelligence? But that means life in some form. Life on the outermost edge of the solar system, where no life can conceivably exist.
Because of the conditions. Unimaginable cold, utter darkness.
Poisonous atmosphere of methane and ammonia.
Yes, no life as we understand it.
I wonder.
Another layer underneath. Gray like fused metal. And hard. Can't make a mark on it. It beats me how a thing like this came to be on the... What? Oh, yes. They said this happened before. Must be some kind of stored energy inside. What was I going to... I can't think, was it... Oh, it's cold. I suppose I ought to... What? What's that? How did it get in? I must get through to... Ah!
get on your hat, man.
Look at his hand.
Gary, can you hear me? What happened?
Oh, the mist. Cold. Oh, it's you, Doctor. My hand, it's burning.
Has he burnt it?
No, cold has done that. Extreme cold. I think it's come very near to being frostbitten. Here, take my jacket. Wrap his arm up in it.
Peter, what was it?
Well, I was chipping the crust away, and then the humming started.
The humming?
It came from inside. Not loud, but I couldn't think straight. And then suddenly there was a kind of fog everywhere.
Fog?
I leaned against the cylinder, and it was like touching a red-hot stove. And after that, I don't know.
You reached the alarm bell, laddie, and passed out. We saw that vapor, too, when we came in. Place is like a refrigerator now, but outside it's clear.
Well, another mystery for our collection, Campbell. Your cosmic noise, and now this. Hello. That's curious.
What are you staring at?
Well, that shelf. There were some things on it earlier. A couple of spare transformers, a pair of pliers. Has anyone moved them?
I didn't. No one else has been down here.
Well, perhaps I'm mistaken. I could have sworn. Well, this is a remarkable find of yours, Clifford. Now we shall have to investigate it. Because I'm sure of one thing. It's not solid. There is something inside it. Later that night, we held a conference. The cylinder clearly possessed some disturbing properties. At Kirkhewish, there were no facilities for investigating it thoroughly, but in my own modern laboratory at the college, well, with some regret, I proposed that we return to London and somehow take the cylinder with us. And McLaren agreed. He was as curious as myself, but could spare no more time from his study of the signals. Well, a lot of arranging had to be done, but Clifford and Elizabeth did their share, and 3 days later we left Skara on the island steamer. The cylinder went with us, cradled in straw and enclosed inside a stout crate. Even as I watched it being hoisted aboard at Kirkhewish, the case swinging from the derrick had an oddly forbidding appearance. Why I should have felt that then, I don't know. But all the way back to Glasgow, it was just a confoundedly awkward piece of luggage. However, eventually we were relaxing on the express to London, with our trophies safely stowed in the luggage van at the rear of the train. Out of sight, but hardly out of mind.
Peter Garrick was much better when we left.
Yeah. The doc in the island thought he was lucky not to have lost his fingers. I don't get it, sir. What could have caused a sudden temperature drop like that?
I've no idea, Clifford. But we mustn't go leaping to any science fiction conclusion. Possibly some freak condition peculiar to that cellar. And then the humming from the cylinder. Well, certain elements can resonate in magnetic fields. There was a lot of electrical equipment nearby.
But there wasn't on that beach.
And that mist. Something about the way it moved.
It's the material that interests me. Under the sea crust that Garrick tipped away, there was another layer, rough and metallic. It reminded me of something that...
We're slowing down. Stopping. It can't be Carlisle yet.
May I see your tickets, please? Thank you. Thanks. Oh, thank you, sir.
What have we stopped for, Inspector?
Seems they're having a little trouble up front with the locomotive. One of the new diesels, isn't it? Yes, but it hasn't been pulling properly for the last few miles. Yeah, I noticed that. Losing power, a motor fault, I suppose. If the motormen can't trace it, we'll have to get a relief sent up from Carlisle. We hope the delay won't be too long.
So I wonder...
What is it, Doctor? Anything wrong?
I don't know. These last few days... Perhaps I'm getting foolish ideas. Anyway, it won't do any harm to make sure. Will you two come with me? I'm going down to the luggage van.
Yes, sure.
Just a moment, sir. Looking for something?
You have a crate of mine in here, guard. Would you mind if we take a look at it?
That'll be all right. That big fella, isn't it? Machinery of some sort.
Machinery? What makes you think that?
Oh, I heard a sort of humming sound noise some way back.
Where?
Oh, it seemed to be coming from the case. Thought perhaps some electrical gadget had managed to switch itself on. Stopped after a bit, though.
Here it is. Hasn't exploded anything. Just the same as it was when it came aboard at Glasgow.
Cliff, it isn't. The crate's a different color. Why is the wood white like that?
Search me.
Funny sort of weather, this. Of course, you get all sorts up north this time of year. But it turned so blooming cold in here about a quarter of an hour ago. Had to put my coat on. There, nipped my ears, too. Oh, we're up again.
It seems to be covered in some kind of powder.
Don't touch it again, my dear. Come away from it. That's not powder. It's frost. The rest of the journey after that was uneventful. At Euston, 6 porters heaved the crate onto a waiting lorry sent from the college, and we followed to Kensington in a taxi. The college was empty and echoing, as it always is in vacation time, and the smell of dust and age had come back into its own. With the aid of 2 boilermen and Simmons, the head caretaker, we took the crate up in the goods lift and dragged it through the silent corridors to my laboratory. It was late in the afternoon. We were tired, but any idea of waiting until the next day to begin work just didn't occur to us. We dismantled the crate and mounted the cylinder on a long workbench, wedging it with wooden blocks and arranged floodlights to work by. The first thing I did was to examine the place where Garrick had flaked away the white coating of sea growth. Yes. This was the surface before the Atlantic started on it, as it was probably when it first became submerged. Grey, hard, and honeycombed with small bubbles. From these streaks, I should say traces of iron, copper, and nickel.
It looks almost like a volcanic rock. Lava.
No, this has been fused by a much higher temperature. Now, what... Yes, of course. I know where I've seen this before. On the surface of meteorites.
Meteorites? But they get scorched up.
Entering the Earth's atmosphere, yes. Well, the condition is similar. Clifford.
Sir?
Get the keys from Simmons and go down to the engineering department.
Okay.
Find some mallets and chisels. The heavier the better. What I want to know is, what is underneath this? For 4 hours under those glaring lamps, we chipped away like 3 sculptors inspired. Only we had no conception of what was taking shape under our tools. Beneath the outer crust was a solid layer, an inch thick, of fused mineral matter. When we had cleared one end of the cylinder, we attacked that. And that, too, we eventually got through to bare metal, bright silver. A metal cylinder. Our basic question was answered. It cannot have formed naturally. Whatever it was, it had been constructed. For a long time, we contemplated that smooth, gleaming surface. We had no suggestions, no theories. And then, and it seemed the only thing to do, we began to enlarge the area we had uncovered. Outside, the lamps came on in Cromwell Road, and theatre-bound taxis hustled on their way. By 8 o'clock, we had bared one entire end of the cylinder. There it lay, bright under the lights, like the end of a monstrous metal cigar case. At 8:10, I laid my mallet and chisel on the bench. Well, no point in going on with this all night. It will take days to clear the whole surface. Then the only way in will be with an oxyacetylene torch. No, it's going to be a long job, and not necessarily one for us.
How do you mean?
Well, I'm beginning to wonder whether we mayn't be risking blowing ourselves and the college sky high.
Some wartime beauty, you mean, that got washed up on Skara. Yeah, we thought of that on the beach.
It's possible. I think first we ought to have an expert opinion. I suppose the Ministry of Works are the people.
But a bomb, a rusty mine, could that cause anything to happen now? I mean, what we saw?
I don't know, Elizabeth. It seems about as sinister now as a stick of Brighton rock. Look, I think we should all go home. Tomorrow we'll reconsider it. Will you both be here at 11?
Certainly.
Good. Put those lights out, will you, Elizabeth?
Right. Here's your coat, Doctor.
Thank you. We can leave everything as it is. You coming, Clifford?
Oh, yeah, sure. Don't forget your briefcase, Liz.
No, thanks for reminding me.
We went down in the lift across the dark entrance hall with its spreading dome and enormous crystal chandelier, and I said good night to my students on the steps outside. Then I hailed a taxi to take me to my house in Eaton Square. Clifford and Elizabeth walked away towards South Kensington Tube Station. It began to rain. 10 minutes later, I understand, they were sitting in a coffee bar in the Fulham Road.
Oh, heck. How do sculptors keep at it? My chisel arm's stiffening up already. Well, what now?
8:30. You could tape to the pictures if you like.
A movie at this time? Liz, you surely can throw off the cares of the working day.
No point in brooding over this. We have some unexplained phenomena, an unidentified object. It just means experimenting until we find the answers.
Just like that. And I'm the one without imagination. Me, I keep thinking of that enormous great thing sitting up there like an overturned idol.
Almost as if it's watching us. How silly. Just a slab of metal.
Yeah. You know, Petrie didn't notice it. Could be just a scratch. On the other hand, if there is a way in...
What do you mean?
Well, I guess I should have mentioned it to Prof. I'm never going to sleep with this on my mind. And it won't take long to check. You coming?
Where to?
Back to the college.
What, now?
Yeah. Simmons will open up for me. Just a question of whether it's a line or a crack.
A line or a crack?
Yeah. Come on. Hey, swing that lamp a bit this way, will you?
All right.
Yeah, fine. Hey, this is it, Liz. Do you see here a thin line running right around the end of the cylinder? Ah, this wire's too thick. I know. Cigarette paper. That's it. Now, the thing is, will it... Yeah, it slides in. It is a crack, and deep.
In the end, this whole section must be... Wait, Cliff, listen. Someone's coming. Who can it be? Not Simmons. He doesn't walk like that.
Shh, wait.
Well, it would appear that great minds do think alike.
Dr. Petrie, we had no idea you were...
Coming back? Neither had I until I got home and tried to forget all this. What an odd thing curiosity is. For some reason, I felt this shouldn't wait. You do, I imagine.
Well, not exactly, sir. I noticed this earlier on.
What?
This hairline around the circumference. I've tested it, and it's a crack.
A crack?
Yeah. So this whole end section could be kind of a plug. It could come off.
Well done, Clifford. This is important.
You see, it won't move or turn.
Yeah.
But But there's something else here on the end face. 2 holes about a foot apart.
Yes. Sockets for a key. If we can find something to fit them.
The engineering floor.
Oh, of course.
They have every kind of plate key down there. I'll be right back.
All right, good man. Now, if this end is removable, it's been made so for a purpose. And that, Elizabeth, can only be...
Because there is something inside.
Yes. It seemed an age before Clifford returned with an assortment of buoyant steel keys. We found one that fitted the sockets exactly. Even as I felt its grip, I hesitated. Should we go on? Should we take a calculated risk? Looking back on that night, I can understand why none of us seriously considered doing anything else. We understood so little then. Clifford and I hauled on the key, and after a few seconds, the whole end of the cylinder began to turn. A few inches, and then it stuck. We threw our weight on it, and then it was turning freely. A fine, polished thread crept slowly into sight. The gap between the plug and the casing steadily widened.
I think we're nearly there. Better be ready to catch this when it comes clear.
Yes, turn slowly. Now, Elizabeth, stand back, please. Clifford, stop a moment.
Something wrong?
I want to listen. Escaping gas. Anything. No, nothing. All right. Go on. Very slowly.
Yeah. It's coming.
Now, hold it. Don't let it drop.
I've got it. I'll let it down. That's it.
Elizabeth, quickly. Can you see anything?
It's hollow. There's a cavity. But it seems to be empty.
What? Yes. A hollow barrel about 18 inches across.
Hey, look at the thickness of that casing.
9 inches of solid metal at least. This doesn't go in very far. There's something blocking it. Elizabeth, bring that lamp down here. That's it. Now. Yes. The hole goes in for about a foot, and then just a shiny surface.
It looks like glass. Green.
Listen. There it is. That humming.
Is that what you heard before?
Yes, but much louder.
I don't understand it. This enormous thing and nothing inside, but... Unless... Bring the lamp nearer. Nearer. Yes. It must be.
Well, what else can there be? There's no other way in.
But don't you see? That green substance, it's solid. And it isn't attached to the casing. It must run the full length inside.
You mean?
The cylinder is just a shell, a container, to protect some kind of inner core, something green and hard.
Polished to a perfect fit that could be slid in.
And then the casing capped and sealed, and that'd keep it intact for, well, any sort of journey.
If it went in like that...
It should come out the same way.
Doctor, you said a journey. How long a journey? Where's this thing come from?
I don't know, Elizabeth, and at the moment we'd better not speculate. We can't turn back now. We must know the truth for better or worse.
But how can we drag it out? There's nothing to get a grip on.
There might be a way. Yes, look. That roof span up there. Some chain and a pulley.
Yeah, upend the casing and lift it off.
It's the only way. Come on. We worked feverishly into the early hours. Again, we raided the engineering department, dragging up hooks, chains, and pulley blocks. We rigged the tackle over the cylinder, attaching the block to the steel span which crossed overhead, and shackled the lifting chain securely round and closed the end. And all the time, the thing on the bench continued to hum, softly and insistently. The chains swung and tightened. Slowly, the massive cylinder reared upright on the bench. There was a terrifying moment when it rocked and almost toppled, but then it settled firmly on its open end. There was a slither and a thud. The core had shifted. We went on dragging at the chain. The pulley clattered and our hands became slippery with grease. With nerve-wracking slowness, the casing rose, exposing inch by inch the thing it contained and guarded. It was a rod, an enormous green rod. It was solid and transparent. But embedded in it was a fantastic tracery of fine silvery wires, a glittering spider's web of strange branching patterns, and every gleaming vein converged to one point, a hollow cavity in the heart of the crystalline mass, a round bubble containing something gray and bulbous, something that looked like a fine sponge, something which expanded and contracted rhythmically, pulsing with fierce, vital energy.
That was Orbit 10, a play in 6 episodes written by Peter Elliott Hayes and produced for the BBC by David Davis. From London, we present Orbit 10, a play in 6 episodes by Peter Elliott Hayes. Episode 3, The Power.
This is Tom Lambert again. You have now heard 2 of the tape recordings made by Dr. Petrie. His account of bringing the strange corroded cylinder found beneath a Hebridean beach to London, how it was found to be hollow, and the way in which Petrie and his 2 students lifted off the outer casing to discover, well, perhaps I may repeat the doctor's own words, a transparent green rod, solid, but embedded in it a fantastic tracery of fine silvery wires, and every gleaming vein converging to a hollow cavity, a bubble containing something like a sponge, something that pulsed with vital energy. There now we rejoined them in the college laboratory, 3 in the morning, their eyes fixed, fascinated, on the thing on the bench. Here is the 3rd recording.
Notes, reel 3. So now we knew. This was what had lain under the sand all those years, with the grey Atlantic washing to and fro above it. It was an incredible object we stared at, but it had beauty, too, that limpid green pillar, with its gossamer tracery of metal threads. We stayed there talking for a while. I made a mental note to get in touch in the morning with the head of the college, Sir Edward Bancroft. He was a physicist. I thought it would interest him. Then I locked the double laboratory doors. We walked to the lift, and once again we descended to the darkened entrance hall. There was no sound in the whole of the sprawling, empty building. And yet, as we reached the doors, there was something else. Elizabeth heard it first.
Doctor, what's that? That ding-ding sound.
Seems to be coming from somewhere overhead.
Yes, it's in the dome, I think.
I can feel something, too, a kind of vibration.
Good heavens, look, it's the chandelier. The whole thing's quivering. It started to swing.
Something shaking the whole building.
There's dust drifting down.
Look out, it's dropping! We raced back to the laboratory. There, a scene from a nightmare met us. The whole room had changed. The floors, the walls, every piece of apparatus, everything was furred with crisp, glinting frost. A bitter cold pricked our faces. But the frost was not white. It was a livid green, colored by the light that glared from the rod on the bench. Then, nearer suddenly, something swirled, gray and curling. It was a swathe of mist, appearing from nowhere. Then another and another. It was twisting, thickening between us. Across the laboratory on the far wall, a black line suddenly snaked and forked. A crack. It opened steadily, gaped, and then the oak workbench beneath the rod seemed to crumble and dissolve. The rod lurched, toppled, and as it fell, the entire laboratory floor sagged and collapsed, leaving a vast yawning abyss. The rod, still flaring, plunged through.
Surpassed yourself this time. Oh, I wish your department could find other ways of bringing its work to my notice. Oh, there was a bomb through the roof in the war. Didn't make half this mess. 40-foot hole up there, and as for the lecture theatre here...
No, I can't say how sorry I am, Edward. To say now, I don't know what happened. It's the truth. I've told you what little we know, what that cylinder is, how it functions. I confess I've no clear idea. As for all this mess, well, we've seen it can resonate powerfully and set up severe vibrations.
Yeah.
Somehow, I suppose, they found structural weaknesses in the building. Cracks started. We saw them opening. And then the floor gave way.
Now, wait, Hayward. This isn't a barn full of dry rot. These floors are reinforced concrete.
I know that.
That exhibit of yours came through like a 16-inch shell. Look at those girders sheared through like so many cucumbers. And the bench it was standing on, we haven't found a trace of it.
But a lot of gray dust.
Yeah.
It's a strange business, Edward. And the rod itself, not even cracked. When we get it out, we must arrange precautions, enclose it somehow. In its cylinder for the time being, and then, well, I don't know.
Yes. Well, we can't afford too many experiments on this scale.
No, but we must go at this systematically, take readings, samples, and above all, watch.
Yes. Well, I want to know the answers to this, Hayward, however disturbing they may be. I think you understand.
Yes.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Good morning. May I have a word?
Well?
I believe, sir, you're Dr. Petrie.
Yes.
And who, young man, might you be? I don't care for the look of that notebook.
Oh, it's pretty harmless if you don't tease it. Tom Lambert. Here's my press card.
Huh?
We had a report there'd been an explosion here.
There has been no explosion.
Well, what's all this, then? Death Watch beetle?
An experiment. It got out of control. A floor gave way. That is all, Mr. Lambert. A floor gave way.
Oh. And the chandelier in the entrance hall, another experiment?
Yes, it fell. The chain was rusted away. The vibration...
Vibration, yes, I see. Vibration. And, that green object sticking out of the wreckage, a part of the experiment?
I don't wish to say any more about it at the moment.
You're doing secret work here while the students are away?
I didn't say that.
Look, Doctor, I write a popular science column.
Oh.
I was on the phone yesterday to Professor Campbell McLaren on the island of Skara.
What for?
I wanted to do an article about the radio telescope. He mentioned in passing an interesting thing. That you had made a rather curious find up there and brought it back to London. Now, that green thing, I suppose that wouldn't be it.
You can suppose just what you like, Mr. Lambert.
Okay, perhaps you won't mind if I clamber over and just take a quick deco.
If you do, young man, I shall not hesitate to take my walking stick to your back. Furthermore, unless you remove yourself from these premises in 2 minutes flat, I'll have you thrown out. Do I make myself clear?
Okay, if that's how you feel about it. But we appreciate cooperation, and
we appreciate privacy.
All right. But you know, gentlemen, newspapers are like elephants. They don't forget. Every news item is filed. We have quite a system. Useful for looking up odd things. If you ever want me, you'll know where to find me. Good morning.
Well, I'm blessed.
By late afternoon, we succeeded in replacing the green rod in its casing and screwing home the plug. So dull and harmless now, it seemed impossible that... however, that evening I invited Elizabeth and Clifford to dinner at my house. For 3 hours we discussed the problem and were no wiser when we'd finished. Then I remembered a note my housekeeper said had been delivered by messenger earlier. I opened it. Inside was a column cut from a newspaper and a visiting card. The name, Thomas Lambert. A date was typed on the clipping, January 1952. And it made curious reading. I handed it over to Clifford.
More disturbance in disused pit. Families living near the abandoned Llanwithlin colliery in the Rhondda Valley are again wondering what's happening a mile below their back gardens. For the third time in 5 years, unaccountable rumbling sounds have been heard inside the old workings, which were discontinued in 1945. Coal board experts say subsidences are to be expected, but veteran miners shake their heads. Llanwithlin, they say, has always been a wicked pit. They have not forgotten the disastrous collapses that occurred in 1907, 1917, and again in 1927. And there are other sounds that puzzle even the experts.
Rumbling sounds.
So an old coal mine is caving in. What does Lambert expect us to do about that?
Well, I imagine to connect them with... there is some slight similarity to the things we've observed.
True.
But nothing significant. Why should Lambert suppose there could be... I suppose I'd better telephone him in the morning, if only to get rid of him. Now, Clifford, what I propose is this. A new laminated plastic has recently been developed. It's called densolite.
Uh-huh.
It's light, almost transparent, and it effectively screens most known forms of radiation. Well, I intend to have a cabinet made, a cubicle to house the rod, made entirely of densolite.
Good idea.
I know a firm who'll do it. Then we can study it in safety. It'll be harmless enough inside 2 inches of densolite.
Well, let's hope so.
I think we'd better make a sketch of what we need. If you'll find some paper on the desk there.
I'll get it, sir.
The next morning was bright and frosty. We spent it at a small factory in Wembley, which manufactured laboratory apparatus. We were promised a densolite cubicle to my exact requirements in 3 days. I left Clifford and Elizabeth at Hyde Park and went home. Then I remembered about telephoning Thomas Lambert. Reluctantly, I did. And another part of the weird pattern began to fall into place.
That's all right, Doctor. Thought you might be interested, though. I started digging through our files again.
Again?
Oh, yeah. For 2 years now, I've been doing a little research of my own. I've some notes I'd like you to see. But the first thing is, when shall we go?
Go? Go where?
Llanwithlin, South Wales. There are 2 buses a day from Swansea.
Now, look, Lambert, I'm not rushing off on wild goose chases on the strength of some bumps in a Welsh coal mine.
Dr. Petrie, I went down that pit in 1952. I heard those bumps. They've started again recently. I have a feeling you wouldn't be wasting your time. Anyway, look, I'll be at Paddington Station at 7:30 tomorrow. There's a Cardiff train at 7:55. If you're not there, well, I'll go home and write about chemical fertilizers. Goodbye.
Lambert. Well, I've met some irritating young men, but... Oh. I was annoyed with myself, but of course I was at Paddington the next morning. So was Lambert, cheerful and unapologetic. In the dining car, he opened a briefcase and showed me a pile of press cuttings, some of them already turning yellow. They were certainly of some interest. All reports of vague phenomena similar to the one that he had sent me. Lincolnshire, North Devon, Westmoreland, Kent. Conflicting, contradictory, inconsistent. A scrapbook of rumors, tall stories, and sensation hunting. That being so, why was I beginning to feel so curiously uneasy? At 4 o'clock, we alighted from a country bus at Llanwithlin. A bitter wind slanted down the bleak mining valley, across the slate-roof terraces and earth dips, giant conical molehills overgrown with weed. The spidery wheel over the Llanwethlin pit head was still. No steam came from the black chimney of the winch house. Lambert and I picked our way among oily puddles and found the pit keeper in the old flint store hut where once the miners had collected their helmets and safety lamps. We explained who we were and what we'd come for. Mr. Morgan did not seem over-impressed.
The noises again, is it? The old pit will be famous if this keeps up, indeed. Gentlemen from the coal board with black suits and bowler hats. Lovely they were. And reporters. And even a lady from the BBC. Talked beautiful, just like the wireless she did. Well, she's been quiet today. The old pit, you know. And quiet she was yesterday. Yes. Yes, it's about now she will start. If she's going to.
Mr. Morgan took us to the pit head, through an iron door in the brick wall that had been built round it. Then we were gazing down into the shaft, square and narrow, dropping away into echoing darkness. For over an hour we stood and shivered, while Mr. Morgan rolled stringy-looking cigarettes, smoked them, and threw them into the pit as if it were his own private ashtray. Well, then I'd had enough and said so. Lambert shrugged. We were just turning away.
There she goes. Never quiet now for more than a few days, see? Don't stand too near the edge, man. The shake will be coming in a minute. Here it is.
Feel it, Doctor? The vibration? That's coming from at least half a mile down. Well, does it remind you of anything?
What do you expect me to say, Lambert? That's what it could be, anything.
Could it? And that? Listen carefully.
Yes, there is another sound. Some resemblance, I suppose,
to what your students heard on the Isle of Skara. Doctor, is it the same?
The coal board gentlemen think it's water in the old workings, flooding, bringing down the galleries. But I'm not so sure.
Well, something happens down there. You can feel...
Hey, hold it! That today it was. And another crack in the shaft wall. I shall have to report that 3 copies.
What are you staring at, Doctor? I thought you weren't impressed.
That crack, the way it suddenly opened. That's something I have seen before.
Well, seems to be over.
Yes.
Well, if we move, maybe we can get the same bus back to Swansea.
Oh, then I lock up. Oh, some tales are told about Llanwethlin pit. For years I worked here on the coal face when I was a lad. And my old dad, he cut coal all his life down there.
Look, Mr.
I
Morgan.
could tell you things, man.
Perhaps another time,
My
Mr.
old
Morgan.
dad, you see, he was one of the first to get a real look at the light.
Mr. Morgan, the bus.
Oh, the bus. Yes. Yes, you must be going.
Lambert, wait. Light, Mr. Morgan? In the mine? What sort of light?
Well, man, I don't know whether it was his eyesight or the 4-ale bar of the miner's rest, but he used to swear, solemn, that a coal seam in the east working used to light up sometimes with a creepy green light that hurt you to look at it.
A creepy green light. My first action next day, after parting from Lambert at Parental, was to go and look at the cylinder now lying in the college basement in Kensington. Still, silent, it seemed harmless enough. I went up to my study and sat there alone for some time. I had much food for thought. Then I made one telephone call to an old colleague of mine, Dr. Trevor Hughes of Cardiff University. He promised, if he could find the time, to make certain inquiries for me. Then the growing jungle of papers on my desk brought me back to earth, so I forced recent events from my mind and got down to it. But it wasn't easy, with the sounds of the workmen a few rooms away repairing my shattered laboratory. It was a week later that our examination of the cylinder began in earnest. By that time, the Densolite cubicle had arrived. Something between a massive telephone kiosk and an upended greenhouse. Thick slabs of Densolite riveted together, one hinge to form a door that could be secured on the outside with a steel bar. The cylinders hauled up from the basement, the rod again extracted, and installed upright in the cabinet. When we at last dropped the securing bar into place, the whole thing looked exactly like some odd museum exhibit in a glass case. We arranged instruments to detect and record sound, temperature, and radioactivity. The days passed. The recording pens drew only monotonous straight red lines on the creeping graph paper. The meter needles didn't as much as flicker. We sketched and photographed the embedded wiring system from every angle and pored over it for hours. I even entered the cubicle and attempted to break away a fragment of the rod for analysis, but my mallet glanced off the gleaming surface without leaving a scratch. Oh, it's no good. It's quite incredibly hard. Close the cubicle, Clifford.
Okay.
I tried a surface analysis. I couldn't get any sort of reaction.
Yes. An unknown substance, an unknown function. Well, all we can do now is watch and keep on watching.
Yeah, we could take it in shifts. Keep up observation all around the clock.
Yes. The moment anything starts to happen, someone must be on hand to report it. Apart from the densolite, the rod is in the open again, unshielded by its cylinder. Will you help out, Elizabeth?
Yes, of course.
We'll make my study our headquarters,
yes?
And for safety's sake, we'll fix up an electric buzzer which can be sounded from here, just in case of emergency.
Good.
Then we'll work out a duty rota and keep an instrument reading log.
Quite a combined operation.
Well, we've seen once what can happen. We must be ready. Our only chance of understanding more about this is to see it in operation.
And hope the densolite is all it's claimed to be.
Yes, that's something we must take a chance on. And from now on, no one is to go into the cubicle. That bar is not to be lifted for any reason. I had a camp bed put in my study and took up permanent residence there. The three of us kept our vigil in 6-hour shifts, living on flasks of hot coffee and sandwiches. It was a thankless routine, but it had to be done. The next entry in my notes is for Thursday, the 19th of November. Yes, that Thursday night. It was round about 11 o'clock. Clifford was on duty in the laboratory, nearing the end of his watch. Elizabeth Ryder and I were working together in my study. She'd come off duty earlier in the evening, but had declined to go home. Outside, it was raining steadily. The lamps in Cromwell Road had damp halos round them. I was going over my notes, and Elizabeth, as I recall, was browsing through a ponderous textbook she had illicitly removed from the college library.
Oh, how's it going, Doctor?
Well, I've been cataloguing all the data we've collected so far about the cylinder. Not a lot, but... Well, have a look at it. Read it out.
Right. A. It is extraordinarily hard.
Yes. Composition, we might say, unknown. Go on.
B. It clearly requires energy to operate and to find it.
Yes, but there is no visible source of power. Right?
C. It can emit light.
Can indeed, and very powerfully.
D. It can produce drastic temperature changes.
But always, as we've seen, in sudden drops to many degrees below freezing point. Right, next.
E. It can vibrate, ranging from a mild hum to a very violent pulsation.
Yes, we certainly know all about that.
There's one more. F. The vapor or mist.
Yes. The most mysterious characteristic. Is it caused by the other functions, or is it in some way given out by the cylinder? That seems out of the question. There are no vents or holes in the surface to release it.
And when it comes, it forms so rapidly.
Quite so. Well, that's the lot. Data? No. Just a string of unanswered questions. Elizabeth, are we chasing shadows? Are we dealing in fact or a fiction of our own making?
How do you mean?
Well, we need a theory. All right. That rod is an electronic device.
Yes?
Possibly a component of something bigger. Medical apparatus, perhaps.
Ah.
It fell overboard from some vessel. In time, it was washed ashore on Skara. The action of the tide buried it. It's nothing we recognize or understand, but do we know of every scientific advance made in other countries?
No.
Well, so you see, without a grain of evidence, we promptly start indulging in all manner of sinister forebodings. And we call ourselves scientists.
I suppose, looking at it like that. But there was something else.
What's that?
It's not on your list.
I didn't think I left anything out. Why do you look like that?
That night, when we went in there and found everything white with frost, just before the floor fell in, I don't know if it happened to you or Clifford.
What?
For a few moments, my mind went quite blank.
Go on.
I knew where I was, but I couldn't say or do anything. And there was something about that dreadful noise I wanted to listen to. Some part of it that seemed to mean something.
Yes, I saw you. You were staring right into that green glare, but your eyes were not seeing it.
I can't explain it. But there's not much we can explain, is there?
Oh, you were nearest to it. What's that book you've been looking at?
Weber's The Human Machine.
Physiology. A little out of our field.
It's that organism inside the rod that puzzles me. I thought perhaps... Oh, but this will take me a year to read.
No, wait a moment. Don't close it. That plate. That illustration. What chapter's that?
The brain and central nervous system.
Elizabeth, look at it. The formation. The structure. Even the color.
It can't be. This is a specimen of the Doctor! The buzzer from the lab.
There must be Clifford. This can wait. Come on. The 30 yards to the laboratory seemed a mile. We heard the noise before we got there. And when we burst in, the same cold bittered our faces and the same flaring green light stabbed our eyes. Clifford was leaning against a bench, one hand shielding his face, the other pointing urgently at the cubicle. Inside, the rod had come alive once more, a mass of shimmering green luminescence. But there was a change. Now it glowed like the heart of a furnace through swirling gray vapor that choked the cabinet, pressing thickly against the densolite slabs. And inside that green inferno, something moved.
It only started up a minute ago. No warning. It was just a flip on the meters. And, well, look at that vapor in
the densolite's containing it, thank heaven, keeping it in. We should be safe enough. But what is that moving inside?
It's a lamp.
A lamp?
Yeah, one of those jointed steel jobs off the bench.
Cliff, what on earth is it doing in there?
I said the cubicle was not to be opened.
Yeah, well, I skipped the order. I put it in. Just trying out a screwy idea. The rod seems to have some effect on solids. And I thought, well, maybe this would be some kind of test.
But that lamp must weigh all of 15 pounds.
And it's being whirled about like a feather. It's hard to see properly, but... Am I imagining it? Or is it getting smaller?
Holy smoke, Liz, you're right. It is.
Fascinated, disbelieving, we watched. And we saw a miracle. The heavy metal lamp, shade, bulb, stand, and base, dwindled and dwindled in size as it whirled like a straw in the wind. Weightless in the gray vapor, it shrank to a half-size model, keeping its shape perfectly, to a beautiful toy, to a tiny piece of doll's house furniture, and at last to a black speck that danced for a few seconds and then vanished against the glowing surface of the rod. Here was our answer. To the boiling sea on Skara, to the missing object on the shelf, to the bench that became nothing, and the steel and concrete floor that suddenly opened. Here was the truth beyond science, beyond understanding. The rod had one monstrous, unimaginable power. Utterly and completely, it could absorb solid matter.
That was Orbit 10, a play in 6 episodes written by Peter. From London, we present Orbit 10, a play in 6 episodes by Peter Elliott Hayes. Episode 4, The Voices.
This is Tom Lambert again. You've now heard 3 of the 6 tape recordings made by Dr. Haywood Petrie. But on that November night in the college laboratory, when the green rod went into action for the 2nd time, we were very far from halfway to the truth. Even as the 3 of them watched a solid steel lamp dwindle and vanish into the cylinder, they could not dream of what was yet to come. But Dr. Petrie must take up the story for himself. Here is the 4th recording.
Continuation of notes, reel 4. If I had watched it alone, I would have disbelieved my own eyes. But we all saw it. That heavy, jointed lamp shrink to a speck and then literally suck into the glowing core of the rod. Almost at once, the disturbance, noise, light, vibration began to subside.
Look, do you see? The light's dimming.
And the mist in the cubicle is clearing. But there's no way for it to get out.
It doesn't need a way out. It's being reabsorbed into the rod where it came from.
There's nothing else in there. The lamp's gone completely.
And we wondered what power that thing possessed. Now we know.
Yes.
It can absorb solid matter.
No.
Those objects missing from the shelf are Kirkhuish.
Of course.
The way the workbench that thing was standing on seemed to vanish. The dust that was left, they went. The same way as that lamp.
But it's impossible. Solids, gases can't pass through each other. It's a question of densities. It's a law of physics.
Well, one of our laws, perhaps. But must they apply everywhere? Under sufficient pressure, water can be forced through a steel plate. A solid can pass through a gas. But a splinter of superfrozen hydrogen can be driven into a wooden board. It's all a question of applied forces. We only understand these things in our own terms.
Yes, sir, but physical and chemical changes always leave something, some deposit.
Yes.
Look at the rod now. It's gone quite dull. You can see through it again.
They can.
Just the wires and the gray thing in the center. Nothing else.
No, nothing else.
But that lamp just can't disappear off the face of the earth.
Can't it? After tonight, who are we to say what's impossible? Thank heaven we had that cabinet made. If this had happened in the open.
Yes.
It seems to work more powerfully each time.
Now listen, both of you. I'll repeat what I said 3 days ago. And this time I mean it. After this, we must never open that cubicle. Not for any reason.
No.
All right.
If solid matter can be drawn in, it could be, well, extremely dangerous.
Doctor?
Yes?
The book I was looking at, before Cliff sounded the buzzer. That illustration, I think you're right.
Yes, that organism in the center. It has all the same characteristics, only on a much larger scale. The resemblance is perfect.
And the photograph was of human nerve cells.
Yes, each one perhaps 1/10,000th of an inch in diameter. But the cells that thing is made up of must be 1/4 of an inch across. If that material comes from some kind of living being, for some reason, in some way, enclosed, sealed in, well, the mind staggers at the possibilities. Don't you realize it's simply a question of scale? A human, if he were composed of cells that size, would be... he'd be almost 3 miles high. Later that night, leaving Clifford and Elizabeth on watch, I went alone to my study. I wanted to think. This had suddenly become something far larger than a laboratory problem. This powerful, ruthless mechanism, lying buried for years beneath a Hebridean beach with the sea washing indifferently over it, how had it got there, and, more vital, where it had begun its existence? At last, I picked up the telephone and called Sir Edward Bancroft at his home in Kent. Edward made no comment as I told him the facts. When I'd finished, he told me to come down to Westerham at once and bring my students with me. I wonder now if either of us realized that it was 3 in the morning. I shall always remember that drive through the wet, empty suburbs and later through the black Surrey lanes. And at 4:30, we were sitting in Edward's panelled drawing room around the ashes of a dead fire with the first grey of dawn coming over the Kent hills.
You was the pajamas and dressing gown, weren't you?
Yes, of course.
Don't usually receive guests like this. But guests usually come at a respectable hour.
Well, Edward.
My wife's making coffee. She'll be here in a minute.
Perhaps I should have waited until the morning.
No, you did quite right, Hayward. Well, at least you didn't write off the college completely.
Not quite.
And these are the readings you collected.
Yes, sir.
Radiation level reached 5 Roentgens. Temperature down to minus 11 in 80 seconds. Vibrations up to 12,000 cycles. Quite a lively little gadget, isn't it?
And we lost a lamp.
Yes. Look, Hayward, it's no good our thinking up glib explanations and sticking our heads in the sand. I'm in touch with technological advances pretty well everywhere, and I can tell you that no one has produced anything like this. So, we're forced to consider the possible alternative.
That the cylinder did not originate on this planet.
Not a new idea to you, perhaps.
No, it's not.
We've shot umpteen satellites into space. Some of them have stayed up.
Some of them haven't.
But what do we know about what comes into our own planetary back garden? Practically nothing.
I agree.
This could be our first contact with some other intelligence.
Yes.
The thing probably isn't meant to do any harm. It may be just a complex instrument hopelessly out of its element running wild. Imagine Sputnik 99 thumping down on Venus and disgorging sparks, radio signals, and guinea pigs. The inhabitants, if any, would be quite justified in taking a sledgehammer to it and asking questions afterwards. This could be something like that.
Yes, but where in the solar system could it have come from? The composition of the planets is well known. None of them can support the kind of life to bring off an achievement like this.
And I think, sir, our cylinder can bite a little harder than the average guinea pig.
It can.
And it'll take more than a sledgehammer to even chip it.
Yes, so you've seen.
We have indeed.
Well, none of us is qualified to make decisions on this. In the morning, I shall give Charles a ring.
Charles?
Lord Heatherton, the Minister of Science.
Oh, of course.
Lives in Whitehall somewhere. We're getting a little out of our depth, Hayward. I'm afraid officialdom must take over.
Yes, but whatever happens, I must have facilities to continue studying that rod. I can't stop now.
I know, Charles, you have every facility. And the cylinder for the moment seems safe enough where it is.
Oh.
Don't look so glum, all of you. You may have made the most important discovery in the history of our world.
I hope so, Edward, but, I don't know. I just wish there wasn't something about that thing that makes me want to throw it back into the sea.
That's not like you, Hayward. You're tired. Been going at it too hard.
Perhaps.
We must take this one careful step at a time. Ah, here's that copy. Yes, poor old Heatherton. Cambridge, he was just rotten at high on that.
I reached home as my housekeeper was laying breakfast. If my unshaven, disheveled appearance was a shock for her, there was one waiting for me, too. Almost at once, the telephone rang. Oh, Cardiff University. Yes, this is Dr. Petrie. Thank you. Hello?
Good morning, Hayward.
Morning.
Trevor Hughes here.
Good.
Did I get you out of bed?
No, you didn't.
Good, good.
How is Welsh Wales this morning?
Cold and damp, but better than London any day. Hayward.
Yes.
You asked me to have a look at that colliery, Llan Weslin in the Rhondda.
Yes, of course. Now, have I wasted your time?
I got a group of my students doing some detecting, ones who come from that part.
Hold on.
I've a good mind to advise the dean to send them down, every mother son of them.
Why, what have they done?
A couple of them were keen potholers. They thought this was too good to miss. Worse, one of them had worked in a pit.
Well?
They went to Llan Weslin, but everything seemed quiet enough, including the pit keeper who was having a sleep. Of course, there was no way of getting down the old shaft, but did that discourage them? The idiots went down their way. Potholing gear, ropes, lamps, and all the rest. They ought to be shot. Believe it or not, they got down to the level of the first working and went half a mile into the galleries.
Good for them.
Good for...
Sorry, I mean a very foolhardy of them.
Mad as hatters.
Yes.
Luckily, the pit is still in quite good shape, except for a few small collapses and a little flooding. But at the very end of the east working, Hayward, they say they found a kind of cavern.
Oh, yes?
It must have formed since the pit was closed. And then, clambering about with their lamps, they found something else.
What? What did they find?
An object covered in mineral deposits sticking out of the debris. Tubular, 7 or 8 feet long. They described it as some sort of cylinder.
Oh. So it's not the only one. They didn't try to move it?
No, the air was foul. They had to come up.
Thank heaven for that. Now, Trevor, I can't explain it all now, but they must not go down again. We have a similar object here in the college.
What?
Yes, and we don't know what it may be.
Have you been climbing down coal mines at your age?
No, this was found on an island in the Hebrides. Now we know of 2.
Good heavens.
I'll call you later, Trevor.
All right, yes.
And those students of yours, be strict with them. Get them sent down, definitely.
Yes, I should, of course. On the other hand, one could say they showed a good sense of initiative. What are you laughing at?
Oh, nothing. Thanks for your help. Goodbye. Shortly afterwards, the telephone rang again. It was Sir Edward Bancroft. He told me he'd arranged an appointment for me with the Minister of Science, 4 o'clock that afternoon in Whitehall. A cloud of uncertainty was gathering in my mind, a dark, forbidding cloud. And I knew then where the answer lay. I went to Fleet Street, to Tom Lambert.
Well, Doctor, are we in business, or aren't we?
Yes. Lambert, I owe you an apology.
No, not at all.
You were right to drag me down to Llanwethlin. After this, I'll respect journalistic intuition. There is another cylinder in that pit.
There is?
Yes. It was found yesterday.
Well, it was a shot in the dark, but I've had my eye on this longer than you have, Doctor. You know, years ago, I began noticing the way similar reports kept turning up.
Yes?
Well, I hadn't a ghost of a theory for them, but once a journalist smells a mystery...
Oh, I know.
Well, anyway, I started a private news library.
Just so, and that's why I came. Huh? You showed me some cuttings on the train to Wales. There were about 7, I remember.
Yeah, but they were only a few of them.
A few?
Well, didn't I make that clear?
No. How many more are there?
You'd better see the file. All of it. Should be in here. And I've only been at this for a few years. Here we are.
Oh, it's very thick. Uh-huh. One cutting dated 1907. Mystery earth tremors in Lincolnshire. 1919. Strike at Kent Quarry. Narrow escapes as fissure opens. 1929. Frostbite in midsummer. Strange sounds on Exmoor.
And plenty more, going back for 50 years. 40 accounts in all.
40?
And they all have a familiar ring, don't they, Doctor? Maybe even this isn't the whole story. Look, turn to the last sheet. One I came across by accident when I was in Jordan last year.
Syrian village devastated. Humming heard as ground subsides. Green light. Vibration felt in Damascus. Good heavens.
Yeah. And early this year, a half-finished block of flats in Belgrade collapsed without warning. Again, the ground just caved in, and again, workmen talked about a green light. Does that mean anything?
Yes. Of course you don't know. The cylinder in our laboratory emits a green light when it functions.
Good heavens.
Yes. Syria, Yugoslavia, there could be others, perhaps all over the world. Lambert, this is vitally important. All such reports everywhere. Can we get hold of them?
Tall order. The world's a fair-sized place, you know. Yeah, but the Press Association's not so little. If I can get my editor on our side, and the foreign news agencies would play, we can try.
I think I can get you official backing for it. I'm seeing Lord Heatherton this afternoon.
The minister? Is it that high already?
Yes. Look, may I borrow this file of yours? I think he ought to see it.
Yeah, it's all yours. And I just hope that one day that lot might make a news story.
It may yet.
Looks like something pretty big, doesn't it, Doctor?
Bigger, perhaps, than we can even imagine. So at 4 o'clock, I was sitting in a long, high room behind Whitehall. A log crackled in an Adam fireplace, its flames reflecting darkly on the disdainful portraits on the walls. Beyond the tall window, a tug hooted on the grey curve of the Thames. Lord Heatherton seemed a quiet, mild-looking man until his blue eyes suddenly sharpened, and then you felt a powerful mental microscope focusing on him.
Interesting, Dr. Petrie, there. Disturbing, perhaps. But would you say conclusive, any of it?
Well, there's no actual proof of what we suspect.
Right. Then you're not a crank.
No, sir.
Well, now, you've given me the technical data, your notes. methodical, as I expected they would be. And I've talked with Bancroft, and he takes it seriously. Now tell me what you think, Doctor. Just what you consider we are up against.
Well, I can summarize. We know of the certain existence of two cylinders. They can cause violent physical disturbances. They can also assimilate mineral and metallic substances, probably any solid matter.
How do they do it? I want your theory.
Possibly by some means of compressing molecular structures. This could account for the extraordinary shrinking process we have observed. When the object is sufficiently condensed, it passes into the interior of the rod and is absorbed. You might say it's digested without trace.
But this is not limited to single objects.
No. Beneath the ground, the cylinders absorb quantities of whatever stratus around them, soil, rock, sand, and submerged, I believe they even take in seawater.
They seem to have quite an appetite and some curious taste. But this would require energy, a great deal. Where do they obtain it?
It may well be that they can absorb that, too, from any nearby source. Dynamos, electric lines, possibly even heat. There was an occasion when an express diesel engine became drained of power. And at the college, since we've had the thing in the laboratory, the lights often grow dim, and the electric lifts work sluggishly.
You mean they can recharge themselves at will? Through solid walls, across distances?
It's the only answer. And when they're replenished, they can operate again. That's when the dangerous freezings occur.
I see. And these news reports, do you seriously believe that each one means another cylinder?
Well, not in every case, perhaps, but I think we must accept the existence of, well, a considerable number.
Europe, the Middle East, a network of them. Where does one begin to grasp a thing like this?
Huh?
And you are trying to trace all reports that fit the known pattern?
Yes. It may take some time.
It must be done quickly. I will talk to the Press Association myself. Until we know how far this goes, if the results are significant, some of the sites will have to be excavated. Until then, carry on with your work, Doctor. You'll have my ministry's full support.
Thank you, sir.
Money if you need it.
Thank you.
It's not meter readings I want. I want to know why. What their purpose is. And now, what is nowadays known as the $64,000 question. Where have they come from, Doctor? You tell me.
Very well. I believe they've traveled here from some source in space. They've been guided, directed to bury themselves in out-of-the-way places. They're part of a plan, an operation, devised by an extremely advanced intelligence. They've been falling on Earth for at least 50 years, possibly for very much longer. It seems safe to assume, therefore, that they're still arriving. It was coming nearer. At last we were beginning to glimpse the vast outline which only too soon was to become dreadfully clear. And things were not only happening in London. Since our return, we'd had too much to occupy us to give much thought to where it had all begun, the radio telescope on the Isle of Skara. But on that desolate headland in the control room beneath the huge brooding bowl, McCraren and Garrick were making discoveries of their own.
We're still a long way from breaking down the signals themselves, but you check the calculations yourself, sir. What conclusion would you come to?
The signals faded steadily for 6 months. Now they're growing stronger again. The source moving away from us.
And coming back?
Yes. And these progressions are regular.
Yes.
That means the motion of the point of origin is curved. An arc.
And an arc is part of a circle.
Or an ellipse.
An ellipse?
And that can only mean one thing. An orbit.
Yes.
These transmissions are coming from a solid body orbiting round the sun like a planet, somewhere beyond Pluto. 9 planets and... Peter, do you realize what this could be?
Yes, what every astronomer has been wondering since Pluto was discovered in 1930.
Yes. Well, the universities must see these figures and... No, I must discuss this with Petrie first. We need his opinion. I'll send him a telegram and go down to London for a few days.
Right, sir.
I rather want to see what he's making of that wee souvenir he took home with him.
Late the next afternoon, I sent Clifford and Elizabeth away from the laboratory. I wanted to study my notes alone, and there now seemed no purpose in watching the silent cylinder all the time. Also, Elizabeth seemed to be growing more depressed each day, as if something were weighing on her mind. She and Clifford retired rather discouraged, probably to spend the evening at their usual coffee bar, and I went home. At about 11 o'clock that night in my study in Eaton Square, I was examining a thick folder of calculations and diagrams. Professor McLaren, who had arrived with it an hour before, watched me curiously.
Well, is it or isn't it?
Campbell, I want to be the first to congratulate you. These figures are conclusive. A large orbiting body within the solar system. There can be only one explanation. A new 10th planet.
Orbit 10.
That's it. It's been suspected for years. A planet so distant, so dark, that no telescope, even yours, can detect it.
No, we would never have known without those signals. But that's where they're coming from, Hayward. Signals from the 10th planet.
It must be enormous, possibly even larger than Jupiter. A vast, frozen giant. And its journey around the sun must take something like 700 years. I wonder, Campbell.
Yes?
Well, suppose those cylinders of mine scattered over the Earth have some connection with it. They take in solid matter and it vanishes completely. It's a fantastic process, and it must have a purpose. Is it possible that they absorb substances in order to transmit them elsewhere? To send them perhaps back to where the cylinders themselves came from? Back across space? Back to the 10th planet itself? If so, we're up against something so big we don't realize it's staring us in the face.
Like another coffee, Liz? That one must be cold.
Oh, no thanks. I'm not hungry.
I only said... Oh, I'll skip it. Well, if the Martians are on the way, they surely have a lulu of the technique. Nerve warfare. And we're the first victims. Any time now, we'll be at one another's throats.
Oh, Cliff, don't. Don't say things like that, even in fun.
I'm sorry. Shall we talk about the weather?
I'm tired. I think I'll go and... Oh, I left my file of notes in the lab, and I want to write them up at home. I'd better slip back and get them.
Not alone, you don't. Petrie won't be there. I'll walk up to the college with you.
No. I'd rather be on my own. I'll ring you tomorrow.
Okay. I'll stay here a bit.
Sorry, Cliff.
No, forget it.
Good night.
Night.
Elizabeth left the coffee bar at exactly 11:35. She walked into Cromwell Road, entered the deserted college, and took the lift up to the 3rd floor. Reaching the laboratory and switching on the lights, the first thing she did was look quickly at the rod standing in the Densolite cubicle. It was dull and silent. Elizabeth could see her own pale face reflected, distorted in its polished green surface. Automatically, she ran her eye over the recording instruments. The meter needles were all quite still. Near the cubicle lay the cylinder, a huge, empty shell. She smiled. Already dust was gathering on it. She collected her folder of papers from the bench and walked back towards the door. And then she stopped. Even before she looked round, she knew. By the air becoming colder each second, chilling, biting. and by the slow flood of unearthly green light which bathed the wall, confronting her with her own black rearing shadow. And as she spun round, her breath made a white cloud and something crackled under her feet. Frost, forming rapidly, white and glinting. The green glare from the rod, growing fiercer, hurt her eyes. Then the vibration, rattling the benches and apparatus, dinning in her ears and dulling her mind. She found herself walking against her will towards the cubicle, her aching eyes fixed on the glowing core of the rod. Something seemed to be drawing her towards it. She bumped something. It clicked as she put out a hand, but she went on. She cried out, but her voice seemed not to belong to her, to come from a vast distance. Seconds passed. There was no thought in her mind. And then something seemed to burn her fingers. Forcing her eyes down, she saw it was the lock bar of the cabinet, white with ice. She had lifted it, and the door was swinging open. Now she was very close to the blazing rod, and softly, silently, a grey vapor was beginning to seep from its surface. With a frantic effort, she forced herself to think, to move, to step back. But the noise wouldn't let her think. Something somewhere was calling, demanding, willing her to obey. Her eyes fell on the laboratory telephone. One clear thought, one hope came, and she clung to it.
Telephone. Cliff. Coffee bar. Phone number. Seen it so often. Phone number on the menus. Think. Sloan. 01. Number on the menus. Sloan. Yes. 0181.
The frozen steel of the telephone dial bit at her fingers. It seemed to take all her strength to turn it, release it. It whirred back. Her mind was blurring, slipping away again. Another one. And another. And another.
Hello? Oh, yes, he is here. I tell him. Hey, Mr. Clifford, your young lady is on the phone for you.
Okay. Hello? Cliff here. Is that you, Liz? Hello?
Cliff, I tried. I didn't know if...
Hey, Liz. What's wrong?
Cliff, please come. Please. I can't fight it much longer.
Oh, Liz, what is it? Are you in the lab?
Yes. Cliff, help me. I mustn't go back.
Liz. Liz! Honey, hang on. Whatever it is, hang on. I'll be right with you. Liz! Liz, are you in there? Liz, for heaven's sake, can you hear me?
Clifford had reached the college, the doors of the laboratory. They wouldn't open. Something had fallen across them, jamming them on the inside. Peering helplessly through the glass panels, he saw grey, swirling vapor. The room was choked with it, and everywhere a wintry whiteness of frost and ice. He saw dimly the open cubicle and the rod glowing a dull green. The telephone and its receiver just clear of the floor, swinging slowly on its cord. But there was no sign of Elizabeth. The laboratory seemed quite empty.
That was Orbit 10, a play in 6 episodes written by Peter Elliott Hayes and produced for the BBC by David Davis. From London, we present Orbit 10, a play in 6 episodes by Peter Elliott Hayes. Episode 5, The Frozen World.
Tom Lambert here again. A strange cylinder buried beneath a northern, causing solid matter to vanish from the face of the earth, possibly even transmitting it across the vastnesses of space. In the fourth recording, you heard how Elizabeth returned alone to the laboratory, how the cylinder began to operate with a new intensity. Now, we were very near to understanding the whole unbelievable truth. Here is the fifth recording.
If I had known that night the terrible risk Elizabeth had taken, but I was a mile away, sitting by my study fire with McLaren. Clifford knew, though. He could see the writhing mist, the white fur of frost smothering everything, the telephone swinging mutely on its cord, but not Elizabeth Ryder.
Liz! Liz, are you in there? Liz, for heaven's sake, can you hear me? Got to get these doors open.
Clifford moved across the passage and hurled himself bodily at the doors. They burst in, sending something rasping across the floor, a filing cabinet that had toppled across them on the inside. Dreadful, paralyzing cold closed about him. This was nothing we had seen before. The whole laboratory was an Arctic landscape. The apparatus, the benches, no more than humped shapes beneath the coating of ice, grotesque, glittering icebergs. The densolite cubicle had become a nightmare refrigerator, a hollow case of ice containing the only thing unchanged, the rod, its green flickering growing duller each second. Clifford tottered and fell heavily. The floor itself was a gleaming sheet of ice. He dragged himself up, and then he gasped with relief.
Liz!
Oh, Kevin, I thought maybe you... Oh, no. Liz.
Hidden from the doors, Elizabeth was lying between the benches, and she was very still. Her clothing, her hair were white with frost. Her face was white and pinched, and her eyes were closed. Clifford crawled to her side, tried to lift her, but her coat, stiff as a board, was frozen fast to the floor.
Oh, no good. Have to get some help.
He tried the telephone, but the dial wouldn't turn. The instrument was frozen solid. He staggered from the laboratory, raced down the passage into my study, and dialed 999. Some hours later, in the quiet of a hospital ward, Clifford, McLaren, and myself stood at the bedside of a white-faced, shaken, but still living Elizabeth, waiting till she could tell us her story.
Hi, Liz.
Hello, Cliff.
You should have stayed for that other coffee. How are you feeling?
Cold. Still very cold. Sorry to be such a nuisance, Doctor.
Oh, my dear child.
I shouldn't have gone back.
Well, you weren't to know. Now, don't talk if you don't want to, my dear.
I do want to, but...
Well, can you tell us what happened?
It was so cold. Ice was just growing on everything. I knew I had to telephone. I tried to remember the coffee bar number. Did I?
Sure you did. You got through. When I arrived up there, the whole darn place was turning into a glacier.
But before that, Miss Ryder, how did it begin? Why did you want to telephone? Why did you not just come out?
I don't know. I was leaving when it started. I remember seeing my own shadow on the wall. Then the noise. That awful noise. I couldn't think. Because of the other sounds.
What other sounds?
Strange sounds. I couldn't understand them.
Elizabeth, try to remember.
I can't. My mind wouldn't work.
Elizabeth, what other sounds did you hear? You must tell me.
Like voices. Quiet, gentle voices. Whispering. I tried to understand them. They wanted to be understood. And I knew I could if only. But it was so cold.
Go on, go on.
I wanted to go nearer, to hear them better.
Nearer? To the cubicle?
Yes. They wanted me to. And I was talking. I remember now I kept on talking.
Yes.
I don't know what I said. I couldn't take my eyes off the rod. That green light. I wanted to be close to it. To be warm.
And then? Oh, Elizabeth, stay awake.
Sorry. Then I suddenly felt frightened.
Yes?
I knew I mustn't. I had to keep the voices out of my head. I just kept on thinking of the telephone. I thought, if I can just get to the telephone. It should have been black, but it had turned white. It hurt my hands.
Yes.
And then, oh, why can't they make this room warm?
Hayward, leave her alone. Yes, I can now. Thank you, my dear. Have a good rest. You've more than earned it. I think we should go now.
So long, Liz. The doctor says you should be fit enough to come out tomorrow.
Thanks, Cliff. I keep on getting rescued by you. I mustn't let it become a habit.
She's almost asleep. Come along. We went back to the college, to the laboratory. The ice had all disappeared, but the place looked as if a flood had swept through it. It was late. We were all exhausted. There seemed nothing more we could do. We stood there aimlessly, helplessly, while the water dripped dismally around us. Well, I don't know.
Voices, whispering, wanting to be understood. Doctor, was she just a bit lightheaded, or did she really hear something?
Yes, Clifford, I believe she did. That was why she stayed. She had to.
Hayward, are you telling us that object spoke? That a voice came from it?
Not a voice, but something that was able to reach her mind, that wanted to communicate with it.
Aye, and the signals reaching the telescope. Again, an attempt at communication.
Exactly.
It must fit together. Two forms, perhaps, of the same thing.
Hey, Doctor, look at this.
What is it?
The tape recorder. It's running.
And the tape half used.
It switched to record. It wasn't operating when I bust in here, but it is now.
And the microphone is still connected. Clifford, you said Elizabeth fell about here.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, suppose she stumbled against it, pressed her hand down on it.
And switched it on. It would have started recording.
Yes.
And gone on until the cold froze the motor to a standstill.
And it's only just thawed and started up again. Clifford, take the tape off. I have a recorder at home. We can try it there. This place is still uncomfortably chilly. And before we go, make quite certain the cubicle is properly secured. After this, no one is to be alone in here, not for 1 minute.
I've got the tape laced up, sir.
Let's hear it, then. Though I doubt if it picked up much under those conditions.
Here she goes, then.
Nothing.
Oh, it has to warm up. Ah, listen.
Hey, that's it. The rod going flat out. She did start it going.
Shh. Seen it. So often. Phone number on the menus. Think.
She was trying to get me at the coffee bar.
one.
And I was sitting down there feeling so sorry for myself. If I'd have known what she was for.
Listen.
Cliff, please come. Please. I can't fight it much longer. Yes. Cliff, help me. I mustn't go back.
She dropped the receiver.
Yes. Now, those vital 4 minutes before you got to the laboratory. If we can hear what happened in that time, oh, we must.
Hey, listen to that. It never made that noise before.
Now she's walking towards it, getting near the cubicle.
Who are you? Yes, I can hear, but you are so far away. I will try to understand. The cylinders come from your world. Many were lost on the journey, but many have landed safely. Yes, we are in no danger. No danger. You intend us no harm. Yes. The cylinders are your way of exploring our planet, which you believe may be inhabited. Yes. They collect samples, solids and gases, transmit them back for analysis. Yes. In this way, you are surveying our world without leaving your own. To you, space and time are not impassable barriers.
Hayward, do you hear? This is Wait.
Now you are trying to communicate with us directly. Yes. If we are intelligent beings, we are to answer. Yes. Yes, we do understand. But how are we to answer? It is so cold. Yes, I am trying. Yes. There may be another way. We are not to be afraid if you take the next step. If you use the rods to... What?
Oh. And that's all we shall hear, I suppose. That was when the recorder finally froze up and stopped. It's a wonder it kept going as long as it did.
Well, Hayward, you were right. Voices from the 10th planet.
Yes. An inhabited planet, Campbell. Though by what inconceivable form of life?
Aye, what?
So that is the purpose of the cylinders. What incredible technology. No clumsy rockets, no feeble attempts to land on a planet where conditions might be dangerous to them. No. First, a systematic, remote-controlled survey. 50 years. By now, they must have built up a complete knowledge of the Earth's composition. Its geology, its atmosphere, its lands, its oceans. Oh. And we fondly imagine that we are far advanced in science.
Well, at least one waits off our minds. They're not hostile.
No.
They're still only seeking knowledge. Thank heaven there's no danger after all.
No, no danger. They seem anxious to reassure us on that.
Obviously, they have no way of coming here, even if they wanted to. That distance, it's out of the question.
Oh, that may be just as well. What manner of creatures can exist there? A frozen planet 100 times the size of Earth, 5,000 million miles away. It could be no biochemical life as we understand it.
Yeah, but what's that they said? Time and space are not impassable barriers. They said that.
Quite so.
Well, you must act on this as you think best. I must get back. I've been too long away from the telescope already. When I left, young Garrick was working like a maniac.
On the signals, you mean?
Yes. He's pretty sure the breakthrough isn't far off now.
Well, we must know if they're part of the same project. We can suppose now that they are. But it's strange that they were not mentioned in the message that Elizabeth understood.
Aye, that's odd. But once we can find the basic key to those transmissions, we'll know.
And I must see Lord Heatherton again tomorrow. He must hear this recording. Perhaps there is no real urgency now if one keeps a safe distance from the cylinders, but all the same...
Well, just one thing on my mind, sir.
What's that?
We didn't get the end of that message. The tape stopped too soon.
It did.
Liz did, but she can't remember.
No.
We were not to be afraid if they used the rods to take the next step. Now, that's what gets me. What else could they be used for? What next step?
The next day was sunny, and I felt easier in my mind than I had for a long while. But a shadowy doubt still lurked. We had made a momentous discovery. We seemed at last to have reached the truth. Then, why did I feel that the pieces had dropped into place too conveniently? Was there still something we had overlooked? I was just leaving for Whitehall when Tom Lambert arrived. He had been busy since I last saw him, and he wasted no time. He slapped a thick sheaf of papers on my desk. The neat teleprinter type, page after page of it, told a disturbing story.
Here's the first installment, Doctor, straight off the wires. They're coming in thick and fast. The ministry teamed up with the Foreign Office. They've got every foreign news service working overtime.
And these are all accounts of the same kind of phenomena?
Yeah, dug out of newspaper files all over the known world. And like ours, they go back for 50 years and more.
Now, let's have a look. Yes, everywhere. Australia, Alaska, Norway, South America.
Yeah.
Even one from the Philippines.
And in every case, the same symptoms. Earth tremors, vibration, violent drops in temperature. In a few places, the things were seen to land.
Were they?
A streak of blue-white light. A quick concussion and then just a small hole in the ground.
Well, they would arrive white-hot after passing through the atmosphere.
In many cases, they were assumed to be meteorites. But they go down so deep, they're impossible to dig out.
Well, they must strike the earth at tremendous speed.
I'll say.
The one we found under that beach must somehow have been slowed down, perhaps through colliding with a real meteor shower. And how many of these are there?
Well, so far, 208.
208?
And the reports are still coming in.
Oh, the minister must see these too. Distributed over the entire surface of the globe. So many, just for a survey.
What was that, Doctor?
Oh, I was just thinking aloud.
Oh.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lambert. By the way, we've come to the conclusion that there's no serious danger from these things.
Oh?
Provided they're kept at a respectful distance.
Well, let's hope you're right, Doctor, because I've got a news flash, too. Our South Wales correspondent tells me that troops have moved in.
Moved in where?
Llanwethlin.
Good heavens.
Yeah, they're mounting a guard on the old pit. Seems the official view is a little less confident than yours.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I must be going. I'll pass on anything I can.
Well, thanks, Doctor. I'll be around. I have a small theory of my own. I think we may be comparing notes again before long.
Half an hour later, I was again in that quiet high room behind Whitehall. Lord Heatherton's face was more serious than it had been before. He listened to the tape recording and examined the bundle of reports.
Well, this is really only what we expected, isn't it, Doctor? Except bigger. Over 200 cylinders.
So many and so evenly distributed.
No country, no corner of the world overlooked. Rather like some enormous spy system. As you say, why should they need so many? And that recording. We are dealing with something quite outside our knowledge. But if their intentions really are peaceful, is there any way we can reply?
Well, according to Professor McLaren, none at present. In time, a signaling apparatus might be built, and it might be powerful enough to send short waves to the 10th planet.
A lot of mights, Doctor.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Anyway, I'll tell you what we are doing about this. Plotting every suspected site in this country. Guarding each one we confirm with an army unit.
Yes, I heard.
The public must be protected. Our delegate is addressing the United Nations Scientific Commission today. Then I hope the same will happen abroad. Detecting, plotting, and observation of sites. And here in this red folder is another scheme I've drawn up.
Oh.
I can't tell you the details yet, but they are also being put before the Commission.
What sort of scheme?
Just certain emergency measures, should they for any reason become necessary.
Yes, but
I know what you're going to say. This is knowledge, vital knowledge. We must be on our guard against any instinctive hostility, I agree. But better safe than sorry, Doctor.
I see. But what do we do immediately?
A famous politician once said a famous saying, wait and see. Carry on with your work for another week. If no new developments occur, then I shall arrange for several other cylinders to be excavated.
And then?
Already there are some high-level proposals. An international authority to decide how best to develop this interplanetary contact. And research centers will be needed, an international fund, coordination.
Yes, of course. Another week. And then it'll be out of my hands.
Not entirely. There will be work as part of a team for all the specialists we have. Your lecturing on cosmic science will be valuable.
My lecturing?
This is a big event in the history of our small world, Doctor. We must be big enough, each in our own way, to meet it.
Yes, I understand.
Now, perhaps you'll excuse me. I have rather a lot to do. I have to report to Parliament this afternoon, but I rather think all the honourable members will stay awake to listen to me today.
Outside, Whitehall was grey and cold. The sun had gone. A steady drizzle was falling. The cars and buses elbowed each other. The passers-by huddled into their coats and went on their 1,000,001 different errands. Everything was as it should be on a dismal November London afternoon. So solid, so normal. What, I found myself saying, can possibly change any of this? The few slabs of colored plastic we were making such a to-do about? It suddenly seemed absurd. Oh, how little we knew then. I drove back to the college. I went up to the laboratory and stood looking at the rod, dark and silent in the cubicle. Would we ever know? And anyway, in a few days it'd be taken away. I hardly heard the doors open behind me.
We thought you might be here. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Doctor.
Elizabeth, Clifford. Oh, I was daydreaming. How are you, my dear?
Quite all right, Mother.
Good.
They let me out this morning. Cliff told me about the recording I seem to have made. I still don't remember. He didn't want me to come here again, but I wanted to see that. It told me something, more than was on the tape, and I repeated it. But it's gone.
Well, it may come back to you. In any case, our work's nearly over. Special authorities, international funds. There'll be no place for us. Oh, well, it had to happen. What I can possibly do in 1 week.
I could try again. I think I can send it.
No, I won't hear of it. You've done your share, Elizabeth. Another time, that terrible freezing, you might not be so lucky. Now we can only wait. The next morning, Saturday, the newspapers exploded. Theories, speculations, accusations, advice. Plenty of advice. The story had broken at last. By 11, my house was besieged by reporters. Every reporter in London, it seemed, except Tom Lambert. My front door bell and telephone rang furiously until I disconnected them both. I saw no one all day, and I spoke to no one. I slept badly that night. I kept hearing the sound of the cylinder. And once, I think it was 3 a.m, I got up and rang the college. But the disgruntled voice of Simmons assured me that all was quiet in the laboratory. The next day was the same. Now, the tireless gentleman of the press resorted to the door knocker. I couldn't do much about that. Then 3 solid policemen appeared outside, and peace returned. Late in the afternoon, Clifford and Elizabeth called. I was glad to see them and asked them to stay for dinner. It was a silent meal. The wind seemed very strong outside, rattling the windows behind the curtains and scurrying round the deserted square. We were not to know it then, but elsewhere the night was even wilder. Far away, a bitter gale was lashing the Isle of Skara and howling through the girders of the radio telescope high above Kirkuk.
You're sure about this? You can't have made a mistake?
I broke the code this afternoon. Stumbled on it almost by accident. Once I confirmed the 10 basic groups, the rest just fell into place. I got this clear transcription from the first long sequence I tried.
But it's English.
Oh, it is now, but it could be any language. The signals don't convey a letter alphabet. They're a series of numerical progressions representing shades of meaning. A sort of mathematical grammar.
And this is what you've translated so far?
I'll work through the rest as fast as I can.
This is enough? Goodness gracious, Peter. If this is true, I must talk to Petrie. He must know about this at once.
We were sitting round the fire when the telephone rang. At first we ignored it. But it wouldn't stop. At last I asked Clifford to answer it.
Yeah? Yes, he's here. Hold on, will you? Doctor, it's Professor McLaren, calling from Skara.
Oh, I wouldn't like his phone bill. Hello, Campbell.
Hayward?
Yes?
Hayward, Garrick has broken the signal code.
What? When?
A few hours ago. He's translated a passage. I've got the paper here.
What does it say?
I'd better read it. It's short enough. Are you listening?
Yes.
If the cylinders speak, do not believe what they say. Your planet is in great danger. Destroy them.
Good.
That's repeated 3 times. Then, when the great cold comes, it will be too late.
The great cold? Is that all?
Aye. Garrick's at work on the rest. I'll be down tomorrow, Hayward. I'll get a plane.
Good.
Let's hope it isn't as bad as I think it is.
Yes. Well, thank you, Campbell. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, did you hear that, Clifford? If the cylinders speak, do not believe them.
Then all that about peaceful intentions and seeking knowledge.
Well, it's to throw us off our guard, to save the cylinders. Perhaps so that... Oh, what a monumental idiot I've been. The 10th planet, in some way, it must be divided. That's why signals have been coming from 2 directions. And if the cylinders transmit matter, well, of course, we must go to the laboratory. There's no knowing how much time we have.
The rod is still up.
I was half expecting.
Quiet now. It's only waiting. Don't you see, either of you? This marvel of creation we've come close to worshipping, it can beam matter across space. We've known that for weeks, but we've been blind. If it can transmit in one direction, it can do it in the other. From Earth to the 10th orbit. Oh.
From there to here.
Precisely.
But what would they need to send through?
Oh, themselves. Whatever they are, themselves. We've heard their voices. Next time, we shall see them.
But the next step, we were not to be afraid. We were to wait, to help them.
Doctor, look. The rod. It's starting to flicker.
Oh.
The green light. It's beginning. It must be. And the cold. Can you feel it?
Oh, well, we must choose now. Knowledge or survival. Clifford, the builders left a sledgehammer in the passage. Get it. Get it, I say.
Okay. What are you going to do?
Do what primitive man did when he saw danger. Fight.
Here it is. Some hammer. Must weigh 30 pounds.
Elizabeth, open the cabinet.
Open.
Do as I say quickly.
All right.
Now, tip the rod over. Pull it. It won't hurt you yet. I'll help you.
All right.
Right. There it is, Clifford. Now, use those Canadian muscles of yours. Smash it.
Yeah, but we can't just...
Smash it, I tell you. If you won't, I shall have to.
Okay. Stand back. Here goes, then. It won't break.
Harder. Harder. All your strength, Clifford. It must break. It must.
Oh, it's hopeless. Won't even shift.
The ice! Look! The ice! It's coming!
It's no good. They knew it would come to this. They planned. They made sure. Nothing can destroy this thing. Nothing.
That was Orbit 10, a play in 6 episodes written by Peter Elliott Hayes and produced for the BBC by David Davis. From London, we present Orbit 10, a play in 6 episodes by Peter Elliott Hayes. Episode 6, The Unseen.
Lambert here. This is the last time I shall be speaking to you. I've done what I intended. And now only those last unforgettable days remain to be told. A 10th planet. 5,000 million miles distant. And yet on that windy November night, no farther than the flickering green rod in a Kensington building. This was the link. A frail door separating our world from a frozen giant on the rim of space. Now it was opening. And what would cross the threshold? Here is Dr. Petrie's 6th and last recording.
Final notes on 10th planet. We had had our warning. The signals had told us the true purpose of the scattered network of cylinders. And now the hour of the rods had come. Not now to absorb another telltale specimen of our Earth, but to send something through. But our understanding had come too slowly. Even as Clifford's hammer rang on the unbreakable green surface, I knew we were too late. I felt as he did. Nothing could destroy this thing, nothing. We hurried to my study. Then telephone calls to Bancroft, head of the college, to the Ministry of Science, to the police. I felt we were going to need their help. Meanwhile, the terrible freezing went on. Some hours later, the whole corridor passing the laboratory for full 30 yards each way had become one shining, low-roofed tunnel of solid ice. Out of it swept gusts of bitterly cold air. It was like looking into the dead, green-lit heart of an iceberg. And somewhere in the dim, frozen cavern that had been the laboratory, the rod still throbbed angrily. The night passed. The freezing continued, but nothing more. With the dawn of Sunday morning came fog. A blanket of good, honest fog beneath which all London peered and coughed, and which shrouded the Victorian spires and turrets of the college. 10 o'clock, we were back at my house for welcome coffee and buttered toast, and a telephone bell I was beginning to dread. It was Elizabeth who saw the black and silver limousine stop outside, and the short, overcoated figure who hurried up the steps. It was Lord Heatherton, and the minister, it appeared, had set many wheels in motion.
The college told me I'd find you here. Well, Doctor, I had my own forebodings, but nothing as alarming as this. Perhaps we shall get a clearer picture when McLaren deciphers the rest of those signals.
He's on his way here now. He's flying down from Scotland. We should know something soon.
I hope so. Meantime, that rod is turning your college into one huge refrigerator.
It certainly is.
Creating the conditions they are used to.
Undoubtedly.
Well, the police are watching from every possible vantage point.
Yes.
If any other phenomena develop, we shall hear.
Good. And the other cylinders, this may be the first of many.
You recall that red file?
Yeah, I do.
We're putting the emergency measures into effect at once.
Oh.
So long as the plotted cylinders are passive, they will be left for the time being. But wherever activity is seen, I'm afraid it is going to be dealt with. After that warning, we can take no chances.
How dealt with, sir?
The army. Bulldozers and excavating parties first. Then troops with mortars and demolition charges. If that is not enough, there are tanks and heavy artillery standing by.
Oh, my word.
And if necessary, there is bomber command.
Explosives? I wonder.
I think we can cope. That specimen in the college is the one we must watch.
I quite agree.
That is our guide to what to expect later from all the rest. If that turns out to be a damp squib, there may be nothing to worry about.
Well, let's hope so.
No, I must get back to Whitehall. Reports from the War Office should be coming in any time now. If there is any news, let me know at once.
Certainly. Yes, of course.
Lord Heatherton's car slid away into the fog. A few minutes later, a taxi chugged out of it and deposited McLaren and Peter Garrick on the pavement. With the future of the world in the balance, I observed Campbell still found 3 minutes to wrangle with the driver over the fare. But when he was pacing my study, gripping a bundle of papers, there were grim lines around his mouth, and his eyes were without hope.
We've decoded the rest. The last section on the plane coming down. We chartered a private one at Renfrew. It's all here, Hayward.
Yes?
An intelligent, lucid history. Successes and setbacks on a world we can't even begin to imagine. And a disaster.
Disaster?
Look, it'll save time if Garrick just gives you the gist of it. Tell them, Peter.
Well, the 10th planet is inhabited. Not by one dominant species as here, but by two.
By two?
Yes, two races who've always kept to their respective sides of the planet. Alien, hostile, endlessly at what we would call a Cold War.
No truer word in those temperatures.
No, quite so.
The inhabitants of the side receiving what little light and heat there is are highly advanced technologically. 50 years ago, in our time, they perfected the system of sending the surveying cylinders across space to Earth, which they considered the planet most likely to support organic life.
I see.
The method we know now. How the cylinders assimilated samples, dismantled them into individual molecules, and beamed them back. At the other end, there are special receivers, and they're reintegrated for examination. Well, so far so good. And this, originally, was the only purpose of the cylinders. Then the blow fell.
What blow?
Well, they were suddenly and ruthlessly overrun by the inferior beings from the other face of the planet. The signals refer to them as the Dark Ones.
Dark Ones.
And they took control of the system and soon discovered that the samples coming back were rich in chemicals and minerals.
Substances rare to them.
Yes, we became a desirable base, an ideal potential mining colony.
Of course. Gravity, free water, and plenty of solar heat.
Yes, I see.
And the means were already here, planted in 1,000 different spots. So the plan took shape. First, communication.
To assure us of the harmlessness of the rods.
Yes. And then themselves. To explore Earth at first hand.
The Dark Ones. They're very confident in themselves, Hayward, because they've done it once already.
What?
Our moon.
The moon?
Chosen for a pilot experiment.
No.
They landed cylinders and sent a number of their creatures through. It worked, and they got back. Now they're ready for the full-scale operation. Us.
The next step.
Yes,
the next step.
What the Dark Ones did not discover was a high-frequency radio transmitter, another part of the original survey. It had been beaming signals for a long time, in the hope of making semantic contact with us. And it was continuing to operate in secret. But now, it sent out warnings. Endless, repeated warnings. There was just a chance we might understand and be ready.
And, that's all?
No, not quite. There's another short sequence, but it's very distorted. I'm still working on it. I think the Dark Ones have detected the signals, and I think they're jamming them.
And nothing to tell us what these beings, these Dark Ones, are like?
No, nothing at all. What could evolve out there? Gravity to make a human weigh 500 tons, perpetual near darkness with temperatures close to absolute zero.
Incredible. Those cells, a human would be 3 miles high. We can't begin to imagine, Campbell.
No, indeed.
And we can't wait and wait until that ghastly thing up there.
Maybe the waiting's over.
Yes. Yes, speaking. I see. When was this? Yes, I'll come at once. The college. Something's happened. The rod has stopped.
Stopped?
Yes, but there are still noises. New noises. We'd better go.
It seems to be over, the freezing, the vibration. But now there's something else. It comes and goes. Listen. You hear? Not in the laboratory, though it's on that side of the building. Lower down.
And it seems to be moving about.
We must go up, if we can get close enough to see.
Wrap yourselves up. No one take their gloves off. The cold up there is terrible.
We climbed the 6 flights again. Frost on the stairs. Our feet left prints in it. Now almost the entire 3rd floor was a nightmare Arctic landscape of ice. But it was dripping, thawing. We picked our way along white tunnels that had been corridors and reached the laboratory. There was a mound of solid ice. The densolite cubicle entombed. It was silent. And then... we followed the sound, stumbling and slithering along the ice-encrusted passages. It was a strange, unreal hunt, our breath making white clouds in the freezing air. We reached the landing with the lift and stopped.
Hey, well, look. Those lift gates. The steel trellis ripped to pieces. And the sliding doors, like a car's been driven through.
This lift's stuck on the floor above. Don't go too near the edge. It's a long drop.
You hear it? It's coming from the shaft. I must...
Don't lean out there, sir. One slip and you've had it. Just kneel down. I'll hold on to your coat.
Can you see anything?
Yes. Yes, I can. There's something down there. It fills the bottom of the shaft. Gray. Moving. Pulsing. But not solid. It's more like a cloud. But it has a kind of outline, a shape. It has happened. One of them has come through. Now the police took matters into their own hands. In 10 minutes, Cromwell Road was empty and closed to traffic. Surrounding buildings were emptied, and their bewildered occupants escorted out of the area. Still, the fog pressed down. It was soon clear that the grey vapor was seeping out of the lift shaft into the basement. The rumbling grew more frequent and more violent. Now things were happening in Simmons' domain, and he led us down to a storeroom where there was a ventilating grill through which the basement could be seen. We peered through, and there it was. Vapor. A grey, shifting pool. Shapeless, yet keeping a compact mass with a dull, billowing surface. Still for long minutes, then flattening and rolling silently as if seeking a way out.
Incredible. And that's it. A living, solid thing.
Living, but not solid. Well, it's logical, of course. A planet as massive, as cold as that. Beings with very loose molecular structure, not affected by the tremendous gravity. Little more to our eyes than a gas. Able to expand or contract themselves at will.
And cold. Cold as the place they came from.
We went up again to meet Tom Lambert hurrying across the hall. Well, Mr. Lambert, come to say I told you so. I think this is no surprise to you.
Well, the cylinder's operating in reverse, you mean? It struck me as a possibility.
Oh, it struck you as a possibility. Not worth mentioning, of course.
Sorry, Doctor, but it was only a guess. And I assumed they could be knocked out if they got troublesome. Seems I was wrong.
Mr. Lambert, we are not your admiring readers. You needn't dramatize it.
Sorry. But listen, the reports coming into the War Office, they're not good. Several of the cylinders have had the full treatment, shot at and blown up. The casings have split, but the rods haven't even cracked.
Oh, great heavens.
They tried tanks on Exmoor, but the engines froze before they could get near.
Well,
the Air Ministry are ready to try pinpoint bombing where they can, but if armor-piercing shells won't even scratch them...
I was afraid of this. Has anything else been reported?
Yeah, several of them are operating violently. You know, green light, intense cold.
Aye, that's the pattern. 14 hours of freezing.
The energy build-up.
And then the breakthrough. This one is ahead of the others.
Excuse me, Dr. Police here. Yes, Superintendent?
Oh, Doctor, we've got some asbestos suits from the fire service. 2 of my men have got into the basement.
What? Oh, for heaven's sake, they...
Oh, they needn't have worried. Apart from about 10 tons of ice, it's empty.
What?
The doors out to the car park have been torn off their hinges. Whatever it is that was in there, it's gone.
And then, in the fog, the real hunt began. By now, visibility was down to a few yards. One heard things. Footsteps, a car engine starting, a voice calling. But they seemed on the other side of a soft white wall. Constables groped about with flashlights, keeping in touch by blowing their whistles. The police cars, crawling cautiously, their headlights glowing like pairs of yellow eyes, fanned out, and others converged to join them from all over London. We stationed ourselves on the pavement outside the college by the superintendent's car. Its radio, in constant touch with the Scotland Yard control room, chattered continually, and its operators scribbled on their pads and handed the messages out to us. But we knew we were helpless.
Yes, fog. The thing couldn't have a better camouflage. The black cat in the coal cellar had nothing on this. And the thing is, what will it do?
Well, everything here is strange to it, Superintendent. It must explore. I think it will be cautious.
Keep working on the last sequence of signals.
Message from 727. Junction of Brompton Road and Beaufort Gardens.
Right. Here's something. Ice in Brompton Road. A continuous trail. Some shop windows broken.
So it went that way, moving northeast.
Something grey seen on the road. They tried to shadow it, then the car engine packed up.
So it can absorb energy on its own.
Thank goodness it's Sunday. That road any other day and the shop's all open.
722 again, sir. They've abandoned their car.
Let me see. A bus coming down Knightsbridge, its entrance stopped too. Ice began to form all over it. Only a few passengers. They got off all right. Wilkins?
Yes, sir?
Tell them I want cars patrolling Square, Knightsbridge, Kensington Road, and Sloane Street.
Right, sir.
Report the moment they have engine trouble.
Yes, sir.
That seems the best indication.
I think it is.
If we could only confine it to one area. But how do you try to stop a drifting patch of vapor?
It's hopeless, Hayward. It can go where it likes, do what it likes. There is no way of stopping it.
Another nerve-wracking hour passed. Things were found. An abandoned frozen bus, a thawing trail of ice, 15 feet wide, ending abruptly. Then more scraps of information. A frozen tree in Montpelier Square. A bent lamppost in Rutland Gate. A greenhouse collapsing under a coating of ice in Ennismore Gardens. It seemed to be moving north now, through the squares and back streets south of Hyde Park. The strangest thing was that, although it was traversing a thickly populated area, nothing had been seen. We were completely baffled until...
Here's trouble. This message. Prince's Gardens, a chimney stack collapsed, went clean through the roof. Occupants of house away. That was lucky. Nothing seen except a thick layer of ice on the roof.
Then that's the answer. Why nobody's seen it? It can move about clear of the ground. Whenever it encounters an obstacle, it just goes over it.
Encouraging having you around, Doctor. So it's moving west now. If only it would settle for a short while. Perhaps we could do something.
For another anxious 40 minutes, nothing. The trail seemed completely lost. And then a voice suddenly crackled from the dashboard radio. A report, short and urgent, from a police car patrolling Kensington Gore on the south edge of Hyde Park. A report so strange and ominous that the superintendent could contain himself no longer. We bundled into his car and the one behind and swept away into the fog. "15 minutes later, we were standing on steps that were slippery with ice. Behind us reared the tall, ornamented spire of the Albert Memorial, and beyond, the empty wastes of Hyde Park. Across the road loomed the immense domed roundness of the Albert Hall. We knew then where the trail had ended.
Look at the place. Covered in frost from the steps to the roof.
It's in there, in the Albert Hall.
Some of the doors were found smashed in. One of the caretakers went to investigate. There was the gray stuff seeping everywhere, along the passages, pouring over the galleries into the arena. He nearly collapsed with cold.
Then it's expanding, growing.
I'm afraid it is, but at least we know where it is.
Doctor, listen.
If this goes on, it'll shake the whole building down. It's getting out of control, Petrie.
There's another car. It's Peter Garrick.
Looking as if his life depended on that piece of paper.
Peter, what is it? I couldn't find you. That last passage, I've got it. It may be some help.
Good.
It's in fragments, but there are some figures or formula, I think. But the rest, this is the point. The rods require energy to function.
Aye, we know that.
But it must be in controlled amounts. They cannot tolerate too much at one time. It can damage them. They're one weakness.
An excess of energy, of power. Oh, if we could only... Oh, if we
Babbitt's attacking that thing in the laboratory. It's not going to affect that. Not now.
I'm not so sure. That information was not sent without reason. In some way, the organism may still depend on the rod. There might be a way. The cyclotron in the atomic energy department at the college. It gets tremendous voltages.
Yeah, from the diesel electric generators.
Yes. They can be started up in a few minutes. They're on the ground floor, though. I have an idea, but it'll mean hard work and enough hands to do it.
I guess we can raise those, sir.
Then let's go back. Fog or no fog, Superintendent, your men have got to drive. There's just a small chance, but every second is going to count. It was a thin thread of hope, but we had to clutch at it. At the college, Clifford checked the fuel tanks. They were full. With 6 willing constables, we raided the electrical engineering floor for tools and a heavy drum of high-tension cable. The massive bank of generators was in a wing on the ground floor. The cable was run out. Clifford and McLaren were left to bear the end and connect up the steel and copper core. The rest of us set to work manhandling the cumbersome wooden drum up 6 flights of stairs, unreeling the tarred cable as we went. It was easier to reach the laboratory now, though much ice still remained. With hammers and wrenches, we chipped and levered until we'd freed the rod and toppled it from the cubicle. With numb hands, we rolled in the cable drum and unwound some more turns. I wanted a contact as close as possible. 4 slithering policemen, straining on an iron bar, raised one end of the silent rod, and the rest of us struggled with the leathery serpent until we'd passed 3 loops round it. The telephone, now working again, rang. It was Clifford. The cable was connected up. We should soon know now. I made everyone stand back and gave the signal to run up the generators. It was Elizabeth who remembered that the Albert Hall could be seen from the college roof. Telling Clifford to increase the current steadily, we hurried to the iron staircase and were soon standing among the chimney stacks and skylights, peering across the jumbled Kensington rooftops. The fog seemed thinner up there. We could just make out the domed mass of the Albert Hall a quarter of a mile away. It had a strange, white, luminous appearance.
Ice. The whole place is smothered in it.
The power should be building up by now. At full speed, those generators produce enough to supply all London twice over.
And more than enough to burn out that cable. What are we doing, Edward? Fighting something we haven't a chance against. We're so small, so weak against that.
What I was thinking. Wait. Listen.
But if we can hear it from here, it's growing stronger. The strength there, unimaginable strength.
Doctor! The rod is flowing again. Getting brighter as the current increases.
Then it is absorbing the power.
But Hayward, don't you see? We're not attacking it. We're helping it. Feeding it with energy. This is just what it wants.
I can't help it. Those signals can't be wrong. It's a chance we must take. It may be our only hope.
If this goes on, that thing's growing. If it shatters the building and bursts out, Petrie, you must stop this.
I can't, Edward. Those voices, I believe them. I believe they wanted to save us.
What can we believe? There's no truth anymore. Do you want to unleash that? For pity's sake, tell Bowen to cut off the generator.
No!
If you don't, you may be responsible for...
You hear that? The explosion? It shook the building. It must have been in the laboratory. Come on. The rod, when we all stood staring at it, had changed. It was dull and clouded. It had cracked in 1,000 places. The tracery of silver wires was black and fused. It had seemed too much to hope, but it had happened. We clung to our hope as we raced to the Albert Hall. And when, 15 minutes later, we were standing in the ice-cold amphitheater, we knew the threat had passed. Water dripped everywhere, but it was empty. Within minutes of the fusing of the rod, the vapor had become still, thin, and disappeared.
Forgive me, Hayward. You were right. And you had the courage to believe in yourself.
The power was too much for it. Burned it out. And this thing couldn't survive without it.
And if that rod couldn't take it, nor can any of the others. They can all be treated in the same way.
Yeah, any powerful electric circuit run near them. Well, I guess all over the world, a lot of electricians had better get busy.
Yes, it must be done as soon as possible.
It came a long way, and this was the end of the journey. Did it hate us? Did it only want to conquer and destroy? Or, at the end, was it just trapped and alone? Could we have understood it?
The tragedy is we shall never know. But there is a lesson, perhaps, for us. If we ever go out into space, as we shall, we must leave our differences, our quarrels behind. If we carry them with us to other worlds, as these did, we shall be condemned from the start, as they were. And that, I suppose, ends my notes. The rest, that has become history. The burning out of the cylinders, wherever they were found. The fading away of the signals, which have never been detected since. Whether because they had served their purpose, or because the senders were themselves overrun, we can only guess. But the link with the 10th planet was broken. Perhaps for all time. That was all years ago. As I sit here and dusk falls over the green countryside, I wonder, is it a law of the universe that each race be bound to the surface of its own world, that we belong where we begin, a law that will eventually punish all who flout it? I do not know. But, as I say, I wonder.
That was Felix Felton as Dr. Petrie in the final episode of Orbit 10, written by Peter Elliott Hayes. The music was taken from The Ritual Dances from a Midsummer Marriage by Michael Tippett, and the play was produced for the BBC.
Al Jolson and John Garfield. On behalf of the United Jewish Appeal, the Columbia Broadcasting System presents Operation Nightmare.
This is Al Jolson. I've got a story to tell. A story about people, just like you and me. These people got mixed up in the war. They were in the war, what's left of them. And it's for them that the United Jewish Appeal, the UJA, is conducting one of the greatest campaigns in the history of this country. Do you mind if I tell you about it? Ever wake up in the middle of the night, drenched with cold sweat, breathing in hard sobs, your fingernails digging into your palms, scared by a dream? This kind, maybe?
I dreamt I was driving my car. The road went straight ahead, far as I could see. The car went faster and faster. Then all of a sudden, no road, nothing. I slammed on the brakes. I pressed and pressed, but they wouldn't hold. The car just shot out from under me until...
Nightmare. Or this kind.
I dreamed I was coming home from school, running up the porch stairs, ringing the bell. Well, nobody answered. Well, I knew my ma had to be home, so I peeked in the window. Well, sure enough, she's sitting there sewing or something, so I rattle the door. She doesn't hear me. Well, I start to yell, "Hey, Ma!" I holler, "Hey, Ma!" I can hear myself hollering, but she can't. And she looks right through the window at me and right on through me like I'm not there. I start into bawl and yell, "Mom! Oh, Mama, Mama!"
Nightmare. Or the kind I have, the same one over and over. Showtime. The band tuning up in the pit, Me in the wings, waiting. Sweat under my makeup. Sweat in my hands. Then... they go into my vamp. I crack my knuckles. I give it the old smile. I run on stage. I open my mouth to sing. And nothing comes out. Nothing. I can't hear myself sing. The audience is right out there. I'm singing, but nothing comes out. Nothing. Nobody hears me. Nobody. And then I wake up. Just a dream. But there is a nightmare I have to tell you about that needs no sleeping for its setting. There is a nightmare alive in the world from which men and women and kids will not wake up to rub their eyes and say, just a dream. There is nightmare in which 1 million people and more live wide awake. Weary, hopeless, despairing people with no place to go except from, on a road that has no end, not a dream, a reality with numbers. Wait a minute. Let's have some statistics.
1 million people. 1 million and some thousands more in the displaced persons camps of Europe. Of these, 250,000 are Jews, 750,000 are Balts, Yugoslavs, and Poles.
Nightmare with numbers and a name, displaced person. And only one stop on the weary road, a camp. The second summer after liberation, and people are still living in camps. Let me show you. Looked into a building within the wire and walls of a camp. Any camp. For what will happen now is happening in all the camps. Here is a man. Here is a woman.
My name is Nathan Wandler. The concentration camp number tattooed on my arm is A2443. A for Auschwitz. I'm 32. I weigh 118. My parents, 2 brothers, a sister, and some uncles and aunts died in a concentration camp before liberation. I don't know how I escaped. I have only one person left in all the world. My wife.
My name is Anke Wandler. I'm 28. I weigh about 98. I lost my parents and 3 brothers. I have nobody but my husband, Nathan.
Presenting Mr. and Mrs. D.P. A year ago, they were married. Somebody brought a handful of field flowers. Somebody rustled up a shawl for the bride. Another found 2 glasses of wine. And after the ceremony and the blessing, they stood in the open barracks area of the camp.
The foxes have holes, the birds of the air have nests, but man hath not where to lay his head.
Don't talk like that, Nathan. Be happy.
I am. But there's so little we ask to be happy. A home. But where? Just married and we have to live separate in barracks.
We could live in mine. There are only 2 families in my room. But the room is so small.
Oh, mine. The room is large. But there are 4 families living there. Well, you decide.
Whatever you say, Nathan.
Whatever you say, Mrs. Wandler.
I say it doesn't matter now. Someday is what matters. And someday we'll find a home. We'll have a home of our own. Oh, Nathan.
What's the matter, Uncle?
Everybody's watching us out of the windows, your barracks and mine.
Oh, let them all watch. Come close.
Nathan.
Kiss me. That's for the busybodies in your barracks. That's for my barracks.
Nathan.
That's for me.
For me.
For us. For now. But soon, no more barracks. Soon, another land. No walls, no camps. Free. And a home. Soon.
soon, eh? That was last year. They're still in that camp, living in these barracks. Of course, instead of 3 families, there are 7 now. But the room is a little larger. Larger. Not large enough for 1 family. Honeymoon in a DP camp. Nightmare.
Just a minute, Mr. Jolson. 45,000 Jewish refugees did find new homes in 1946.
Found new homes? Where?
26,000 in Palestine, 15,000 in the United States, 4,000 elsewhere.
You said 45,000?
That's what I said.
Well, 45,000 is good, but not good enough. 250,000 more are still living in camps. Homes. That's where some of the United Jewish Appeal money goes. Homes, and how to get there. To get people out of the nightmare. But, hey, you with the statistics.
Right here.
How about, the kids?
Well...
Come on, tell me.
Well, for example, of every 10 Jewish children in all Europe...
Go ahead.
You asked for this. Only 1 is left alive. 1 in every 10 children is left. From the latest cable to the United Jewish Appeal from Europe, I quote you the following. Children who are 12 years of age have the average height, weight, and development of children of 6.
Nightmare. And when the children wake up in the morning, there is no mother or father to say, it's all right, I'm here. They wake up to nightmare. D.P. Jr. All right. A year has passed since the wedding of Nathan and Anka. Look down in the room with 7 families. Oh, go ahead, look, it's all right. A DP has no privacy.
Anka.
Nathan.
I have to leave you for a while. I want to get into the food line early.
Don't leave me.
I'll be back. The earlier I get there, the hotter the soup will be when I get back.
Please.
Oh, don't worry, dearest. It isn't time yet. The doctor said it'll be a while yet. Sleep, and I'll come back.
There's for you. Soup. And bread. All right. Next.
Wait, please. Could you fill this bowl, too, for my wife?
Can't she come herself, friend?
No, she's going to have a baby, you see, and...
There's for her. Soup. And bread.
Well, thank you.
Wait.
Yes?
Here. A soldier gave me this. I was saving it for my own. But you take it. For your wife.
An orange?
Take it. Take it before I lose the courage to let it go.
A whole orange? I can't take it.
You don't take it. I give it. For the baby. It must be strong.
Anka.
Oh, I was asleep.
I know, it's good. I wouldn't wake you, but I've reheated the soup. Here, I'll feed you. And I have a surprise for you.
What is it?
Oh, wait. I hid it while you were sleeping. Right here, I hid... Under the... It's gone.
What was it, Nathan?
Nothing. Eat your soup, Anka. I'll be back.
Where are you going?
To look for it. I never thought anybody could steal from others who have nothing. Sonny, did you see anybody sneaking out of our barracks a while ago?
No.
Okay, thanks. Oh, wait a minute. Who are you?
Who are you?
Well, you don't belong with the folks in this barracks. Where'd you come from? What are you doing hanging around here?
That's my business.
Well, what's that inside your shirt?
Hey, let go of my wrist.
I said, what's inside your shirt?
Hey, let go of me.
An orange. Where'd you get that?
I'll give you one chance to let go.
I'll give you one chance to tell me where you got that orange, or
You what? You won't turn me, and I'll...
You put that rock down.
Let go of my arm.
I said...
Oh!
You hit me. For an orange.
I told you to let go.
Stop him! Stop that kid!
There. That'll hold it, Nathan. Just a bad bruise.
Thanks, Doctor, and don't tell Anka.
No.
Did they catch the kid?
Yes.
Well, what'll they do with him?
Depends on you. You can bring charges in the camp court if you want to. You see, we've got the responsibility and the privilege of governing ourselves. But
he slugged me.
But I was going to say that we're pretty lucky. We're pretty lucky that only a few of these kids who've been living in caves and forests, living by starving and stealing, have become problem children. They've got a hard road to hoe, harder than grown-ups.
I hate to think what he'll grow up to be.
Is it his fault the only law he knows is take what you can get, any way you can get it? He had to live that way to live at all. It'll take all our time and care to bring him around.
But he's just a kid.
It's up to you.
Oh, my wife's going to have a baby, a boy maybe. And God knows he'll need a break in this world. So, I guess, yeah, I'll give one to this kid. No charges.
A break in this world for the kids. The 1 in 10 left alive. Go ahead, statistics.
UJA has supplied juvenile delinquency experts for the regeneration of Jewish children. Teachers, psychologists, and the United States Army have helped to set up training programs for the children. 13,000 students in 73 new schools. Another 13,000 are still without any form of education.
Yes, much has been done. But a DP camp is still nightmare. A nightmare in which a woman lives and looks back to a past that is terror.
This is Anka. I forgot to tell you. I was married before. I had a baby before. In Buchenwald. I was in charge of counting shoes. One pair I counted and threw on the pile. One pair of little shoes belonged to my baby.
A nightmare in which a man lives and looks around at a present that is horror.
This is Nathan. I was married before, too. I had a wife before. Right here. Right in this camp. Right here in this camp. She died. Right here.
A nightmare in which a child lives and looks forward to a future that is unknown.
I'm the kid with the rock. My buddy keeps promising we'll get out of here. Yeah, I heard that before. Well, I don't believe him. I don't believe nobody.
The ingredients of nightmare. No home, no past, present, or future, and food others may steal. But a man doesn't live by bread alone. He wants work. So it's wonderful when the camp director calls you to his office.
Nathan Wadley?
Yes, sir.
You applied for a job a while ago. You listed yourself as an architect?
Yes.
You're lucky. There's a job for you.
Wonderful. Where?
Right here in this camp.
Well, doing what?
Building more barracks.
Barracks?
Of course, we don't really need an architect. But I guess you can still use a hammer.
Well, Director, don't misunderstand me. I'd carry bricks in America. I'd mix cement in Palestine. I'd chop trees, dig ditches, straighten out rusty nails with my bare hands. Any place else in the world I could get to, but in Germany and all Europe, I wouldn't drive a thumbtack. Maybe some guys would. Maybe some want to stay here, but not me. Sit here and rot. Me, a head full of homes to build for my people, cities to plan. I dream of cities growing in the desert, and not just me either. Aaron, the violinist, lives in my barracks, a heart full of music. His fingers move all day playing a fiddle he hasn't got. Music, he dreams. Levine in my barracks. Levine, the chemist, the scientist. Not so much as a test tube. Martha, the teacher in my barracks. Where is her classroom? Where are her books? And Joseph, big, husky, strong Joseph, the steel worker in my barracks, making dishes from ration cans. It doesn't make sense. We have a barracks full of brains and muscles for dreaming and building everywhere else in the whole world. And you ask me to put a barracks in a DP camp? Not me. Find me a clean job on the training farm. I'll dig the earth with my hands.
This is what is known as despair. We quote you a confidential report from a UJA zone director in Germany. Quote,
"The Jews have been in DP camps for almost 2 years. The great majority of them want to go to Palestine. Many pin their hopes on emigration to the United States and to other lands which will give them a haven. They fear having to stay in Germany indefinitely. There is a necessity for work for these people in order to keep up their morale. But there is a refusal on the part of the DPs to do work which will build up the German economy. This is understandable."
Unquote. There is, however, a however. That, however, is what Nathan asked for. Work on the training farm.
They said I should report to you.
Well, look who's here.
Yeah, it's me.
So I have to make a farmer out of you.
Yeah, I guess so. Don't be sore at me. I'll be good.
Yeah, sure.
Honest, I will. Especially for you.
Why me?
Oh, you know.
No, I don't, kid.
You give me a break, didn't you?
Oh, you mean my not pressing charges?
Yeah. Nobody ever gave me a break before. So I'll do anything you say.
Okay. Friends?
Friends.
Attaboy. Okay. Where do you want to start?
Picking potatoes, maybe?
Well, they don't pick. They dig.
Well, what do you know?
Not much, but I'm learning. You see, I was an architect.
What's that?
A house designer. A builder.
And they got you doing this?
I asked for it.
Gee, you wouldn't think an architect would...
Look, before you have houses, you have to have land. Before you put up towers, you have to have the foundation. Not this land, kid. Our own. Someday. Our own.
You believe that?
I have to.
Then I do.
All right. We'll be farmers first. We'll learn how to make our land grow things. There's more to it than sticking seeds in the ground. All kinds of things to learn. When to plant, how to sow. Well, when you reap, you're living off the land when you live on it. Then you build on it. See?
Yeah, kind of. It sounds sort of nice.
Dream talk. Here, take a spade.
Yeah, I gotta dig in the dirt, huh?
Not dirt, kid. Earth. Soil. Dirt is evil, filthy, barren. Soil, earth, it's fruitful. It grows things. Speeches I'm making. Come on, dig. Dig the way you'll dig someday in Palestine. Yeah. What are you going to do when you grow up, kid?
Well, you won't laugh, will you?
I won't laugh.
An architect. For you.
Thanks, kid. But keep digging just the same because...
Yeah? What'd you hit?
I don't know. Something.
Well, what'd you find?
Look for yourself.
Bones. Lying in the earth.
Earth? This is dirt.
What can a Jew harvest from a land fertilized with Jews? Nightmare.
A few more statistics, Mr. Jolson, if you don't mind.
Go right ahead.
46,304 Jewish refugees in Europe are learning farming and other occupations in 610 training centers.
Oh, that I like.
And 28,000 DPs are already employed using this training.
That I like even better.
And we support 165 hospitals, clinics, dispensaries, convalescent homes. And in these hospitals, Mr. Jolson, many hundreds of babies are born every month.
That I like best of all. But what are these babies born into? Well, ask Nathan, waiting outside one of those hospitals right now.
Nathan?
Yes, Doctor. Anything happened yet?
Not yet.
But, Doctor, be honest with me. What's wrong? What's wrong with Anka?
She's not strong enough.
Well, could I help? Could I give blood?
You could give her blood if you had the strength yourself. But it isn't blood she needs. She needs food she didn't have for the last 9 months. She needs hope she's lost for the last 2 years. She needs heart and strength and more.
What else? What more?
The will to have a child.
Well, what are you saying? The baby. She wants the baby. Our baby.
Does she?
Doctor,
Coming.
I think...
Wait.
Nathan. Nathan.
What is it, Anka?
Nathan.
Shh, Anka, be quiet.
It's not fair, Nathan. It's not fair.
What's not fair, Anka?
To bring a baby here.
You haven't had the baby yet, Anka.
Forgive me, Nathan.
Oh, shh, easy. Take it easy.
Forgive me. I don't want him anymore.
She's right. She's right. What right have we got to bring babies into this world?
Be quiet, nurse. Sorry. Never mind sorry. Prepare for a cesarean. She'll have her baby whether she wants to or not. All right, nurse. Take care of Mrs. Wandler. I'll see if I can get this little DP to yell. Nurse.
Yes?
She didn't really want to bring a baby into this kind of a world. Alive. She didn't.
You think I'm going to give you the old happy ending and tell you the baby lived? Why should I? That's for the movies. A Technicolor dream with a happy ending? No. This is no dream. This is real. This is nightmare. It is true that for every anchor who doesn't want to bring her baby in this kind of a world, hundreds of DPs are having theirs, confident in the help that comes from America. And for every Nathan who dreams of a home, work, decency, outside the remainder that is Germany, hundreds do get away. But whatever is done for those who despair in the old world must come from the new. At the end of this month, UNRWA is going out of business. One day, some of its work will be taken up by the International Refugee Organization of the United Nations. In the meantime, for the hundreds of thousands who wait in the DP camps from day to day, from month to month, from year to year, there are only the efforts of the United States Army and the United Jewish Appeal. To the end that the misery of these people may be something less than the nightmare I've shown you, the United Jewish Appeal is raising $170 million. It is not too much. It is not enough. But to many sufferers, it will bring brighter tomorrows. To be a DP in Europe is not a dream in which you open your mouth and sing, and the audience does not hear you. It is a nightmare in which 1 million hands reach out, and 1 million voices cry out to be heard. For the love of humanity, will those voices be answered? Or Or will we have them say, Haley, Haley, l'homme assave to My God! My God! Why? Why hast thou forsaken me? Ma Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai.
You have heard Al Jolson, John Garfield, Joan Banks, Hanley Stafford, Lorene Tuttle, Tommy Cook, and Pat McGeehan in Operation Nightmare, presented on behalf of the United Jewish Appeal. The script was written by Alan E. Sloan, and the program was produced and directed by Hyman Brown. Music was composed by Lucien Marowek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. For a copy of tonight's script, you may write to the United Jewish Appeal at 165 West 46th Street, New York, 19, New York. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Al Jolson, Richard Widmark, David Rose, and Alan Reed in Nightmare, Chapter 2. On behalf of the United Jewish Appeal, the American Broadcasting Company presents Nightmare, Chapter 2.
This is Al Jolson. Just about a year ago, I stepped in front of this microphone. Same mic. Same man in the director's booth. Same man conducting the same orchestra. In my hand, I had a script. Same writer as now. The story was called Operation Nightmare. This is Chapter 2. Same nightmare. Why the same nightmare? Because a year has passed since I told you the wanderings, the despairs, the sufferings, and the hopes of my people in Europe. Well, they are still wandering, still despairing, still suffering, still hoping, and still most of them in Europe. It is for them that the United Jewish Appeal has been conducting the greatest campaign in the history of this country. A campaign to wake them from a nightmare. Listen. Ever wake up in the middle of the night, breathing in hard sobs, fingernails biting into your palms, scared by a dream? This dream, maybe?
I dreamt I had to escape from what I didn't know. Where I could run to, I didn't know. But I had to get away from there, wherever I was. And that I didn't know either. All I knew was I had to get away. So I ran. I ran. I didn't move an inch. It came closer. And then I woke up.
Nightmare. Or this kind.
I was dreaming I didn't have my daddy. Everybody told me in my dream I didn't have any daddy. And I told them I did have a daddy. But they kept on telling me no. I went to look for him in my dream, but I couldn't find him. I looked and I looked and I looked, but I couldn't find him. I dreamed I started to cry, and when I woke up, I was crying.
Nightmare.
But when I woke up, my daddy was there.
Just a dream. But there is a nightmare alive in the world from which men and women and kids will not awake to rub their eyes and say, just a dream. There is nightmare in which 1 million people and more live wide awake.
Mr. Jolson.
Oh, yes. Oh, my old friend, Mr. Statistics. You here again, too, huh?
The numbers are a little different this year. I thought you'd be interested.
I am. Let's have the numbers.
Last year, there were 250,000 Jews in the displaced person camps of Europe. With the help of the United Jewish Appeal, 25,000 came to America, 30,000 went to Palestine, and 10,000 more found refuge in other places free from bitter memories. This should leave 185,000 Jews this year. But there are still 250,000 in Germany, Austria, Italy, and Cyprus. You see, they keep coming into the DP camps from all over Eastern Europe.
Nightmare. With numbers. And a name. Short, ugly name. DP. And the numbers change every day. Let me show you. You are somewhere in Europe now. That down there is a DP camp. We're going right into the main office. Into the office of the camp director. Come on, let's follow this man.
Director.
Yes? Oh, hello, Paul.
Hello, Director. Any news yet about the new quota, the new priorities?
Resettlement in America, you mean? No news.
Same old story, huh?
Mm-hmm. Nothing for parents with children.
Well, it isn't as if I was parents. There's only me. I mean, all Shoshana has is me, her father. Her mother was...
I know, Paul. I know. It's the way it is.
She has no one to play with anymore.
Hmm?
Frida went away. You know, the little orphan who lived in our barracks?
Yeah.
She went to the United States with the last batch of children.
Oh, Paul, she was an orphan. They were all orphans.
Oh, orphans can go?
Mm-hmm. We're sending off another batch next week. They have the priority, you see.
Oh. Well, how many are going?
50, 55. That'll be the last group for a while. Our quota is 60.
60 orphans. Well, when is the next quota for parents with children?
When? Who knows?
Shoshana, baby?
Uh-huh.
Wouldn't you like to get away from here?
Uh-huh.
Very much? Shoshana, put the doll away and listen to me. Put Erica away for a moment.
Erica wants to go away with me.
You want to get away?
Uh-huh. Erica, too.
Very much? More than anything?
Oh, yes.
So much you'd want to go all alone?
Oh, no. I'll have Erica with me.
All right, baby. You go outside and play. Take Erica outside and play with her. All right? You take Erica outside for a while and play. She needs the sunshine.
All right.
Wait, Shoshana. Baby. Give Daddy a hug.
All right. There. Now you hug Erica.
Yes, all right.
Now we'll go play.
Be a good girl. Always be a good girl. Goodbye, Shoshana. Goodbye.
I'll spare you the details. But Shoshana went with the next quota. With the other orphans. You dream you don't have your daddy.
You look for him in your dream and you don't find him. But when you wake up, he is there. Last month, in a DP camp, a man hanged himself because that was the only way he thought his motherless girl could get out of Europe. Nightmare. And yet, Shoshana did get away from Europe. That bad dream will never harm her again.
By the way...
Oh, yes, Brother Statistics.
For the 180,000 children who are still in Europe, JDC, the Joint Distribution Committee, has set up scores of homes, schools, and training programs.
That's good.
And of the 10% of the Jewish children Hitler left alive, 5,000 have been sent to America and 10,000 to Palestine.
Still better. But there are still 180,000 children in Europe. Let's take a look at some of them. To be specific, 2 sisters. First, the elder. On the medical chart in the children's home in which she has been living since liberation. There's a word for your book. Liberation. It says she's 14. Her name is...
Sarah,
Yes, Doctor?
I want you to pay attention very carefully to what I say now. All right, Sarah?
Yes, Doctor.
Now, I've just looked you over very carefully and... Look, darling, I don't tell this. I don't tell things like this to little girls of 14, but you're a grown-up girl. You're all the mother your sister
Something
has.
is wrong with Dora.
No, Sarah. With you.
Something is wrong with me?
Yes. You have something in your lungs.
Oh,
Do you know what that means, Sarah?
you're telling me I must stay here
That is right, Sarah.
until I get better and then I can go?
When you get better, yes.
All right, I'll wait.
That's not all, Sarah. I just examined Dora, your little sister. She's all right, bless her. She's perfectly healthy.
I take good care of her all the time.
I know, dear, and she's in fine health, so she can go. She can go any time with the very next group if she wants. Now, Sarah, this is what I'm driving at.
I know. You want to send Dora away from me.
No, Sarah, we can't send her away. Where a child has a living relative older than she, the other must decide. You're Dora's sister, and father, and mother, and family. You must decide. You must tell us. Yes or no.
Yes or no?
Whatever you say, we must do. Whether Dora's to stay until you're well, and it'll take a long, long time, or whether she's to go without you.
What does Dora want to do?
No. You decide.
Dora is all I have. I'm all she has. All we have is each other.
Yes or no, Sarah. Whatever you say.
Doctor,
Yes,
can I ask one question?
certainly.
Doctor, what would you do?
What would you do? The children. Some of them cling desperately to a shawl their mother tied on them before they went to the furnace. Others will not be parted day or night from a wreck of a doll their daddy gave them. Others creep timidly to strangers and stand close to them, just to be near a grown-up, to hope for a hug or a hand gently mussing their hair. Something they've not had for so long. And this 14-year-old girl who is nothing but a sister, must decide to send her away. Away, sure, to a better life, to health and home and happiness. But when will she see her again? I leave it to you to decide how long it'll take a child in a DP camp to recover from something in the lungs. TB. Sure, you toss and turn in your sleep because someone has assigned you a decision to make, and you don't know what to decide, yes or no. Nightmare.
Mr. Jolson.
Yes, Mr. Statistics.
It's not that way for everybody in Europe. Many do get away. You know that.
Yes. I also know what it's like when they get there. Another nightmare. Like this.
You come in through the old gate that was ancient when Caesar's legions scribbled their Roman names on it. later to leave with the golden candelabra from the temple they looted. There is no sound, save that of your own steps and the wind. You pass along a street, a cobblestone street, and you are alone. No soul stirs. On either side, the houses are untenanted, deserted. Those who lived side by side before the trouble had fled, each fearing the other. And on the stones of the street, the scattered debris of terror. You look down. At your feet is a shoe, a child's shoe. There in the gutter is the torn page of a prayer book. The wind sends it scurrying down the street. But the crushed, wide-brimmed black felt hat of an Orthodox patriarch is too heavy for the wind to move. Doors are open, swinging idly. You can look into the houses. Nobody home. Nobody. Now you pass the old stones of the wall, worn smooth by centuries of heads leaning against them in sorrowing, remembering prayer. There is nobody at the wall. You walk along the Via Dolorosa, across Manger Square. Nobody anywhere. Then a convoy of trucks, armored cars, Bren gun carriers. It passes. And it is silent again in this city you have always dreamed about. Is this a dream? No. It is old Jerusalem.
It is a nightmare. A nightmare named war.
Just the same.
Yes?
Just the same, settlements spring up in the desert. Irrigation makes the Negev blossom. The war goes on against nature, and there are victories. 20 new villages and settlements established last year.
That's good.
And the people keep coming.
That I know. They come in boats. Listen to the name they give their boats. Kedma, meaning eastwards. Exodus 1947, meaning that there are still pharaohs and imperial powers loose in the world. Geula, meaning redemption. And Al-Tafichidu, it means they cannot frighten us. The same whistle can mean two different things. The fulfillment of a dream for those who arrive, and the return to the nightmare for those who are turned back. Listen. That is a ship coming in. Unfortunately, it is an illegal ship, and she's been stopped. Come, let's go aboard.
Captain, your papers, please. We are out of Spezia, Italy. You have port clearance, I presume. You know I couldn't have left without it. Quite so. But you do not have entry clearance for these passengers, I presume.
You presume correctly.
Then you understand my position and my orders.
I know them. You'll forgive me if I fail to understand them.
Let us avoid difficulties, Captain. Will you please instruct your passengers to disembark quietly? My men will escort them to the other ship.
I'm sorry. I'll give no such instructions to these people. They've hung on to life only for this moment, to land in Palestine. I'll not tell them they can't stay, not me.
I can well understand that. But somebody may be hurt.
It's on your head and your conscience.
You're making things difficult, Captain.
Ah.
That's your last word. Very well, then. My men will remove your people.
Again, I spare you the details. The closer these illegals get to Palestine as the splintered boards of the dock between their illegal ship and the departing ship. Come, let's get aboard that ship just before it pulls out, huh? There is no way to reproduce the sound of silence. There is no way to describe the indescribable agony of hope deferred.
There is no way to put words to the look in 1,000 eyes that have seen the promised land rise out of the distance, only to have it fade back away. There is no sound, no word, no way to indicate here what it means to go back the way you came, to another camp named Cyprus. Yes, there is something. There is, just before you leave the ship, a whisper.
We will come back. They cannot keep us out.
And another dream has turned into the same nightmare. One more thing. As the boat from Cyprus pulls away, you notice its name. And the name on another deportee ship still docked. The former's christened Empire Comfort. The latter, Empire Shelter. Shelter. Comfort. How cynical can you get?
Mr. Jolson.
Yeah?
Let's be fair. Of the illegals deported from Palestine, 11,600 were returned as legal immigrants last year.
And how many more wait on Cyprus?
Well,
I'll tell you. Enough to populate a city the size of Hot Springs, Danbury, Pocatello, North Adams, Hannibal, Sedalia, Reno, Santa Fe. Had enough? 20-odd thousand on that island.
I'm glad you brought that up. Imagine how much it costs to feed and house and service those communities. Then you'll realize why we are trying to raise so much money.
And I'm glad you brought that up. Because the boat ride from Palestine to Cyprus is free.
Yes.
But His Majesty's government charges for the ride back, and very simply, the people don't have the fare. And it'll cost to bring those people from Cyprus to Palestine and those others from Europe
24 million plus.
And to bring the sick back to health
6 million plus.
And for housing in the orphan promised land
25 million plus.
And to keep body and soul alive in the DP camps, to keep them working and learning and living
30 million plus.
And for helping to adjust the refugees in the United States
14 million plus.
And with all the other needs in Europe and Palestine, a total of
250 million.
Brother. It sounds like an impossible dream, doesn't it? $250 million is not as we would say, hey. Is it possible to raise it? Well, lots of other impossible things have been done, like this. You're in a settlement in Galilee. Maybe you've heard that name before. But the name of the settlement perhaps is unfamiliar. It is Yehiam. Yehiam is being besieged, cut off in all directions by what military dispatchers call superior forces, specifically heavy mortars, machine guns, and some artillery. Those in Yehiam are not unarmed. They have some rifles. A couple of pistols. And a few grenades, homemade. How far can you throw a grenade?
Not far enough. Somebody's got to go out there and get those mortars. Any volunteers?
Of the beleaguered defenders, every able-bodied man steps forward. The leader chooses from among them 3.
You, and you, and you. The rest of you stay at your posts for a while. All right, it's one of you 3. I can't order you to go, but choose among yourselves quickly.
The 3 young men look at each other. On the ground before them is a handful of grenades. Beyond the wall of Yehiam, mortars. One speaks.
Let's be logical. You are married. You're expecting a child, right?
Right.
Shh. And you?
I have no wife, you know that.
But you keep talking about your girl. Someday she'll come. Someday she'll get off Cyprus. Any day now, right?
Maybe.
That maybe is the difference. For me, there isn't any maybe. I have nobody. I'm not waiting for anybody. The logic is clear. All right, give me some rifle cover.
The others watch him crawl. There is a no-man's land of rocks and scattered small trees, behind which he hides every so often. Then he ducks and runs. Finally, he reaches the range of a strong young throwing arm. They see his arm go up. They see a mortar disappear. And then
they see him fall. And again, the leader has to say,
Mission accomplished. Somebody's got to go out there and get those other mortars. Any volunteers?
the next volunteer and the next crawl across the same rocky stretch outside the wall of Yehiam. But it is no longer no man's land. It is theirs. Lacking mortars and machine guns, they bought it with all they had to give. Their grenades and their blood. You see, nothing is impossible. Before we close with Chapter 2, one more stop on the far side of the wide ocean. You are in Austria. That down there, silver in the sunlight, is the River Danube. Just over that rise, by the river there, is a hill. And over that hill, look, it's hollowed out. The land is gouged. It is a quarry. It has a name.
Mauthausen.
What was that?
Mauthausen is its name, or used to be. It was a concentration camp.
I see. Were you there?
I was there. My brother, too.
Where's he?
Down there. You see, when a man got too weak or too tired or sick, they'd make him climb up to the top of the hill, the top of the quarry pit. Tied to his back a stone he'd cut with his own hands. And then they'd kick him over. They'd gotten out of him all the work that they could. There was water down there.
There still is.
My brother was one of those who got tired. So I come here often.
When did you get out?
May 1945.
Do you live near here?
Right down that road from Mauthausen. About 15 minutes walk down that road.
House? Farm?
The DP camp, Aston it's called. DP Settlement 100.
You live there, huh?
Yes.
Down that road there?
Yeah, 15 minutes walk.
Just a moment. Let me get this straight. You were in this quarry camp from when?
1942.
1942 to 1945. That's 3 years. You've been in Aston ever since?
Yes.
And this is 1948. In 6 years, you've traveled exactly 15 minutes down that road, huh?
That's right down that road there.
Where does that road lead to?
For me?
Yes.
Palestine.
15 minutes walk in 6 years. Nothing. I was just thinking. How long can you wait?
I'm asking. How long do I have to wait?
You run and you run, and you never move from that spot. I ask you, how long can you wait? I ask you, how long can you hope? I ask you, how long can you suffer? How long can you dream of a new land and wake up in the nightmare of the same old one? How long? You can answer that one. Myself? Well, I only ask one thing. One thing. I ask only that I do not have to come back here next year with Nightmare, Chapter 3.
And now, an important message concerning the United Jewish Appeal. We present Mr. George Jessel.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jolson has put the question squarely before us. Will there be a Nightmare Chapter 3 next year? It is that question that must be answered through the great humanitarian programs of the $250 million United Jewish Appeal. Through this campaign, we are striving to end the nightmare of human misery and homelessness. You and I know that this answer cannot be given in mere words. Oh, no. No, the crisis in Europe and Palestine cannot be met by words of sympathy or compassion. It can only be met through deeds. Deeds of heartfelt generosity. Deeds of heroic effort and service that will free 1,500,000 innocent men and women and children in Europe from the chains of want and homelessness. Deeds that will back up the 700,000 Jews in Palestine in their desperate struggle to achieve freedom and peace. These that will give as many of the refugees as can come into the United States the means to begin a new life. The success of the National United Jewish Appeal campaign will in large measure determine the fate of survivors of oppression
who have not yet tasted the fruits of freedom. It is within our power to shape the future of those who are spending their third year in the squalor and desolation of the displaced persons camp in Europe. It is within our power to mold the destiny of heroic Jews of Palestine who are striving to build a homeland not only for themselves, but for the many to seek to come there from the urns of Europe. 1948 has been called the year of destiny. It is our opportunity to decide whether their hopes for a new life shall be realized or whether these hopes shall be transformed into another cruel nightmare of darkness and disappointment.
The United Jewish Appeal is deeply grateful to the American Broadcasting Company and to all the artists who made this program possible. Nightmare, Chapter 2, was written by Alan E. Sloan. The music was conducted by David Rose. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Copies of tonight's drama may be obtained free of charge by writing to National Headquarters, United Jewish Appeal, 165 West 46th Street, New York, 19. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Out of the past, phantoms of a world gone by, speak again the immortal tale, a terribly strange bed.
Jack Westcott was the best friend I ever had. He was the gayest of people. That was until we left America. I was writing a book about historic murder cases and had come to Paris to do some research work. Jack was fascinated with my work. Strangely fascinated. Almost horribly so. He enjoyed finding twisted minds and probing them. His hunger for crime was bound to end in tragedy. On the last evening of our visit in Paris, we were walking on the left bank of the Seine River when Jack noticed a crowd gathered about our old friend, the head of the Paris police force, Inspector Duval. I was in a hurry to return to the hotel to finish writing my murder manuscript. The deadline was in the morning. But Jack insisted on stopping.
What's the excitement all about, Duval?
Well, hello, Mr. Westcott. Still looking for ancient murders, Mr. Manning?
Not tonight, Duval. Ancient or otherwise.
Stick around, Mr. Manning. I'll show you a murder the likes of which you've never seen before. Okay, boys. Drag it out of the river.
What is it, Inspector?
A corpse, Monsieur Westcott. A corpse that's been squashed thin as a piece of paper.
Oh, let's see it.
Oh, what do you mean, thin as a piece of paper?
Bring it over here, boys. Right under the gaslight.
Horrible-looking thing, isn't it?
Horrible and fascinating. It looks like it got squeezed in a giant press.
We've had an epidemic of these corpses lately.
Any idea who's doing it?
Not even a vague notion, Mr. Hey, you! You, the fat man!
You mean me, Inspector?
Yes, I mean you, fat man. How come you're always around when we pull a corpse out of the river?
Why? I enjoy murder.
You enjoy it? You enjoy murder?
It appeals to my sense of the artistic.
Oh, it does.
Well, there's something fascinating about these bodies. Something for a connoisseur alone to appreciate. The symmetry of the remains. The beautifully flawless flatness of the corpse. The hollow in the stomach. Lying in this puddle of gaslight, this mass of flesh and bones makes a nice picture. I should enjoy painting this, if I could paint.
I know what you mean, fat man, but wouldn't you prefer probing the mind of a man who conceived this crime?
A man's mind is his secret self. Well, enjoy the ghastly spectacle, my friend. Enjoy it. Good evening, gentlemen.
All right, men. Take the body down to the morgue and try and find out who it is.
Come on, Burke. I'd like to follow that fat man.
In heaven's name, why? He's nothing but a psychopathic case.
I want to satisfy a hunch.
Well, if you're such a good detective, why don't you join Scotland Yard?
Why, I might, Burke. I might at that. Where the devil has that gross piece of flesh disappeared to now? He was right in front of us until we turned this corner.
Well, we've lost him, Jack. And I don't wonder. We've passed through every side street in the whole city. If you ask me, he knows he was being followed.
Good. If he knows, he'll show his hand sooner. Now, the only place he could have gone around here is into the back door of this house. I wonder what house this is.
It's a gloomy dump. Let's go back to the hotel, Jack. I've got to finish that manuscript tonight.
Looks like a public bar to me. The La Belle Tavern. Are you coming with me, Burke, or are you going home?
I'm with you, old boy. I brought you to Paris, and by heaven, I'm going to return you to America.
Now, this must be the doorbell. Here goes. And Burke, no matter what I do tonight, don't worry.
Come in, gentlemen. Come in.
You were perfectly right, fat man. Those two Americans did follow you. They're sitting at the bar inside.
The Americans value their lives so slightly. Amazing, isn't it, Cecilia?
Their lives. Our lives. They might be cops. I don't want to get my neck in a noose.
To be quite candid, I am not interested in your neck. You're so impatient, and impatience is an evil ascribed to the very young. It might be a pity if you are not allowed time to cure yourself of that evil.
Don't threaten me, you fat pig. You pig.
I'd hoped to slap some sense into that lovely but empty head. Obviously, my stupid pigeon, those two Americans are wealthy. They would enjoy our roulette table. If you would show them to it. Remember, I'll talk to the croupier, and he will take care of the wheel of fate. If you don't do your part well, you'll face a lifetime in jail.
What happens if they get wise? Room 16?
But, of course.
Let me go.
I knew you'd understand.
Yeah. I understand. There's something so gay about Americans, I always say. I hope you boys don't mind if I stick around.
Well, Miss...
Not at all, miss. Not at all.
You can call me Cecilia. How about another drink?
Oh, that's fine.
3 more of the same, bartender.
What do you do for a living, Cecilia?
Oh, I model. In a dress shop.
I don't believe you, Cecilia.
Jack, stop ribbing the girl. She's a good kid.
I'm on the level. I'm interested in it.
Here's the drinks.
Thanks.
Why do I interest you?
Well, because you're fairly easy to figure out.
Am I? Why?
You really want me to tell you?
Sure I do. Well, here's mud in your eye.
Touche.
Oh, potent stuff, Jack. Potent stuff tastes like cyanide.
Well, Cecilia, I'd say you're a poor girl who lives in the slums. But you're pretty. Prettier than anybody in your entire neighborhood. Well, let's see. Then you must have met a man.
What of it? I'm no saint.
He promised you a lot of doodabs, and suddenly you found you'd committed your first crime. Let's say murder.
What'd she do? Set her mother on fire?
Oh, well, for that, let's have 3 more drinks. Bartender, 3 more. Well, now, let's say it really was murder. The second murder wasn't so hard. And the third was easy, wasn't it?
I never had nothing to do with the murder.
Well, for the sake of argument, let's say you have. But inside of you all the time is this wanting to be liked, wanting to be on the level. But your so-called friends, they don't trust you, Cecilia. Someday they'll double-cross you.
Here are the drinks.
Thank you.
Nobody'll ever double-cross me. Well, here's mud in your eye. Drink up, boys.
Is there anything else to do around here?
You seen the gambling rooms?
Gambling rooms. Ah, that's me. Who runs those gambling rooms, Cecilia?
I don't know.
One of your friends? A fat man, perhaps, with a long nose?
I don't know the owner. Gosh, you're real nice.
Is the fat man in the back room now?
Probably. Gambles here a lot. Do you replay?
Sure. Well, come on, Jack. We'll see who's right, my books or your instincts.
Number 21 wins.
Jack, The fat man's in the corner of the room.
Yeah, I saw him, Burke.
And he saw you, old boy. Don't think he didn't.
Come on, boys. Let's play.
Money, money, money. Place your bets, gentlemen.
They'll make some room for us over here. Come on.
Hello, Cecilia.
Hello, Monty Loriard. You playing again? I thought you lost every cent you owned last night.
A desperate man finds desperate ways to raise money.
Even murder, eh? We heard about it.
Perhaps. And perhaps not.
I'd like you to meet some new friends of mine, Monty. This is Jack Westcott and Burke Manning. Monty Loriard.
How do you do?
Money, 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 gentlemen. Place your bets.
I bet 30 francs on odd.
How about 100 francs on number 13?
Good boy, Jack.
The play is dead. Round and round the little ball goes. Where she stops, nobody knows.
Hey, Burke, I feel a little dizzy. You had too much to drink, pal, and those drinks were strong.
Number 13 wins.
I won! Good for you, American. Lucky for you. I won the first time I ever played here, but never again.
Money, 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 money.
That was the first time Jack won in that incredible evening. But as the ball spun, his winnings increased. The table seemed to have gone crazy. Jack became gambling drunk. The croupier seemed desperate as that wheel spun round and round, each time increasing Jack's winnings. The room was tense with excitement, and even the little thin loser, Loriard, seemed surprised.
Monsieur Westcott, your luck is phenomenal. You've won 30 times. 30 times.
Jack, you won a fortune, man. Stop now before it's too late.
Leave him alone, Burke. Let him play if he wants to.
Sure, let me play if I want to. I want to break the bank.
Careful, monsieur. Let me warn you. Careful.
Jack, it's almost midnight, and I've got a lot of work to do tonight. Please, let's go. And remember the fat man.
The fat man be hanged.
Here, Jack. Have another drink.
Thanks, Cecilia.
Jack, be sensible.
Stop being an old auntie, Burke. I'll see you later at the hotel. Make the book have a bloody ending. I'm in the mood for a good murder tonight.
Remember, Jack, I warned you. Goodbye.
Money, 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 gentlemen. Place your bets.
I told the croupier you wanted to see him back here, fat man, but it wasn't the croupier's fault the American broke the bank.
That is for me to decide? Where is the American now?
Outside. Buying drinks for the house.
Good. That ought to keep him busy.
You called for me, monsieur?
Yes, I did. I'll need you too, Cecilia. Shut the door. I don't like to frighten our patrons.
I'm sorry about the wheel, monsieur, but it was broken and I couldn't control it.
That is unfortunate for you.
What are you going to do, monsieur?
Come here.
Don't put your fat hands on me, fat man. Let me...
Don't fight the fat man. You can't move, can you, croupier? Because if you move, my arm will break your neck. Call my men, Cecilia. I might need a little aid with the stupid fool.
What are you going to do, fat man?
Have his brains pressed out of his body in room 16. His mind is no good where it is now.
No, monsieur. Please, monsieur. Not room 16.
What's that? What was that, Monsieur Loriot?
We'll probably be luckier if we don't ask questions.
I want another drink.
Jack, listen to me. Put on your hat and coat and leave this place. You're being watched all the time.
Who's watching me?
Hello, Jack.
Oh, have a drink.
No, Jack. You've had enough to drink. Leave this place right away.
She's right, Jack. You must leave. I'll see you home personally. Come on, then.
Oh, no, you don't, Monty Loriard. I know your tricks. The last man you saw home was found with a dagger in his breast.
How come you're so interested in me, Cecilia?
Because you're the first person who ever treated me decent. Oh, please go home.
All right. Sooner or later, every woman develops some mother complex over me. Now, I don't want to be mothered.
Who is trying to mother you, my friend?
Oh, hello, fat man. Cecilia is.
Ah, she's developed a rather latent maternal instinct. I think a maternal instinct is out of place tonight. After all, tonight's a night for celebration.
Yeah, the fat man's right. Celebration. Bartender, open a bottle of champagne.
Bartender, champagne. Champagne for Monsieur Westcott. Won't you join us, Cecilia?
Yeah. Of course I will.
Here is the champagne, monsieur.
Won't you drink with us, Monsieur Loriot?
No, thank you, fat man. I don't think so. I never enjoyed toasting to death.
Death? Open the bottle, bartender.
Good night, Jack. And good luck.
Good night. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night.
Here's the handkerchief, fat man.
Oh, Jack, your money is all tied safely in your handkerchief.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, where'll I put the handkerchief?
It would be wisest to tie it to your belt.
I feel dizzy, fat man.
Oh, you need a cup of good hot coffee. That will straighten you right out. Cecilia, go in the kitchen and fix our friend a cup of coffee.
But I really...
Don't tell me, my little pigeon, that your hearing is failing you.
I'll get it right away.
I'm glad we're alone, fat man. I want a chance to talk to you.
Talk away, Jack.
Tell me confidentially. Why do you enjoy seeing a mutilated body dragged out of the river?
There's beauty in death.
In the act of death? Or in the recovery of a body after life has left it?
In both.
Then, do you enjoy committing a crime?
Perhaps. Perhaps it would be pleasant to watch a man die. Slowly. Very slowly. In order to see life leave the body. Say that you and I watched a murder by pressure. What would happen?
I'm interested, fat man. What would happen?
The face is the first part affected. It would turn red, and the victim would probably feel hot blood pounding in his brain, pounding like steel hammers.
Mm-hmm.
Then his eyes would feel sore, as if the fluid creating sight were ebbing slowly away.
That would be painful?
Painful but glorious. His face would discolor. The pressure on his chest would be so great he'd try to scream, cry out, but he couldn't. He wouldn't be able to move, not a limb, not a muscle. He'd be paralyzed. I'd see to that. And in that moment, all the horror that is in man's mind would be indelibly imprinted on the brain until a sudden crushing noise would blot out thought.
And what would that crushing noise be?
The pulverizing of the human bone.
Here's the coffee, fat man.
Ah, let me see it. Tastes all right. Here you are, Jack. This will fix you.
No, I don't think I want any. If you'll pardon me, I'm so dizzy. So frightfully dizzy.
Oh, of course you are. Here, Jack, drink it. Drink it, my friend. My good, good friend.
If you don't want to drink it, Jack, don't.
Open your mouth, my friend. It will sober you very quickly.
No,
Open your mouth.
No.
There. Now, how do you feel?
I'm sick. I'm sick. It's dope, isn't it? It's dope. Let me get... Oh.
Our friend Jack is asleep, Cecilia. Call the bartender. I think our friend will spend the night with us in room 16.
Monsieur Manning! Monsieur Manning! I've been looking all over Paris for you, monsieur.
You've been looking for me?
Yes, I've called every hotel in the city trying to find you. I know you don't remember me, but I met you earlier this evening at the La Belle Tavern. My name's Loriot of the Paris Police Force.
Yes, of course. Well, won't you come in? Where's Mr. Westcott?
I had to leave him at the tavern. He wouldn't listen to me. You see, monsieur, I've been assigned to watch that tavern. It's been under suspicion for several weeks.
Oh, great Scott, man. Where's Jack now?
At the tavern. He's carrying an enormous amount of money on his person. I know the fat man will never allow him to leave with that money.
Why don't you raid the den?
Unfortunately, we can't. We have no proof. As a matter of fact, they might not harm him at all. But just in case, I thought it might be a wise idea for you to go down there. You can go to the door and ask for...
Yes? What do you want?
You're the bartender, aren't you?
I am
I'm not Napoleon's grandma. What do you want?
My friend Jack Westcott hasn't come back to the hotel as yet. We've been waiting for him, and I thought that he probably decided to spend the night here at your place, and
Your friend is not here. Go home, American, before you get yourself in more trouble than you can handle.
Who was it?
The other American asking about his friend. Where are you going?
Upstairs. To take Monsieur Westcott a candle, like the fat man told me.
Be sure the fat man told you, or else...
I'm sure. Very sure. Jack. Jack, I brought you a candle. Are you asleep? Wake up, Jack. Please wake up. Please. Maybe if I shake him. Wake up. Oh, I hate to slap you, but your life depends on it.
Oh, what is it?
Oh, wake up, wake up.
Cecilia, dear. Jack. Jack. Luckily, he's still asleep. Come, Cecilia. Let our friend sleep.
I'm so sick. So dizzy and sick. Why didn't she let me sleep? Oh, I feel paralyzed. I can't move at all. Just as if I'm drugged. Maybe if I concentrate on the room, I'll go to sleep. Funny. Funny that a French gambling house should have a bedroom. What is an old English four-poster bed doing in a French room anyway? What a heavy canopy over my head. So solid-looking. Almost as if it were made of steel. The mattress is so hard. I must concentrate on something. The picture above my head is just even with the canopy. Oh, an evil-looking Spaniard with 5 feathers in his head. Huh! The eyes moved. I'm certain of it. The eyes moved. I wonder if I dare look up again. I was sure there were 5 feathers. Now there are only 4. 4 feathers. 4 feathers. Now 3 feathers. I wonder who's outside my door. Try to sleep. No, look at the picture. What? The feathers have disappeared. I can barely even see the face. God in heaven. The canopy is being lowered on me. That's what it is. The canopy. I can't move. The paper-thin corpse. Oh, I gotta move. It's coming closer. 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 Oh, that squashed me. Oh, I must move. I can't. Oh, it's almost down. Halfway down. Oh, I moved. Oh, just to crawl out of bed. Oh, if I get a crawl out of here. I'm safe. Safer in that horrible contraption. Now to get out of here. The window. Open the window slowly. I'll crawl to the window. Now, if I can push the window open slowly, very slowly.
The bed must have clamped down on him by now. Listen to me, men.
Push the window open. Oh, it's stuck.
Be sure and deliver the money bags to me.
There. Now to open it wide enough to crawl through.
You can raise the canopy now. Let's go in, gentlemen.
Help! Help somebody! Help me!
Get that down before I
Help! Somebody!
Got him!
Out the window!
If the bed didn't work the first time, Mr. Westcott, I've ways and means of making it work the second, and perhaps it would be more pleasant to watch life ebb out in front of me.
No.
Place him carefully on the bed.
Let me go.
Good. This ought to prove most enjoyable, Mr. Westcott. It's a pity you haven't my detached viewpoint.
Let me go.
Put him in. Then lower the canopy.
No.
This way, Bert. Up this way. Hurry, Mr. Lorry. I can hear the bed moving.
Cecilia, you fool!
that Jack boy here. Hold on to me. I'll drag you out.
Don't you put your hands on me, lawyer.
Watch into there. Let's take care of the bartender.
I'm all right, Burke. Don't worry about me. Oh, Cecilia.
I'll help her.
Let me go, Cecilia. Don't push me.
Help me, lawyer. Help, help. No, you don't, fat man.
You little...
No, you don't. You're on the back of me a Frankenstein. There. Try to get out of your own bed now.
Well, Inspector Duval, that's the story. Loriard and Burke were waiting outside all the time. They saw me at the window, and Cecilia let them in.
Close shave, eh?
A lucky escape. Loriard and I pulled him out of bed just in time, and Cecilia pushed the fat man under the canopy as it closed down.
It must have been a horrible sight, Burke.
Well, what about Cecilia, Inspector? What would they do to her?
Unfortunately, the police can't find her. And I've instructed them not to look too hard.
Pages of the past, we have heard the story, a terribly strange bed. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Phantoms of a world gone by speak again their immortal tale. Matteo Falcone.
My name is Matteo Falcone. My wife, my son, and myself live on a small farm in the hill country of Corsica. At least we did live there until we were betrayed by our own blood relatives. You see, the Falcones are a large clan in this part of the country. Over there to the west is my brother Gianetto's farm, and adjoining his farm is the Rostano's place. Lorna Rostano and her husband are the only outsiders in this part of the country, and the trouble which has haunted my days and nights started at her home. The countryside was still with the deathly stillness that creeps over the valleys in the early part of the morning. Lorna opened her kitchen door and called to her husband.
Rostano! Rostano! Where is that man? Rostano! Ah! Rostano! Murdered! Oh, my darling! Mama mia!
Yes, Rostano was dead. Lorna found him sprawled across the matting on the floor, with a peculiarly carved Corsican knife thrust into his heart. And the blood that poured from that wound caused more blood to spill in the hills of Corsica. Lorna's cries soon aroused the curiosity of the neighbors, and it was Teodore Gamba, my fifth cousin on my wife's side, who was sheriff in this part of the country, who was called in to investigate Rostano's untimely end. We at home knew nothing of the tragedy that had occurred that morning. My wife, Marie, my son, Fortunato, and myself were seated at the breakfast table, quietly eating. Fortunato was chattering, as usual.
Is the world round, Father?
Of course the world is round, Fortunato.
Pass the bread, Matteo.
Here you are, Maria.
If the world is round, why don't we slide off of it?
Matteo, do not encourage him with that nonsense.
That is not nonsense, Maria. It is a good question, son.
You have not given me a good answer, Father.
You see, Matteo, you see. He's insolent. He takes after your brother, Gianetto. Oh, who could that be at this hour of the morning? Can't folks eat their breakfast tea?
Stop complaining, Maria. Complaints are lost on the ears of God.
Good morning, Cousin Maria.
Good morning, Cousin Gamba. What brings you to this part of the country at this hour? I thought a sheriff's duties kept him in town.
You thought wrong, Maria. Hello, Matteo.
Hello, Gamba. Come in. Won't you share a cup of milk with us?
I'd be honored, Matteo. Hello, son.
Good morning, Cousin Gamba.
What new ideas are you hatching in that mind of yours today?
Ideas? I've no ideas, Cousin.
That son of yours, Matteo, he thinks of one thing and one thing only. Money. A great deal of money.
Money is necessary.
Fortunato is right, Gamba. But honor comes first, as it does with all the Falcones.
How about that, Fortunato? What comes first with you, money or honor?
Your question is foolish, Cousin Gamba.
Good answer, son. Good answer. Here is your milk, Gamba.
One would think milk was found in the ground the way you pass it around, Mateo.
One would think I was a poor provider the way you complain in front of guests, Maria. You are not here on a fool's errand, Gamba. What brings you at this hour of the morning?
Fool's errand? Indeed, no. I'm here on a rather sad mission. Your brother Gianetto is wanted for murder.
Gianetto? Oh, it's impossible, Gamba. Impossible.
Yeah, perhaps. It does seem impossible that Gianetto could be capable of killing anybody. But the authorities believe he killed his neighbor Rostano. And Rostano's wife, Lorna, reported to thee.
I do not believe it, Gamba.
Believe it or not as you will. But I have on me a warrant to kill Gianetto on sight.
Without a trial, Gamba?
He was given 24 hours to surrender himself to a court. And he's refused.
But why? Oh, there is a mistake of some sort.
A mistake, eh? No, Matteo, no mistake. Gianetto has escaped into the hills. He's hiding somewhere near here. And that spells guilt to me.
Gianetto near here. He'll get us all into trouble.
Not necessarily, Cousin Gamba. If you see him, it is your duty to turn him over to the authorities.
Duty, Cousin Gamba? I thought the duty of every Falcone lay to his kin, not to the authorities.
Fortunato.
Some of the old Corsican customs are outmoded, Fortunato.
Father, you once told me that honor was something born inside of you, and without honor, a Falcone must die.
And so it is, my son.
You're a sly one, Fortunato. But you don't fool me. You wear your honor on your sleeve, not in your heart as your father does.
Oh, enough of this nonsense, Gamba.
As you wish, Matteo. I just dropped in to warn you. All of you. If you should see Gianetto, turn him into the proper authorities.
Of course, Cousin Gamba.
Good day, cousins.
Good day, Cousin Gamba. Thank you for the warning.
Maria, I have the horses hitched. Hurry, woman.
I'll be right down, Mateo.
Oh, stop that foolishness, son.
But I like to play the mouth organ, Father.
Play then, son, play.
Father,
Yes.
Father, if I should see Uncle Gianetto, what should I do?
Do, son. Follow the dictates of your conscience. A Falcone cannot go wrong.
Have you loaded the wagon, Mateo?
Yes, Maria, all ready, waiting for you.
Very well, let's be off. No use standing here wasting sunshine on chatter. Be sure and mind the house, Fortunato.
I'll mind it well, Mother.
And don't fall asleep playing that mouth organ on that haystack over there.
I won't go near the haystack all day.
And feed the cat and her kittens at noon.
Yes, Mother.
Help me up on the wagon, Mateo.
Yes. There you are, my dear. I'll be a good boy, Fortunato. We will be back this evening.
Goodbye, Father.
Get up. Come. Get up. Oh, whoop, oh. Hitch the horse here, Maria.
I will, Mateo.
Mateo.
Huh?
Mateo Falcone.
Who is it? Who is calling Mateo? Gianetto.
Don't go near him, Mateo.
Are you crazy, woman? It's my own brother.
But you endanger your own life, Mateo.
Mateo. Maria.
Stay here, Maria. I will take care of this alone.
And always think they're no more than a woman worse luck.
I've been waiting here for you ever since dawn, Mateo.
Have you, brother?
Yes, God help me. Mateo, you've heard the news by now, huh?
The whole countryside has heard.
I'm innocent. So help me. There's a plot against me.
A plot? But why? By whom?
Oh, you ask me who. Gamba, of course. He wants my farm. He wants to be in direct descent to the Falcone lands. And so he planned the scheme so cleverly. Rastano's wife, Lorna, actually believes I killed Rastano.
Gamba. Yes, that could very well be.
That Gamba's clever, Mateo. Clever as a fox.
But why did you not surrender to the authorities? Gamba has a warrant for you now. To shoot you at sight.
Surrender. With Gamba politically influential in town, fine chance I'd have.
Isn't there any way to prove your innocence?
I don't know. I haven't had time to think.
You do believe me, Mateo, don't you?
Of course, Gianetto, of course.
What will I do? Where will I go?
The whole countryside is awake, looking for you. You will have to risk going back to my farm.
Yes, but your son.
Fortunato is a Falcone.
Fortunato, sly Mateo.